This 2-year-old boy has just learned to walk, but is deep in thought like an old man. He thinks about having to compete for the position of clan leader against his talented martial artist brothers in the future. No matter how hard he trains, he still feels like a useless person. That's why he has to rack his brain to find a way to live a comfortable life where he can get food without working. He just needs to escape from this family. Haha, I really am a genius. While self-satisfied, I suddenly smell something foul around here. It turns out he has soiled himself. I thought he was something special. Next, he starts to cry and throw a tantrum. The reason this boy is so strange is that he still remembers his past life. Dezo is the young master of the strongest martial arts clan, the Namkong family, but he has no talent whatsoever. He was kicked out of the clan like trash. After inviting an old man for drinks, Chung felt like he had known him forever. After sharing drinks, the old man begins to babble about how he can return to the past. Of course, he doesn't believe it. That night, while wandering, he encounters a thief. Truly unlucky, he was killed by him with a single strike. While Dezo was still preparing to meet the elders, suddenly a piece of paper in his possession began to glow strangely. It was the old man who had secretly placed it on him before. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the form of a newborn baby. The scene felt somewhat familiar. Clearly, this was himself as a child. Could it really be because of that old drunkard's paper? Time passed and Dezo was now 3 years old. This kid often walks in the main hall where valuable items are displayed. His face begins to show a greedy smile. I wonder how much they are worth. To execute his plan to escape the clan, he must continuously hoard wealth. Build a 4-sided cottage, marry 2 or 3 beauty queens or runners-up. Why struggle as a martial artist? 2 years passed and Dezo was still secretly stealing his father's prized vase to sell. The 8 servant girls thought he was mischievous and tried to stop him, but then he told them to go help him with the task. He even told her not to worry. My father, the strongest martial artist, is only obsessed with martial arts. He won't pay attention to such trivial matters. He didn't know that all his actions had been discovered by his father. Soon, Dezo turned 80 years old. He was quite proud of having cleaned out his father's treasure. The Blood Dragon guards were also present to escort him to his family home. This time he was here for the clan to evaluate his potential. Dezo thought to himself that he had to give them a painful surprise. If he just showed no talent, he wouldn't be forced to train in martial arts anymore. Then suddenly he spotted his father here, the world's #1 martial god. He thought his father had discovered his theft of the 8 family treasures. His body trembled uncontrollably. Fortunately, he left right after Dezo greeted him. My 3 genius brothers are here too. This guy is acting all cute again. I'm not trying to compete. You guys can just punch and kick and stay away from me. After the party is this aptitude test of the Namkung family for you. The test will consist of 3 parts. The first is lifting steel weights. Dezo directly approaches the 5-kilogram weight and lifts it up. You should know that the eldest young master could lift 250 kilos. 2 of the younger ones can lift 200 kilos while 3 can lift 150 kilos. But even with the 50-kilo weight, he can't lift it at all. Truly useless. Everyone is immediately disappointed. Most of them have left. This is exactly Dezo's plan. He must appear as incompetent as possible so that he can enjoy a life of luxury. The second test is about agility. Dezo will have to walk on numerous wooden poles. But just a few steps in, this guy falls flat on his face. The elders of the family must be shocked. How can he be so useless? I can't watch this anymore. Finally, the most important test comes. At this moment, only the older brothers and the attendants remain. He must show his incompetence as much as possible to avoid conflicts. He doesn't know that his father is also watching him from afar. The old man begins to transmit a stream of energy to him, so he can stabilize it in his dantian. The method of energy circulation from his previous life he practiced for 25 years. Of course, this is too easy, but if he disrupts his body in front of everyone, he might not be able to practice martial arts for a few years. Haha, what a clever plan. Suddenly, a terrible pain hits. Even if it means being bedridden for a few years, he must take the risk. His whole body hurts as he collapses with this injury. Even if he recovers, he won't be able to become a higher-level warrior anymore. Then I will gradually recover and show them that I have no interest in martial arts. Suddenly, the family head has appeared here to take Dezo for treatment. This makes the older brothers worry as well. Could it be that the father really likes the boy, but with his performance just now all three abandon that thought? No matter how hard the boy tries, he cannot compete for the position of family head among them. The elder healer is also called over. He thinks carefully. The nursery where Dezo was has been under siege for 5 years. They thought young Master Dezo would not survive, but now he appears here healthy. Moreover, he has received the attention of the family head. Perhaps it is because of the late matriarch, the one the family head loved most, that he cannot abandon his own child. When Dezo wakes up, he feels no pain at all in his body. On the contrary, he feels full of energy. Clearly, your plan has failed. I should have woken up in a condition that requires special care for many years. And they said I would have to give up martial arts. Peanut, I need to come up with a new plan. Father's face suddenly became frightening. You have fun, but as my son it's unacceptable that your blood is still in chaos. Dezo also thought carefully. In my past life I never spoke to my father like this. I don't even remember if he considered me his son. It's completely opposite to the current situation. What is the root cause? Dezo felt a powerful aura within his body at that moment. The divine doctor also told him that his body is inherently full of chaotic energy. No matter how hard he practices, he will never reach the third rank. When he tries to regulate his energy, if he makes a slight mistake, he could lose his life. Dezo's face was now blank. Just a moment ago he nearly passed out. Oh, he even mentioned it. Father and son both have a heavenly martial talent. Indeed, it's miraculous. It's like there can't be two sons coexisting. It's considered the strongest technique containing the martial arts of heaven. But the divine doctor also told them that Dezo cannot fully cultivate energy. Once he exerts his energy, it will shatter. At that point, he wouldn't be able to save him. Hearing this guy appeared very despondent on the outside but secretly laughed inside. Afterwards, his father gave him a mediocre martial arts manual. Basic swordsmanship skills are sold everywhere in the market. Practicing swordsmanship does not require internal energy. Perhaps he has lost all hope in me now. Everything is gradually going according to plan. Dezo returned to kindergarten and had a hearty meal. Before going to bed, he even took out the sword manual to read a bit to help him sleep better. Who would have thought it was full of meaningless phrases? The swordsmanship of the three realms sounds illusory. Canada is too much, but since he wasn't sleepy yet, Dezo took out the sword and practiced a few moves. His father and the divine doctor were eating and drinking on the roof, panicking. This boy is dancing in the fan like that. I forgot he's sword dancing. Dezo didn't know when he had been practicing sword dancing all night long. That is the state of selflessness. A state that, when reached at its peak according to fate, some people will find the answers they are seeking, and others will find a new path for themselves. Only his father knows that his son is beginning to embrace martial arts. What he had to toil and struggle for in his past life was merely that of a third-rate fighter. But now, it is completely opposite. The feeling of comfortably wielding the sword brings unusual joy. The divine healer Eli Han also came the next day to check on his wounds. A normal person takes 4 months to recover. But this guy completely recovered after just 1 week. Could it be because of the fan dance the other day? After that, Dezo went to the 6th training hall, which belonged to the senior brothers. With the number of days respectively exceeding training by 30 days, 60 days, and 90 days, there are 2 ways to pass through the training hall. One is through the annual assessment. The second way is to participate in endless battles. Watching these genius training fanatics makes him feel a bit shiver. One guy fell asleep while standing in a stance, while the other boasted that he practiced swordplay 100,000 times yesterday. All hardworking monsters lack intelligence. Dezo is determined to take revenge for his past life. In the upcoming annual assessment, he must completely fail to be allowed. 7 days later, Dezo felt his internal energy was continuously increasing. Although it was a bit slow at this rate, it would take several hundred more years to accumulate enough internal energy for cultivation. Haha, truly amazing. On that day, Deputy Military Advisor Nam Gongjak Ion came to see him. He is an 80-year-old genius who has become the youngest top scholar. This guy is sent by military advisor Elosu to practice here, so he can indulge and have fun without needing to explain the lofty principles to the subordinates anymore. His gaze suddenly became frightening. He asked if he wanted to dominate the martial arts world with him. Clearly, he's a lunatic that he wants to escape from. He also sought out his senior brothers, but they all rejected him, so he had to come here. This guy went to the training hall and proclaimed that Dezo would flatten all the fools. The peanut people are already in trouble, the white-haired guy even added. Let me introduce the future master of the Nam family. Immediately, he made him lose consciousness. After that, he had to take him to the infirmary for treatment. When this guy woke up, he started babbling. It seemed that after getting punched, his brain had even more issues. He claimed he had found someone who could change this foolish family. This made the god Eli have to restrain him. He didn't know how to cure his delusions. Dezo returned to the training hall. Everyone was focused on seeing how much strength the young master had. Immediately, they felt disheartened. It turned out to be just a few basic sword moves. His plan to be a failure was also going very smoothly. He was still planning to go home for a feast when he encountered Jack Ion here. He told himself he would leave the Nam family clan and he shouldn't be disturbed. Then this guy said, well, then we have a common goal. This small place definitely cannot stop you to dominate the martial arts world. Right? Oh man, delusional for sure. Dezo also realized this guy was quite delusional. He was like a crazy revolutionary. If this were a time of great chaos, he would shine. But in the peaceful era of the Nam family like now, he is just a madman wanting to create trouble for others. He even calls him his commander. No matter how much Dezo refuses. Because this guy is too troublesome in the end, Dezo told him to wait a year. 4 months later, Dezo's progress was considered to have moved from a useless state to a high-level useless state. Because during this time he only learned 3 basic sword techniques. This went exactly according to plan. Everyone called him a lunatic while Jack Ion still called him his commander. He shot a frightening glance at the two who dared to speak ill of his master, causing them to tremble in fear. Only then did he leave. He brought a box of fancy fruits. Just taking a bite revealed that it was a small complete elixir. He immediately asked in shock where he got such good stuff. This is a gift from the abbot of Shaolin Temple to the noble families. He even asked the maidens to join in for fun, which was too much. Is this guy a thief? Dezo suddenly felt his internal energy starting to dissipate. But he didn't pay any attention. Next to him, the white-haired guy was wearing a sinister smile, looking quite distorted. The next day was the annual evaluation. While everyone was frantically training, Dezo sat back and relaxed comfortably. Everything was prepared indeed. He was a commander after all. Finally, it was time to destroy this foolish Southern House clan. I have prepared the entire plan to overthrow the Southern House. This guy keeps rambling as usual, but he was already used to it. The final exam had arrived. His father and older brothers along with his tutor were all present here. This made Dezo a little panicked. It was just an annual exam. Why did they have to show up? Secondly, Jack Ion even carried a huge Ron banner to cheer. It startled him. He even yelled loudly, the light of the Southern House. The dream and hope of the Southern House, the #1 clan in the world, made Dezo feel embarrassed. Seeing that this guy is always teasing him. The elders also began to explain that there are 2 ways to evaluate. First, you can challenge one of the people here and duel with them. You can join any team according to your preference, but you are only allowed to duel once. If you lose, you have to challenge again next year. Second, one person will go up to the arena and complete 5 duels. The evaluation is not based on win or lose, but will be given after completing all 5 duels. The rules have been announced. The exam begins. A disciple boldly challenged the vice leader of the Southern House Merchant Alliance. His name is Nam Kung Hwan. This startled everyone. In his previous life, he single-handedly defeated 100 enemies on the battlefield. He is the 100 kills Nam Lin Hwan, a swordsman of the Southern House Merchant Alliance. The deputy leader declared that if he could hold on for 10 seconds, he would accept him into the sword division of the Merchant Guild. But enduring these 10 seconds is not easy. The old man was as fast as lightning, but after attacking, he was blocked by Huan. He then struck out with a powerful sword strike. This time, Huan also directly unleashed the 3 moves of the iron sword. However, with a single swipe, the deputy leader broke it. However, he did allow him to pass because he recognized the potential of this kid. If carefully honed, he would become the supreme sword of the world. The next contestant, Diso, took the initiative to step up. He challenged an unknown disciple, but ended up being beaten badly. It was just a performance, but it was already too much. This made Jack Ion very frustrated. He even heard some disciples behind him talking bad about him. Young Master UD is a waste. Isn't his name now Crazy 3 Tai? He immediately turnings back to scold them. If you're shallow, just keep your mouth shut. Instead, you go on blabbering for others to see your shallowness. How dare you let your mouth wander in front of him like that? His father at this moment released a terrifying aura, calling out to the kids. Why is it so dull? There's not a hint of interest. How can this be called the number 1 family in the world? But the deputy strategist beside him began to stir the pot. Therefore, I have a suggestion for the Lord Commander. I want the Lord Commander to compete with his brothers right here. Everyone was shocked. Diso thought about the scene of his dantian shattering and was terrified. The 3 brothers immediately jumped down to the arena, with the younger brother Diso planning to slip away. But his father's face was too tense, so he had to fight to make it fairer. The 3 brothers will not use internal energy. The deputy strategist was also happily cheering. In fact, that day he had given Diso a pill containing 15 profound internal energy. But he was completely unharmed, and the only one capable of this was the head of the Nam Kung family. On the competition floor, this was the first time Diso spoke with the 3 brothers, but he showed no compromise, directly charging to attack him. With a loud bang, the arena shook and a large hole was made. Is he trying to kill someone? Fortunately, Diso managed to dodge in time, otherwise it would have been disastrous. Today, after observing your actions and the matches of my disciple, I realize you have no interest in martial arts at all. Exactly, the handsome 3 brothers thought he would go easy, but he struck even harder. The speed was too fast. Diso could only use the 3 Tai sword technique to block the blows. Although the 3 brothers' sword was very heavy, he ultimately managed to block it. This shocked everyone, and the 3 brothers grew even angrier. Because just now he has broken the ultimate sword skill of the 3rd brother with the simplest sword technique. He frantically charged forward to attack him. At this rate, he would get punched in the face. Just wait and see. So he had to use a shabby sword technique to defend himself. Diso continuously struck at the opponent's elbows, wrists, and ankles. It caused the 3rd brother to be unable to use his strength. However, as he swung his sword, the younger brother started to show off his acting skills by falling down. He was about to gently concede and leave when the 3rd brother stopped him. You think you can play tricks in front of me and escape so easily? Do you think I wouldn't notice? He wants to challenge Diso. His father asked how the youngest was doing. This guy is starting to act like he's losing. The onlookers can see he doesn't have any strength left to swing his sword. How can he fight against the powerful 3rd brother? This makes the 3rd brother even angrier. If you leave like this from today on, you will no longer be my brother but my enemy. And in my memory, I have never gone easy on any enemy I considered a foe. That's really frustrating, asking for mercy and still not being allowed. In this rematch, they will use real swords. Moreover, they will also use 3 parts of their power he can't resist. Because in this world, everyone has the same level of martial arts. Before the battle, there was a threat to Diso. If he doesn't fight seriously, he will have to leave both hands on the platform. Everyone was shouting and cheering, but he couldn't feel anything other than the 3rd brother. He swung his sword with a loud command, slicing through. Although not fast, there was no way to dodge. He could only use the 3 skills of swordplay to defend against his stormy attack. He could only unleash a combination of heavenly, earthly, and human skills in his attack. Both sides clashed, shaking the entire audience. Diso thought back to his previous life and felt a rush of energy. In this life, would he really have to lose an arm to be usable? No way. His entire body emitted a powerful aura, as the one who would ultimately be defeated would be him. The expressions of everyone turned serious. The third brother used his hand to break the sword in two. He said he had used 5 parts of his internal energy just to block it. The youngest should be the one bleeding, not you. So in this match he conceded defeat. After being bandaged, Dizo regained consciousness. Seeing his 2 arms intact brought him great joy. The assistant teachers beside him urged him not to sit up and to lie down instead. His wounds, which had just begun to close, reopened. Now seeing his face made him feel frustrated. If it weren't for his foul mouth, he wouldn't have been slashed like this. He told him that he was the one who won the last battle. And the third brother had entered seclusion to cultivate right after the battle ended. He couldn't even believe that he had defeated the third brother. The assistant tutor also gave him his father's reward. It turned out to be the pass for the vast library of martial arts. 3 days inside equals 10,000 martial arts books. There are even enormous martial arts treasures within. Some people experience a significant improvement in their martial arts after entering the vast library. However, there are also mixed martial arts techniques that have not been verified. Dizo could directly say it without needing to go in. This left the white-haired guy speechless. What people desire can't even be accessed. Yet the young master doesn't even want to enter. Do you really want to live like a mouse never leaving your hole? You will forever be a coward hiding in the shadows your entire life. Clearly, this guy is mocking him and he starts laughing loudly from now on. Everything has changed. After the competition, even if you are a mouse, it doesn't matter. Many people are paying attention, of course. The cats will start to act only by becoming strong. Can one survive? You only have 2 choices: become their king or kill them. Dizo is really upset. This little punk is ruining all my hidden plans. I just want to punch him now. His words are completely reasonable. But looking at that face, I still need to beat him up good. At this point, the only option is to learn martial arts to survive. Thinking back to when my elder brother gained the position of head of the family, both second brother and third brother were recognized for their talents. I decided to seriously compete for that position. That way, even if I fail, I can still enjoy the fragrance of the flowers. To confront the brothers, the minimum level I need to reach to get there is peak foundation. The most time I can extend for you is 2 years. And the second young master is in seclusion. During that time, become someone unshakable by others. To fight back, you need strength to endure. Dizo has gone to the vast library of martial arts, according to his memory. After my elder brother left the vast library, he also became a different kind of monster. The martial arts representing the past were Tai Chi, Wisdom Sword, and Free Technique. Also known as the 3 techniques. Thanks to it, he became that strong. During this time, the 3 young masters are in seclusion. Instead, the forces of the second young master and the eldest young master will target him. If he can reach the palace, that would be great. At that time, the 2 young masters will have to face each other directly. After Dizo enters there, everything will be monitored by the 2 senior brothers. The forces quickly obtain this information. It's time for Jack Ion to make his move. Inside the vast learning library, it is indeed very spacious. Everywhere, there are martial arts manuals. This guy is also greedy. Just taking a few of these to sell would bring in a fortune. The 2 senior brothers once said they learned the technique at the end of the shelf. It is the duality heart technique, which can split consciousness into 2 parts. To perform 2 types of martial arts simultaneously. If that's all it takes, then everyone in the Namkong has already tried the duality heart technique. To confront the brothers in the battle for the minor family head position, one must find out what that brother has received. It is imperative to find it. The 2 young masters of the Namkong family, Namkong Jong, are all referred to as knights or heroes. But those who know him often call him a strategist because he is very intelligent. The one he considers the most dangerous is the deputy military advisor. He immediately ordered his subordinates to arrange for 5 people to the military advisor's hall. 5 people at the vast learning library, all top-tier experts or higher, and report back to me every half hour. Clearly the cluelessness of the main character and the crazy Jack Ion has given him a sense of pressure as if he were being pursued from behind. And indeed, as predicted, Diso studied for a long time, but still could not understand the duality heart technique. He had to provide a summary of his own. From the primordial era, a small universe formed within the chaotic diagram of the universe. In that chaos order created the bipolar world. After that, the yin and yang were formed. This is called duality Tai Chi. Diso began to sit down utilizing the great listening heart technique, discovering that the internal energy in his body was moving at a very fast pace. If he tried to stop it, his blood vessels would burst. He could only perceive it by adding the flavor of the duality heart technique to the heart technique he was practicing, thereby separating yin and yang. This guy was able to accomplish it easily. He even forgot to self-praise that he is a true genius. Suddenly his body felt strange. The lower half of his body was as cold as ice while the upper half was hot as if on fire. Then a wave of pain came. His vision gradually became blurry. Anyway, it's a lost cause, might as well take a risk and see what happens. Diso directly mixed the two currents of air together. He only heard a cry that was even more tragic than before. But a moment later, suddenly his whole body felt no pain at all anymore. You thought it was just the pain that made you lose sensation. Then you felt strange currents in your body. The spirit of the creator of this technique must be stunned. This guy immediately entered the small city. This kid is too unreal. The 5 elements have already started circulating within him. This is truly absurd, and this kid has no idea about it. Yet his body adjusted automatically for the 5 elements to circulate rhythmically. Among the methods of grasping the yin-yang, the 3 techniques unexpectedly have such illogical ways. This absurd situation, whether in life or death, I am seeing for the first time. But if this process doesn't go as desired and gets reversed, he will become a cripple. 2 currents then went straight to your head. No matter what, it cannot be stopped. Like an explosion in his head with a buzz, Diso immediately fainted. When you opened your eyes again, 3 days had passed. Peanut hasn't learned anything, and this time it was all for nothing. You suddenly felt the energy flow in your body was a bit strange. Something was moving below your navel. It was the seed of the 5 elements also being transported rhythmically. They also recognized the talent of the ones at the top. Can you become strong like your father and grandfather, together with the celestial demon? Back then they were all great figures, great names, top leaders in the world. This is very worth looking forward to. Diso felt lost because he had slept for 3 days and no one came to pick him up. Suddenly the 2 senior brothers came here. This made him a bit panicked. Since when did the 2 brothers care about him like this? Clearly they came to probe this time's achievements. The 2 brothers took him to a lavish feast. This guy hasn't eaten anything for 3 days, immediately becoming a glutton. Surely the 2 brothers wouldn't poison me with such delicious food, right? This made the 2 brothers stop. This guy had no manners at all, eating like a hungry ghost. I wonder what the vice military advisor sees in the kid. Clearly he is just an innocent child in the growing age. Suddenly Diso became unusually serious. Thought he wanted to ask something important. But this guy just said, "These dishes were too delicious," asking for a few more plates, leaving the 2 brothers speechless. "What are you eating so much for, dude?" Suddenly the 2 brothers realized Diso's technique of picking up food was indeed the yin-yang heart technique. Yet his body was familiar with this, he himself didn't even know. For now the kid was just like a small snake, posing no threat to him. Even Diso didn't understand why the 2 brothers treated him so well. He has the nickname of being colder than anyone, a callous person, a 3-headed snake. But immediately after that he learned the reason. 2 brothers directly said, "Brother also practices the duality heart technique at the Manhwa library." Clearly the elder brother had only mastered the duality heart technique just a year ago. Anyway, it's just a trivial martial art, you shouldn't worry too much, just a trivial martial art. Diso felt something was off. Thanks to it my dantian has expanded, hasn't it? A seed of dantian has also formed. It feels like standing in the middle of a refreshing green plateau. Not only that, but he could also see the smallest details clearly. This made the 2 brothers shiver. Isn't that the gaze of the elder brother looking far away? Furthermore, there was the smug smile of the deputy strategist. I must find out the source of the distance emanating from you. At this moment Diso was running towards his father because he thought the elder brother must have noticed something from their father to be that strong. So he felt he had to come here and see for himself. Unexpectedly, he was also waiting for him. As soon as he entered the main hall, his father's aura was terrifying, making him tremble. I know my father is a formidable person, but to this extent it's too frightening. Feels like being stripped bare. I have observed the elder brother very carefully. I also thought that as long as I put in effort I could catch up to him. But I can't see anything in my father. The Namkung family is frightening like this. If I want to survive, I can only quickly sneak away from here. He also mentioned that when observing his ancestor successfully practicing the duality heart, he saw the great golden dragon appear. When Namkung Dai observed me, he said he saw a large sword wanting to become powerful. That is the instinct of a martial artist. Then he directly asked what I wanted. All right, after all, I have to lie for him to reveal something. Let's seize the opportunity and try to speak the truth. Actually, I just want to go home, raise fish, and grow more vegetables. I don't have any talent in martial arts. Even just reading books at the Wanhak library makes my head hurt like crazy. And I think my elder brother will be the heir to the head of the Namkung family in the future. I have no thoughts about that position at all. He laughed maniacally, which startled him. In the past, the Namkung family also had someone like that. Throughout their life, that person never had a single scratch, not even the tiniest one. Diso was also curious. Surely that was some wealthy person living a life of luxury, having everything without working. He pointed to the sky, saying that person was up there. Is he referring to that person who has ascended to heaven? Diso felt bored hearing that. Does that mean my dreams can't even come true? He didn't know that his father was talking about his grandfather, the former head of the Namkung family. He had to be silent for a while. He didn't expect that his father and son would have the same dream. Although deep down it seems this kid is hiding something. I hope my father will bless his grandson. He had to experience it directly to realize how difficult it is to live a leisurely life. Suddenly the door burst open and Namkung John entered, filled with anger. Namkung John boldly paid his respects to his father. I have something to ask of you, father. Please let me see his abilities clearly. Diso was startled to hear his senior brother's words. He was incredibly surprised. Namkung Han remained silent, his face filled with joy and satisfaction as he looked at his two children. Diso slowly approached Namkung John. Finally Namkung Han spoke up. What is your reason? Namkung John firmly stated, because I feel vague. I want to know what he is thinking. Namkung Han showed no surprise and gently said, is that so? If you and he fight against each other, there's no need to decide a winner. It's clear that you will win. This victory or defeat is unnecessary. Diso was secretly delighted, happily supporting. That's right, father is indeed wise. However, Namkung John was still not willing to give up. He presented several reasons to convince Namkung Han. He belongs to the direct line of the world. He will also be the heir to martial arts, which is one of the very important aspects for someone who can inherit the position of the family head. Namkung Han coldly asked. So what? Namkung John earnestly pleaded. Please allow me to compete with him. Diso behind him couldn't believe his ears. He was stunned, speechless. Meanwhile, Namkung John made a request. If I lose, I will do anything he wants. I will publicly declare to everyone in the world that he is the legitimate heir of Namkung. The second senior brother smiled confidently, his eyes sparkling with faith in his own abilities. For me, this is a favorable opportunity. Regardless of the outcome, I swear I will not do anything to harm him. Behind Diso was pulling his hair out, filled with frustration. How could he possibly lose? Namkung Han nodded in agreement, slowly being persuaded. Namkung Han turned to ask Diso's opinion. What do you think? Diso covered his face for a moment, trying to take deep breaths to regain his composure. He told himself, calm down, I will ask again properly and make this seem like it never happened. After taking a deep breath, Diso calmly reported to his father. As far as I know about this competition, since both sides are evenly matched, one side will likely be seriously injured during the contest. If the martial arts are too different, the outcome is meaningless. To compete, someone must be designated to fight on behalf of both sides. Those who will fight on behalf of my brother are all strong and are masters. As for my side, we only have the maids for laundry and cooking, Diso firmly asserted. This competition is very unreasonable. I suggest you reconsider, father. Although I am grateful, it seems difficult to implement. He shut his eyes tightly, secretly pleased. It was indeed a perfect rebuttal. Namkung Han replied indifferently. There are still people on your side. Heaven strikes to avoid meals. Diso asked with a frown. Are you talking about that annoying senior brother? He is afraid of small birds. Are we really going to send the maid out to compete one of these days? Namkung John pretended to stroke his chin and thought. Seems you don't know, do you? About the events that occurred in the aristocratic family during the 3 days you were at the Grand Library. Diso asked in surprise, what happened? Namkung John replied, just don't faint when you hear it. The military advisor has summoned and created a force for you already. Diso exploded with anger. I knew it was that crazy name, trust me. I'm not afraid of a strong enemy, only afraid of a foolish teammate. Diso clenched his fist, swearing in his heart, I will kill you. The scene shifted to 3 days earlier. Namkung John growled coldly, feeling as if he had aged a few years. He rubbed his forehead, lamenting, although pulling in forces for the young lord keeps me very busy. He angrily threw the book he was studying on the table, silently complaining. But from going to the bathroom, cleaning the courtyard, wiping the stairs, clearing the roof to trimming the trees, do I really have to pay attention to every little trivial task? Namkung John was more resentful than ever. Each resentful guy named Namkung Lam has piled all the work onto his disciple. So now I bet the master is quite leisurely, right? He was again engrossed in reading the book on the table. Every day I have to wipe 100 steps. That's a task these servants have to go up and down 10 times. Suddenly, Namkung John's gaze stopped on a mysterious page of the book, causing him to exclaim, oh, something is about to change. He flipped through the stack of books as if searching for something. Namkung John was unusually calm, no longer filled with any resentment. Instead, he focused quietly on reading the stack of books. Namkung John seemed to be cursed by a pressure point, suddenly bursting out laughing. The laughter was truly haunting as the smile on his face gradually lost its humanity, and his eyes displayed malice. If he were an ordinary person, he absolutely could not handle such a workload. The servant of the Namkung aristocracy, the best in the world, could not be chosen carelessly. Namkung John seemed to have understood the divine insight bestowed upon him. He decisively slapped his right hand on the glass. Before the young lord makes his move, I must get them to join his side. But there was one thing that made our assistant military advisor ponder how to win them over. Because they are martial artists taking menial jobs in the Namkung aristocracy to train their martial arts, perhaps each one carries their own emotional scars. Those who once had glorious pasts are now just useless people. Namkung John scratched his head in deep thought. He was troubled along with Set 49. Although the identity of a servant is hard to accept, it is a force that does not belong to any faction. These people are truly suitable for the current young lord. Thinking too much really gives one a headache. In a state of high spirits, he suddenly heard a rustling sound, forcing him to look down at the source of the noise. You need to have food to have strength. After all, he had exerted himself for the young master. Namkung John decided to head to the dining room. He walked confidently with his empty stomach. Let's eat first. Living and eating is a natural thing. How can one go hungry? Namkung John took out his usual key and used all his strength to fling open the door in front of him. Standing in front of the dark room, he was distracted and hesitant to enter. Deep down, he was very curious when he heard a melodious song from inside. I wonder what the older sisters are cooking today. I must prepare gifts for the older sisters too. Namkung John was indeed worthy of being the deputy advisor. He grinned wickedly. It already smelled good from outside. Is it boiled chicken tonight? He was full of excitement as he entered holding a small gift in his hand, cheerfully shouting, older sisters. Here what lay before him was something he could not accept. Namkung John widened his eyes in shock. exclaiming in extreme horror, "Since when did this place have another restaurant?" Countless people were sitting there, taking food from the meal prepared by the older sisters and looking up at him. Their gaze had no trace of goodwill. They looked at him as if they held a grudge from a past life. Namkung John nearly dropped the gift in his hand, stammering, "How did these people gather in the young master's hall?" Suddenly, a beautiful older sister ran over, grabbing his hand and pulling him. "Deputy advisor, please sit here." Namkung John, still in shock, asked the other person, "Sister Xiongyan, what is going on?" Xiongyan looked over the people sitting there and happily said, "They are the ones who have worked hard. The aristocratic family always eats all the food, leaving nothing for them. So there is not enough food for everyone. The steward always treats them like this." He was thrown into a corner of the table. "Please sit down, the food will be brought up soon." The food was served continuously nearby. A maid was heard talking, "Today we have prepared a special dish. Every day we have to transport weapons and do heavy work, so we need to eat well." The young man felt shy, thanking her. "The refined lady has treated us. Please don't be so polite. I'm just a maid," Lien Yen said from a distance, holding a small gift box, speaking loudly to everyone. "I have prepared some light snacks while working." Several men praised her while eating. They were very satisfied with today's feast. Lien Yen, Xiongyan, the steward, all of them were wonderful people deserving of respect. Another person interjected, "That's right, her cooking skills are even better than the head chef." Quite impressive, Namkung John thought for a moment. It was indeed remarkable to gather such rare servants, and they even received goodwill. The older sisters were truly exceptional. Suddenly a large man appeared next to Namkung John. He walked over and sat down beside him, not forgetting to complain, "Oh my." Upon seeing Namkung John, he happily spoke up, "My lord, what brings you here? I never expected to meet such a noble lord here." The deputy strategist looked at him somewhat bewildered. Who is this person? Then he remembered Namkung John was once again surprised to look at the man who was greeting him. Isn't this the legendary master? A person who once topped the martial arts world, the leader of Shaolin, and had represented the martial arts of Central Plains, the 8th Grandmaster of the Breaking Barriers. After losing an arm, it was rumored that the man left Shaolin in a state of psychological shock. He stepped out, slaughtering anyone who dared to block his way, then vanished without a trace. Now he is sitting here at the Namkung family, calmly tidying up the garden. Namkung John laughed heartily and politely replied, "I just stopped by for a meal." He nodded in praise. "The food here is indeed very delicious." Then he bowed and said, "The deputy strategist has only come here to eat. I think it's truly impolite to make a fuss." Sung Yen stepped forward, her voice full of anger. "The glutton has already eaten 3 bowls, and is still pretending not to eat. What are you sitting there for? There are many others who haven't even tasted a drop of liquor." Namkung John was startled and quickly said, "Don't make this person angry, elder sister. If he truly gets angry, it would be very dangerous." He foolishly replied with a smile, "I already said I am not the glutton." Sung Yen teased, "Go ahead and eat another bowl. I will prepare some snacks and late-night food for you. The people here really keep him on edge, huh?" Sung Yen softly said to him. "Oh, the manager has something to say to you." The man looked startled. What does he want to say to me?" Sung Yen explained. "When Lian Yin encountered some thugs at the market, you were the one who helped her. What I mean is that I prepared this meal to thank you, and isn't it said that your strength is very formidable? A normal person would have a hard time standing still when encountering thugs." He blushed and shouted, "That's right. Does she have anything else to say to me?" Some people around were happily eavesdropping. Could it be? Sung Yen laughed loudly, winking at him. "The rest is a secret." The elder seemed disappointed, his face falling and looking quite pitiful. Everyone around was too familiar with this scene, all laughing and mocking him. "I knew it'd look at his hope," someone said loudly. "This is an insult to a person who was a leader in the martial arts, Nam being humiliated like this." The elder looked very angry, his face flushed, filled with killing intent. The rage in his hand flared up. "Are you looking down on me just because I have only one arm?" Suddenly the manager appeared behind him. "Old uncle, calm everyone down." Everyone is eating, so don't make noise anymore, eat up. As for these gentlemen, I will give them an additional chicken leg, so please wait this time. The assistant scholar opened his eyes to new experiences. He suddenly realized the price these servants were actually martial artists, who didn't care about me at all. If there is no strength or martial skill, I didn't expect them to be so obedient. If the master meets these ladies, he might just faint. Nam Kung Jan suddenly remembered something. Wait a minute, Nam Kung Jan thought to himself. Isn't this a perfect opportunity? A person once called a dragon, a person once called a monster, a person once called a king, a person once called a noble, watching those people eat heartily. Nam Kung Jan thought to himself that there were a total of 50 people like that, a suitable number to form an army. His eyes suddenly showed a hint of worry. Those who could not be together in one place gathered here thanks to the ladies. They just enjoyed a hearty meal and received gifts to take home. Who wouldn't like that? The group laughed joyfully. A man saw the manager happily calling out, "Miss, this stew is so delicious that I can't leave Nam Kung." A fat man beside him slurped the soup down to the last drop, loudly saying, "Some have never eaten it before and some have eaten more than once." The manager heard this and chuckled. "You're joking. The atmosphere is really exhilarating. The moment has come." Nam Kung Jan decisively clenched his fist. I cannot miss this perfect opportunity. He envisioned a powerful army he would have in the future. To bring back to the young master, please wait for me. The subordinates will gather strength for the young master, so they can stand before you waiting for orders. It's time to act. Nam Kung Jan confidently raised his voice like a bird singing, presenting nobility but with a prepared script. Nam Kung Jan laughed loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, here, the assistant strategist of Nam Kung has something to say to you. I know your past very well." Tun just picked up a piece of meat and put it in his mouth. He looked at the assistant strategist with a wary gaze. Indeed, he came here with a purpose. Nam Kung Jan respectfully clasped his hands in greeting everyone, understanding in his heart what they thought of him. His face turned serious. "I want you all to become people of the young master. I hope you will agree." Tun gently picked his nose. He breathed a sigh of relief. I was so unnecessarily tense. But soon after he bluntly refused. "Sorry, you two have the wrong person." Then he turned and secretly snapped his fingers. His voice was full of determination. "We are no longer concerned about the martial world." Nam Kung Jan couldn't hide his surprise. "Really?" A moment later the others burst into laughter. Some people calmly responded, "You've asked the wrong person. You should go somewhere else." Assistant strategist Nam Kung Jan immediately thought of a strong measure. A sinister smile appeared on his lips. "If you are no longer interested, shouldn't you go back to your hometown or go to the mountains? Why come to Nam Kung and run errands here? It's true that you're jumpy." Some elders next to him looked at each other confused. "About that? A man couldn't keep calm. Too loud because we have lost." The atmosphere became tense. Everyone's faces were droopy like a wilted bun. They sadly bowed their heads down, feeling humiliated by the loss. Losing in such a miserable way. Nam Kung Jan was simply astonished. Is it really that simple? Tone still couldn't forget that day. He and Nam Kung Han fought against each other. He still remembered the sword from that day. Speaking in fear, stuck in the sword. Nam Kung Jan sighed helplessly. He snorted softly. "Although I don't fully understand, I do understand somewhat." He immediately thought of his master. Wasn't Nam Kung Jan also once scared of him like he was a ghost? He awkwardly recounted. "I have also been disappointed dozens of times. Hundreds, thousands of times, because my master's shadow is too large. Now what's important for you all is to break the haunting sword. As a strategist, I think there's no other way." Nam Kung Jan stepped in front of the three elders, showing regret. "Forgive me, I will take my leave." Saying that, he took the gift box he had brought along. He left boldly. Nam Kung Jan thought to himself, the world's #1 Nam Kung Jan will not easily retreat. There must be another way. He saw Nam Kung Jan sadly walk away. Lien Nien hurriedly ran after him, calling out to him, "Deputy strategist, are you leaving?" Nam Kung Jan happened to think of another plan. He thought to himself, that's right, it's right now. Actions speak louder than words. He immediately played the victim, his eyes reddening. Nodding, he said, "Yes, there's an urgent matter, so I must leave first." His gaze also showed a hint of coldness. Along with that was a fierceness. "I will evoke the sympathy of the elder sisters and make them side with me." Lien Yen was saddened, "But you haven't finished your meal yet." Nam Kung-jan shoved the gift he brought into Lien Yen's hands. He said, "It's nothing, this isn't worth much, please accept my sincere gift." Before Lien Yen could react, the deputy strategist turned away sadly, leaving the restaurant at night. "I beg your pardon." Lien Yen noticed the unusual expression on her beloved deputy strategist's face. This made her sad. What's wrong with him? He doesn't look happy. She immediately went to Elder 8, who was munching on a chicken leg. "Big brother, uncle, what's wrong with the deputy strategist?" He was eating while looking at her innocently, shaking his head. "Nothing special. Except that we rejected the deputy strategist's proposal." Before he could finish his sentence, a cold gust of air rushed in from behind. A delicious bowl of soup was suddenly lifted angrily from the table by someone. Elder 8 was startled, his eyes wide open. Lien Yen seemed to transform into a different person. She was furious, asking why Elder Ba was terrified to the point of losing his soul. He stammered, "Lien Yen, look at this." The mysterious box slowly opened to everyone's astonishment, revealing dozens of sparkling pearls like pure gold. Each time the deputy strategist dined, he always brought a special gift. Ba Tun's eyes sparkled like he had just found a treasure. As he gazed longingly at what was in the girl's hand, Lien Yen sighed. "Fa Quan Su is so gentle, yet just for a small matter it must be something very simple." Ba Tun kept apologizing. I'm sorry. Gradually everyone began to notice the glimmering object in Ba Tun's hand. They were all so drawn to that strange object. The person who recognized the treasure immediately ran over excitedly, exclaiming, "Isn't this Tan Na Dan?" Curious man interjected, "What is so frightening about this?" The other person angrily replied, "So foolish. Don't you know how precious it is? There are a total of how many pills that great immortal spent a lifetime creating. One of them is Tan Na Dan, which removes impurities from the body. At least you must reach the realm of bone transformation to seize the fetus. But just by taking this Tan Na Dan, you can completely cleanse your body." After hearing the theory, the crowd felt like they had struck gold, shouting, "Treasure, treasure." Sung Nan also curiously rushed over to take a look. She gazed at the pearls. "I have 20 of these in my room. If needed, I can bring each of you one on someday." The crowd was surprised. What, Tan Na Dan is not that common? Second Hoa Na walked by, calmly saying, "I'm tired of this. Eve had too much of it. What was brought last time was better. What was it called again?" Before finishing the sentence, the others nervously stammered, "Tu Hon Dan enhances internal power." With the appearance of the treasure, the atmosphere gradually became tense. People discussed among themselves, knowing that Fo Quan Su is an influential person in the Nam Kung family, unexpectedly terrifying enough to gift valuable treasures to a maid. Rumors quickly spread. If so, then the proposal from earlier doesn't seem so bad. Nam Kung-jan quietly peeked at them through the crack of the door. He smirked wickedly. When Fo Quan Su acts, it's always successful, never a failure. This time I can go back with ease. I must find a way to win them over. Transitioning to 3 days later, Deso walked leisurely. Fortunately, the proposal from the 2 older brothers has been postponed. He angrily rolled up his sleeves, looking for Fo Quan Su. Where the hell is that bastard Nam Kung-jan? Taking this opportunity, it'll teach him a lesson he won't forget, so he won't act crazy again. Suddenly, a noise from the forest caught Deso's attention. He stopped, slowly observing the situation. It seemed that someone was hiding behind that tree. Suddenly, an old man with lightning-fast reflexes rushed forward, slashing repeatedly, causing the tree to shake violently. Remarkably, the old man's speed was like he was flooring the gas, wielding his sword even more flexibly than Xie Ban. In the blink of an eye, 3 trees were neatly trimmed. After that, the old man gently landed behind him. Looks like the job is done. The old man was Man Kong, the gardener in the manor. Deso, astonished, exclaimed, "Is it really necessary to be so overbearing just for trimming trees?" Man Kong turned to look at the boy, saying nothing. At this moment, Deso realized and asked, "Does the old man know martial arts?" Man Kong replied calmly, "I must know." Deso laughed loudly, pointing at him. Not skilled at all, Man Kong was stunned into silence. "What?" Then somewhat angrily, Deso took out a large watermelon. "That's right, I think it seems to be Wu Dang's martial arts, but he practices it too superficially." Man Kong struggled to contain his anger. The sword in his hand also shook with his breath. "How dare you say such things about the Tai Chi Sword King?" Man Kong stepped closer. His eyes filled with indignation as he stared at Deso. "Kid, what nonsense are you talking about?" he asked coldly. The Tai Chi Sword King was once the leader of Wu Dang and is the senior brother of the current Wu Dang sect master. After being defeated by Nam Kung Han, he left Wu Dang. It's not accurate to say he was expelled for causing a drunken ruckus and damaging the ancestral hall. Since then, he swore that no matter how angry he got, he would not act recklessly. Man Kong silently looked down at the boy with a dazed expression. If this were Wu Dang, all the first-generation disciples, including the sect master, would have beaten this kid's head in by now. Who would have thought that a weakling like him would dare to criticize the old man's martial arts? Deso gently formed his hand into a blade shape and softly said, "So when trimming trees, don't use your martial arts clumsily. Just cut what needs to be cut. If something happens, only you will get hurt. You've heard Zuza say that, right?" Man Kong didn't bother listening to what he said. He was lost in his own world. In this small yard, you can't cause a ruckus. This arrogant kid, could it be the youngest son of Nam Kung? So what? After a while, Deso bid him farewell and left. "Well, then I'm off. I haven't slept for 3 days. I'm really sleepy now anyway. Take care and don't get hurt." Man Kong suddenly called out, "Wait a minute. What did you see that made you think my martial arts are clumsy?" Deso sighed and replied, "Just looking, it's obvious that it's clumsy." Man Kong was unconvinced. He pointed to the neatly trimmed trees. "Where is it clumsy?" Indeed, the row of trees was trimmed perfectly, not a single gap. Overall, these trees were trimmed very neatly. But Man Kong still asked, "Don't you think so?" Deso nodded. "Yeah, not only clumsy, but also ineffective." This kid really made Man Kang's face darken. He tried to suppress his anger. Important things should be repeated 3 times. Must endure, must endure, must endure. This kid doesn't understand anything. He can't understand how profound the meaning of these trim trees is. The sword is divided into 2 types. The life sword used to save lives and the death sword used to take lives. As a Taoist of Wudong, my sword has always sought the life sword. That's true, this kid can't understand the essence of Wudong. Deso looked at the tree contemplating. Even if you are the elder of the Nonggong family, you might not understand this realm. Deso casually picked a small branch and held it out in front of him. Pruning a tree is the job of removing the excess, but your pruning doesn't miss anything. He shook it, causing the branches to fall to the ground. Therefore, it looks perfect from the outside, but just a slight shake like this and the weak branches will break. Man Kong thought differently. He loudly retorted, "I deliberately let them live. Isn't it better to leave everything as it is?" Deso smiled at him. If this were in nature, that would be true. He pointed to a bird perched nearby. There would be insects or animals using these branches for something. But this is in the Nonggong family. Not only ordinary people, but even insects and animals do not exist here. This is a place where no animals dare to approach. Therefore, humans must remove the weak branches for the tree to grow well. Man Kong was confused. Water flows from top to bottom. The strong dominate the weak. Deso cheerfully asked, "What if everything were fair?" Man Kong immediately replied, "Wouldn't that be great if everyone lived well equally?" Deso tried to hold back a laugh. "Do you really think of that way? On the contrary, competitions would arise again. A new order would emerge. And in the process of creating that new order, countless innocent lives would have to be sacrificed." "That's right." Man Kang's gaze suddenly wavered. Perhaps he didn't expect a kid of this age to think so deeply. Deso calmly continued, "Thus removing the weak is better for the remaining ones. It is necessary to create order that's right. Do you know the technique? In a normal technique, there will be a part that is mysterious. The remaining parts of the technique are all movements to prepare for that mysterious part. If all three parts of the technique are mystical, what would happen to that technique? Man Kong pondered for a moment before speaking. If so, that technique would lose its value. It would only be a meaningless repetition of an action. De So nodded in agreement. That's right. Then he quickly demonstrated several fluid movements, filling in the gaps with false moves and shortening the redundant parts. De So skillfully performed martial arts in front of his senior as if wanting to create a technique with a natural flow. The fiery energy flared up around him, and the end of that path was a brilliant light illuminating the entire garden. Man Kong blinked, seemingly captivated by De So's presence. At this moment, Man Kong felt small before De So's towering arms. As if facing a bodhisattva, Man Kong suddenly realized the mystery he had long cherished. Just a glance was enough for him to sense the aura of Tai Chi from the pruned branches. De So focused intently on the tree in front of him, but if he continued like this, he would exhaust himself. Man Kong widened his eyes, his breath starting to quicken. Before I lost Nam Kung Han said something similar. Took me a full 15 years to understand the meaning of that statement. Who would have thought I would hear a similar statement from this kid today? Could it be that the answer I seek lies with him? Man Kong mumbled, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Found you, kid. He was angry about being interrupted, turning to glare at the approaching figure. But upon closer inspection, it was a familiar face, Li Han. The divine doctor approached with an angry expression, clenching his fist and rushing toward De So. Kid, do you know how long Eve been looking for you? Li Han grabbed De So and pulled him along. The divine doctor shouted loudly as he walked. Hurry up and follow me, I need to check your pulse. De So yawned, repeatedly explaining that he was too sleepy and was on his way to bed. Man Kong stood alone, watching the two figures depart. He looked back at the row of trees he had just tended, telling himself that he had indeed gone a bit overboard. Tun suddenly appeared and asked, "What are you doing standing here?" He looked after Li Han, puzzled. Isn't that the divine doctor? I never thought I would meet him like this suddenly. Man Kong spoke up. Eve found the answer Eve been searching for. As soon as he finished the statement, Tun immediately held back, not understanding what his old friend was talking about. A moment later, De So arrived home and immediately fell into a deep sleep, snoring contentedly on the bed. Li Han sat beside him, looking at him with a joyful expression. He silently thought that it was completely different from before. The bones were back in place, the bleeding had also gradually decreased and was recovering. He would live a comfortable life without worrying about illness like a truly healthy person. However, he still had concerns. If I hadn't known he had suffered from blood and chi injuries, even I, a divine doctor, wouldn't have recognized it and would have overlooked it. Now the heavenly martial body had completely taken over. Li Han gently entered the room. De So anxiously asked, "He's been sleeping continuously for 2 days. Could something be wrong?" Li Han continued to acupuncture, calmly responding, "No, he's still healthy. Worrying is unnecessary." Suddenly, a strange scent spread through the room. Li Han took a deep breath, suddenly realizing what the smell was. Could it be Qingya Dan? This isn't suitable for the status of a maid. He remembered Nam Kung John. That's right, it's clear that the Nam Kung family has stored it somewhere. After a moment of hesitation, the divine Dr. Han also left, thinking that perhaps he had been mistaken. Just as she finished speaking, Shuang Yin calmly took out a Thanya pill and put it in her mouth, then handed another one to Lai Yen Yen. The snacks are almost gone. Should we ask Fo Quan Su to get some more? Lai Yen Yen nodded in agreement to ask for more. That evening, De So finally woke up. He wandered around the mansion lazily, taking in everything, his face clearly showing fatigue after a long sleep. He complained, "As soon as I left the Wan Shui library, I was dragged from one place to another. I'm so tired. Even after sleeping for 2 days, I still feel sleepy." As he passed by the bamboo forest, he stretched. "I need to take a walk for a bit." But De So did not expect that a shadow was hiding behind a rock, observing all his actions. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves made him stop in his tracks. Sensing something unusual, He glanced over and discovered someone was watching him. Deso called out loudly, "Who is there?" Uncle Tan slowly stepped out from the bamboo forest, praising him. "Very good, you can recognize me." Deso was surprised and pointed at him. He suddenly felt a chill. "It really is scary. We aren't close enough to meet like this in the middle of the night. Are we?" 8 hurriedly explained, after asking the maidens. "I found out you were here. I have been waiting for you for 2 days. But I couldn't meet you because you were sleeping. Therefore, he could only do it this way." Deso's mouth dropped open. "Wait, you waited for me for 2 whole days?" His eyes suddenly narrowed, then he looked up and asked, "Wait a second." Pointing at Uncle Tan, curious, "Are you a martial artist?" Uncle Tan nodded. "Oh, you can sense it. I conceal my internal energy quite perfectly, don't I?" Deso thought for a moment, then stepped back in fear. "Could it be that you are a bandit?" Uncle Tan shook his head in denial. "You shouldn't compare me to those fools." Deso sighed in relief, sat down on a nearby wooden bed, comfortably looking at Uncle Tan. "Thank goodness. No matter where you come from, I don't care. Even if you are a mountain bandit, I won't say a word." He lightly patted the chair, urging him to sit down to ease his tired legs. Uncle Tan suddenly lowered his voice, pointing at Deso to intimidate him. "Aren't you afraid it'll come after you?" Deso sighed with a laugh. "If you were a dangerous person, the maidservants wouldn't have told you where I was." Uncle Tan chuckled and sat down beside Deso. The strange kid. The two fell silent, gazing at the sky, each lost in their own thoughts. A cool breeze rustled through the bamboo leaves, creating a peaceful scene. Uncle Tan gently spoke. Indeed. He comfortably lay down on the large bed, laughing heartily. "It's very comfortable here, just as you said." Deso reminded him, "I didn't tell you to lie down." Uncle Tan looked at him with dissatisfaction and then sat up. Instinctively, he coughed a few times, admitting, "After all, I am indeed a martial artist. In the past, I was someone great beyond your imagination." Deso enthusiastically asked, "How do you compare to my father?" Uncle Tan blushed, rebutting, "Except for him, go on, you are a heartless person." Deso laughed. "I was just joking." 8. Tan hugged his left arm and said seriously, "I once fought against your father and lost badly. I lost an arm." Deso naturally felt tears welling up. "I don't know why I understand that feeling." What he just said surprised him a bit. 8. Tan awkwardly patted his head. "Why do you feel sorry for me for losing an arm?" Deso wiped his tears with his hand while shaking his head. Deso lowered his head, tears silently falling. His heart filled with indescribable emotions. Surely he has gone through many hardships. 8. Tan nodded while picking his nose. Deso suddenly grabbed his hand, feeling a surge of doubt. Could it be that this kid with his tear-streaked face is the one hiding in the southern clan to seek revenge? My father is truly someone who only knows martial arts, a tough and conservative person. 8. Tan felt embarrassed, his face flushed, looking away, not daring to look directly. Deso suddenly had an idea. If you really want revenge, there's only one way. 8. Tan, though uninterested, still asked curiously, "What way is that?" "Yes, this kid may be young, but he's really cheeky." Deso smirked. "That way is if you live to be 130 years old, then you can defeat my father. No one can resist age. That's just ridiculous." Deso pretended to ponder, looking up at the sky, advising Batten should give up. "If you give up, you will feel more comfortable than usual." He thought that regression could achieve everything. But whether it was regression or reincarnation, nothing would change. In the past, he had been stabbed in the stomach, so seeking revenge on the southern clan and his brothers seemed unreasonable. Deso stood alone, sighed. "You should go back to pruning the trees." 8. Tan immediately turned and left in a panic. Suddenly, he stopped, bursting with power, waves of fiery energy spreading throughout the forest. A beam of golden light appeared. 8. Tan roared, "I spent 15 years realizing something so simple." Deso was almost scared enough to run away. The angrier 8 Tan got, the more his power erupted. He was like a huge flame spreading bright red light. He felt enlightened, telling himself, "That's right, if I give up, I will feel more comfortable." 8 Tan's eyes shone brightly like lights in the auditorium. He was like a giant god filled with mysterious strength. Deso stood tucked in a corner watching 8 Tan unleash his power, thinking to himself, the kind-hearted Shaolin. 8-tan possesses goodness, clearly a famous master of martial arts. He clasped his hands and walked away. Dassault asked in surprise, "Did you learn martial arts from Shaolin?" 8-tan chuckled lightly, nodding Umitba. He reminded to pass the word to the deputy military advisor. "If I am still alive and return, I will accept his proposal." After that, 8-tan tossed his robe and left, saying he would go ahead. Dassault was still in shock, quickly calling out, "Wait, are you planning to seek revenge on my father? What if we let everything pass quietly like it is now?" But the expression in 8-tan's eyes showed determination. "Didn't you say that if you give up, it would be more comfortable? Now I'm gonna give up." Dassault, confused, scratched his head. "What I meant was not to give up this life." Before he could say more, 8-tone had vanished, leaving only the echoing words, "Then we will meet again in the future." Dassault sighed, looking up at the stars in the sky, wondering if there would be a future. Thinking back, he wondered what that vice strategist wanted to take revenge for. 8-tone had come to find Namkung Hanhei appeared before the Namkung family estate, looking up at the Tumte sign in his heart. "Later, when we meet again, I will officially greet you." He was curious about what the world that you created would be like. Mankong had already appeared beside 8-tone, gently asking, "As I said, meeting young Master UT is good, right?" 8-tone nodded, laughing loudly. "That's right." The two of them walked forward, confidently entering the enemy's auditorium. Mankong said, "Come on, let's go." The invisible chains of the Namkung family head had been firmly attached to them. That is the chain that has bound them for the past 15 years. Mankong and 8-tone walked in proudly to meet Namkung Han. 8-tone confidently spoke. "Added a feud, it has been over 15 years since we last met like this. Today I come to challenge you." Mankong made a request. "Buddha of infinite virtue, can the two of us join forces?" Namkung Han slowly stood up, his cold voice rang out. "All right, if it's the two of you, then you do have the qualifications to challenge me." He gathered his spiritual energy, stepping with great authority. It seemed that even a single step could crush the opponent. "You must already have the answer. So what does this competition with me mean?" Mankong stood firm against the tremendous pressure, but resolutely replied, "Right now I am just a tree pruner. But no matter what, I am still a martial artist. So I am determined to come here to challenge you." Tone also spoke up. "How could I come to meet you without enough determination?" Namkung Han's gaze passed over the two, showing a bit of surprise. He realized they had changed. "Why have you changed?" 8-tone glanced at him, replying, "If we win, I will tell you the reason." Namkung Han laughed loudly, his voice full of enthusiasm. Interesting. The three of them immediately charged at each other, their spiritual energy surging forth. Numerous beams of light intertwined, bringing with them a sense of death. A violent explosion rang out, shaking the entire auditorium. Flames erupted, and when the smoke cleared, Mankong and 8-tone had vanished, leaving only two deep holes. Outside the corridor, Namkung Han looked at them with an interested gaze. They took a hit indeed. Those two have been beaten to a pulp, their limbs torn apart in so much pain that they can't stand up. Namkung Han coldly asked, "So, what is the reason?" Mankong laughed heartily. "You know, you have changed as well." Namkung Han still did not understand, suspiciously asking, "Why?" 8-tone gently replied, "Look into our eyes and you will see the reason. We changed just like you. You must have known that by now, right?" Namkung Han immediately thought of his son. His expression gradually changed, mumbling, "I have changed finally." Mankong and 8-tone couldn't withstand their internal injuries and collapsed unconscious. Namkung Han was originally a bloodthirsty person, and he was once again gathering his strength to prepare for an attack. Suddenly, his gaze changed. Namkung Han withdrew his spiritual power and his arms slowly lowered. He realized that perhaps he had changed. Looking back, Mankong and 8-tone had fainted on the spot, completely unaware. More interesting things are happening the next morning. In a small room at the back of the mansion, Dassault sneaked in. "What are the sisters doing in there?" Lianine was startled and turned around. "Why has the young master come here?" Dassault presented a small gift, giggling. Please accept this little elixir, sisters. The headmaid told me that you sisters always take care of and help me, so I thought I would come and greet the two of you in the room. Lianin was touched and sniffled. Thank you. Diso walked over to the sickbed. His eyes suddenly widened when he recognized the two familiar faces. Why are you two here? Mankang and Eight-Tone covered their faces inside. Namkung beside them also noticed something unusual, clapping his hands in praise for the fact that both had survived and returned. Mankang glanced at him, feeling frustrated as if he wanted us to be dead. Diso, somewhat fearful, stepped back. Now I understand you two didn't go looking for death, did you? The two of them stammered. Well, it's true, but it really is quite fortunate. Lianin slowly approached, surprised, and asked, Do you know them, young master? Diso looked at the two and nodded. Yeah, let's say that's the case. Then he requested Lianin to step outside for a moment. His voice became urgent. I have something I want to discuss with these two stubborn old men. When the maidens left, Mankang and Eight-Tone slowly sat up, their bodies aching. Diso quickly got to the point. Now tell me why you two are still here. Mankang looked at the sky and the earth, stammering. I'm old now, I can't remember clearly anymore. Diso's smile gradually lost its warmth. Then we need to make you remember. Diso brought up old matters and inquired about the appearance of the leader of the Viodong sect, and the abbot of the Thio Lam temple. Upon hearing this, the two were startled and frightened. Diso pretended to be leisurely whistling, then suddenly declared, There are two rats hiding in the Namkung family. Mankang immediately jumped out of bed while Eight-Tone cried without tears, pledging to tell the whole truth. In his heart, Mankang bitterly thought about being defeated by Namkung Han, losing his position as the sect leader and now being discovered as a servant in his house. This bizarre situation left him surprised, looking at Eight-Tone, who was even more agitated. His hands clenched tightly, shaking as he sat frozen. Mankang worriedly advised, If you do that, I'll get my teeth knocked out. Tone was so frustrated he couldn't speak. Diso continued to question, What happened when you left the Thio Lam temple that made you so panicked? Or did you destroy the Ancestor Hall 8? Tone admitted it was me. For the first time in his life, the master was so angry that he crushed the target into powder. He sadly exclaimed, I would rather be scolded by the master. His eyes seemed to emit fire. Diso finally understood the issue, thinking to himself, looking at their reactions, I must have guessed correctly. Diso suspected that these two had learned martial arts through improper means. Perhaps it was theft to avoid being pursued by Shaolin Temple and Wudong, that they escaped to the Namkung aristocracy. He demanded they answer exactly what he asked. Mankang whispered to Eight-Tone, Don't you smell the scent of righteousness coming from his body? Eight-Tone nodded, whispering back, If it's this child, perhaps he could defeat the monster that we have lost hope of defeating. Diso suddenly said, The weather is nice, isn't it? It's perfect for going home. He looked at them seriously, summarizing the previous events. You two challenged my father, lost the battle, and then returned, causing chaos at Wudong. Then you were caught by someone of higher status and chased away. Yes, the two nodded in confirmation. Diso continued, According to what you said, besides my father, you also fought against about 50 others from Namkung, right? The two nodded again. Why do you two keep clinging to my hand like flies? The two were hit right in the heart, awkwardly scratching their heads. Their actions were somewhat similar to flies. Mankang whispered to Eight-Tone, Now I have nowhere else to go, so we have to help each other. Diso mocked, You challenged my father and failed, and now you come to me to make me responsible. The two were cornered. Mankang whispered, He's right. Diso was so angry he turned red, but still tried to remain calm. The Taiji Sword King and the Jiatong sect are both powerful forces. That foolish deputy military advisor is still begging to become one of my people. It may sound a bit lowly to say, but I surely need some power to deal with the future. He looked at the two seriously and asked, I know you two are not ordinary people, but one cannot rely solely on intuition to work. If you want to maintain power, you need money first. Do you two have any money? Mankang looked over at Eight-Tone, who chuckled. I've spent it all on drinking. The two laughed heartily, innocently saying, What's so important about money? Diso angrily thought, These two old men are not officially part of the aristocracy. Don't dream of getting financial support from them. His eyes suddenly changed in tone. It shone with determination. If you want to join me, you must pay a joining fee of 100 taels of silver. Of course, there will be monthly rewards given. Man Kong suddenly became serious, looking straight at Diso. Young hero, it seems you are misunderstanding something. The joining fee you mentioned does not belong to us. Diso was surprised. Really? How do I compare to my father? The two immediately shook their heads. No, that's not it. Diso coughed a few times and then smiled lightly. Anyway, I am a person of conscience. As long as you have money, it's fine. If you give me money, I will help you to adjust your martial arts. Man Kong and Ba Tun lit up with excitement. Really? Outside, the three were listening intently. Lien Yin pressed close to the door, muttering, "This is getting more and more complicated." Sung Yun and Huan Yao also appeared curious. How did those three get to know each other? Lien Yin looked down at her belly. A gurgling sound echoed. Could it be that I'm hungry? The other two nodded in agreement. Hearing you say that reminds me I'm feeling hungry too. Lien Yin laughed loudly. Then let's eat together. She opened the bag that Diso had given her. Inside were several sparkling Tan Na pills. Huan Yao was surprised. Aren't these the ones the young master gave? What if we eat them and the young master asks for them back later? Lien Yin was nonchalant. What are you worried about? I can still replace them from my room. Anyway, there's still a long way to go. Eat up. Sung Yun encouraged Huan Yao by holding her hand. The divine doctor said, as long as you have a good sleep, you'll be fine. When you wake up, there won't be any issues. Huan Yao nodded. Really? Just now the old masters all looked normal. The three of them simultaneously took a few delicious Tan Na pills. All right, eat up. Suddenly a panicked shout rang out from afar. The three hurriedly put the Tan Na pills into their mouths. Lien Yin rushed over as if chased by a ghost. His face as red as burning coal, shouting loudly, "Everyone stop right now!" The other three looked at him in shock and fear. Lien Yin snatched a few Tan Na pills away. Finally he angrily asked, "This looks very familiar. Could this be Tan Na pills? How did you get them?" Lien Yin innocently replied, "I was given them." Li Han could hardly believe it. "Who gave them to you?" Just then footsteps were heard. A cheerful voice rang out, "Today you all got lucky." Nam Kung Jan appeared holding the box containing Tan Na pills, slowly approaching. Li Han angrily snatched the box from Nam Kung Jan. Upon opening it, he painfully realized there was only one Tan Na pill left. He finally trembled. "May I ask, where did all the rest go?" Nam Kung Jan calmly replied, "Of course they were all eaten." Li Han's eyes narrowed with murderous intent. "Do you know what this is?" Nam Kung Jan Hoon laughed loudly, pointing at the box. "Tan Na pills, it says on the box." "You're even teasing me. Your eyes are already blurry. Truly the effects of old age." Li Han cried without tears, angrily looking up at the sky. He growled. Then he turned to Nam Kung Jan Hoon, his aura fierce. In a cold voice, the maidservants also exude the scent of Tan Na pills. How many pills did they eat? Of 7 or 10? Nam Kung Jan was startled, stammering, "Why are you like this?" Then he hurriedly said, "Ah, I see. Could it be that the divine doctor also wants to eat, which is why it's like this? If that's the case, you should tell me. I will secretly give you a pill." Still angry and encountering a pest, Li Han's eyes were red as blood. The case of the aura crushing the box in hand. Nam Kung Jan, frightened, ran away, shouting loudly, "No, I said I would give it to you. Why are you doing this to me? All right, save the person." A sudden noise attracted the attention of the three people in the room. Diso curiously opened the door to check the situation. He asked loudly, "Why is it so noisy outside?" Upon seeing Nam Kung Jan, "It's been a long time." Nam Kung Jan, with a tear-streaked face, ran over and called out earnestly. Young Master Diso was originally going to find him, but upon seeing him appear, he scolded, "What are you doing here?" Before he could finish his sentence, Nam Kung Jan hurriedly hid behind him. He seemed to be very scared. So was even more surprised. "What is happening?" Li Han also stepped forward to inquire about the situation of Man Kong and Ba Tun. The two of them seemed to still be awake. They immediately thanked Li Han. "Thank you. Thanks to you, we can rest comfortably. But you should still rest for a few more days," Li Han advised Man Kong and Ba Tun, who shook their heads, saying it was unnecessary. "We have urgent matters to attend to." Meanwhile, John was still trying to cling to his leg. While Diso just wanted to give him a beating, Li Han looked at Nam Kungjan with a murderous gaze. Then there's no other way, I also have things to do. Deso smirked, I got the situation now. He then handed Nam Kungjan over to Li Han. It seems you want to have a chat with him more, right? Li Han nodded. Exactly. Then he grabbed Nam Kungjan's collar and dragged him away. Nam Kungjan could only scream in despair. Young master, please don't. Deso didn't care. He turned to talk to the maidens. You all go ahead. I need to talk to these two a little longer before joining you. After a while, everyone left. The three went to the bamboo forest behind the SOS residence as if they were familiar with the path. This should be good. Use any martial arts you know. I will observe. If anything is wrong, I will let you know. Man Kong gently drew his sword and accepted the command. The sword was raised high in the air. A deadly aura gradually enveloped the surrounding space. Man Kong followed the direction of the sword's movement. The divine aura also shifted with it. Man Kong gently moved the sword, dancing with graceful strokes. The divine aura burst forth powerfully. Just with a light stroke of the sword was enough for Deso to feel the death approaching. A large amount of spiritual energy surged, pushing him back. A gust of spiritual energy brushed past his face. He felt it was the wind. Wow, Baetun said beside him, are you serious? Man Kong seemed to have merged with the sword, paying no attention to the world around him, gracefully moving the sword. The sword was guided by the wind, directing itself towards the breeze, harmonizing with nature. His martial arts were based on that foundation. Finally, Man Kang's swordsmanship reached the highest realm. Man Kong, drenched in sweat, breathed a sigh of relief and asked how was it. Deso clapped his hands, signaling it was indeed quite good. Man Kong suddenly felt confused, not understanding if this was a compliment or criticism. Baetun and Man Kong were somewhat annoyed that their skills were not recognized. They pointed at Deso. No matter what, lying is still bad, very bad. If it's about pride, you could just say it, no need for that. We understand everything. Deso was tense, thinking hard, what should I do now? I truly see it that way, to prove my words are true, to show them. Deso directly took the sword from Man Kang's hand. Give me the sword, I will wield the sword just as you did. He stepped to a corner in front. Man Kong, the adult, called out. Okay, if you can do it, then go ahead and try. Man Kong laughed heartily, a proud expression clearly visible on his face. Since childhood, he had spent about 15 years mastering Tai Chi and honing it to perfection. He understood that only those with deep enlightenment could wield the Hu sword. Then Deso closed his eyes, focusing on feeling the soul of the sword. He recalled each movement, each gesture, each technique that Man Kong had just demonstrated. Then Deso swung the sword forward, skillfully moving the Hu sword in the way Man Kong had illustrated. At this point, Man Kong looked towards the young master. His eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, Deso is just like him from back then. From the flowing techniques of the sword, rising and falling, moving left and right, everything was unmistakable. Baetun approached his friend, saying loudly, it looks pretty good. Deso was still engrossed in moving with the sword. The first movement of the closed system was gradually reaching its conclusion. After firmly grasping the sword in his hand, Deso realized that this type of martial art became stronger the more it was practiced. Now he understood why martial artists were willing to sacrifice their lives to obtain such extraordinary skills. Shall we dance the sword a bit more? Baetun suddenly realized something. Man Kong beside him was astonished to the point of being struck by lightning. He witnessed the martial arts he had painstakingly honed over the years now being effortlessly replicated by a child. The sharp tip of the sword pierced through a falling leaf nearby. A surge of spiritual energy erupted, the second essence of the HEW sword. Deso performed several sword moves to demonstrate the fluidity of the sword enveloping his body. His sword movements were quick and decisive. His body floated, blending with the sword strokes. With each step, each swing of the sword, and each thought, the leaves swayed to his rhythm. The dance in his mind continued without pause. I don't want to stop here, I want to practice more. He told himself, a little more effort, practice. A bit more so. Those two old men can see that inside the SOS body. The green seed is shaking, continuously radiating a powerful energy. 8-Ton opened his eyes wide in amazement, exclaiming, "Maybe after he finishes training we will have to return to the sect." Steal? He suddenly stopped saying that much. I can't think of anything else, and also reminded not to act rashly but to go by feeling. Understand. This technique is very suitable for the old man who prunes trees, stealing from the Wudang sect. The more he practiced, the lighter and more comfortable his body became. That is why people in the martial world risk their lives for this technique. The Tai Chi Hui sword is not a stolen item, right? The SOS explanations opened Man Kang's eyes, causing him to tremble continuously. Suddenly he shouted, "Do you want to help me establish the greatest martial school in the world?" His face brightened as if he had just found gold. He eagerly grabbed the SOS hand, proposing, "I will take responsibility and promote you to the head of the school." 8-Ton beside him also expressed Amitba. "Have you ever heard of the 1,000-year Shaolin? Do you want to help me turn Shaolin Temple into the greatest Buddhist sect in the world?" Deso pointed at the old man, trying to make a request. The old man had once spoken those strange words. "Show me your martial arts." Upon hearing this, the old man shook his head in refusal. "I don't see it that way." Deso waved his hand and walked away. Then him leaving. "If you bring 200 taels, I will teach you more. After thinking, come to the hall to find me." Seeing him refuse, 8-Ton began to ponder. Man Kang was robbed of the Hui sword by this little brat. After seeing I can't easily show my moves, the old man recalled the techniques Deso had just demonstrated. Wondering why, I could feel the aura of Master Damo from that child. Not letting the old man think further, Man Kang took the sword, mumbling as he walked, 200 taels, just 200 taels will do." This made 8-Ton panic, asking, "Where are you going?" He put on a gloomy expression, replying, "I will go to the Wudong sect. Stealing 200 taels is enough, right?" The old man helplessly yelled, "Have you lost your mind?" Chapter 8-Ton patted his friend on the shoulder, advising, "The martial arts you practiced your whole life were imitated by that little brat in just one try." "Huh? You must be shocked. He has a rare talent in the world, no different from a genius." "But geniuses are very rare in the world. Don't worry." Man Kang seemed to ignore all the words, looking sad. "No, you don't understand. There is a story that is only passed down to the heir of the Hui sword." He suddenly remembered the advice his master had given him long ago. When the two of them stood on the grass, the master's call echoed, "Man Kang. At that time you were still a young teenager," hurriedly replying, "Yes, master." The old master sighed, his voice full of disappointment. "In the past, I accepted you as my disciple because I saw your talent, but you lack the character of a true martial artist." Man Kang blushed, scratching his head. "I'm sorry. Recently, I've been less hot-tempered. I want fight with my fellow disciples without reason anymore, master." The master gently called his name. Man Kang, he quickly replied, "Yes, master." The golden sunset enveloped the landscape, creating a serene atmosphere. The master continued, "A true martial artist never fights." Then he slowly drew the sword, speaking gently. "All right, then now you have become the heir of the Hui sword. Now I will tell you the legend that is passed down only to the heir of this sword." The master began to demonstrate a martial stance, the sword creating swirling winds around, causing Man Kang to gasp in amazement. The master instructed, "In the future, when your sword no longer has wind, the world will tremble under the blade of martial arts." After the lesson, Man Kang was still naive, not fully understanding the meaning, and exclaimed, "Wow! If the master swings the sword, there must be wind, right?" The master smiled kindly. "That's right, that's why it's called a legend." Returning to the present, Deso was walking down the street, his mind wandering. He thought to himself, what martial arts? The world will tremble under the name Nam Kung instead. He whistled as he walked, leaving Man Kang watching. He wondered in his heart whether those old men who spent their lives practicing martial arts were naive. "I should have asked for a higher price. I could have earned over 200 taels." He regretfully watched the figure of Deso Long fade away. This dissatisfaction, is there really no other way? "I don't like him." Tun then pulled Man Kang's hand, speaking as they walked. "We can't go to the mountain and rob those kids. 200 taels is equivalent to 2 months of work for us here. For ordinary people it would take 15. The only way to get that amount of money is to follow this plan." After hearing this, Man Kong became excited, laughing loudly. Damn it, let's go to him, do you think I want to go? A Kim Cat, a fierce argument was about to break out. A scream rang out, breaking the quiet atmosphere. Who wrote the ledger yesterday? The timid servant replied, Sir, it was the one who wrote the last entry. The deputy head of the department was furious, gritting his teeth. It's him again, call him here. How many times has he written the wrong name? How much did I sell yesterday that there was a mistake? Where is he? A hoarse voice of an old man rang out. Did you call me? The deputy head roared, pointing and scolding. Call me that damn name, I am under your command. Even without the head's order, I can still chase you away, old man. That person is Jiang Mai, but he seems uninterested in what the vice president is saying. Just turning away sulkily if you have nothing to do. Then I'll leave, the vice president angrily shouted. Stop. Jiang Mai turned back, but the look in his eyes made the vice president freeze, thinking to himself a terrifying gaze. He lowered his voice. If you feel tired, just tell me to take a break. Because of you, the records from yesterday had to be redone completely. Jiang Mai coldly replied, I apologize for the mistake I made. The statement only made the vice president angrier. He slammed the table, pointing at Jiang Mai. This cannot be resolved with just an apology. Starting tomorrow, you should leave the Golden Cat Hall. Jiang Mai widened his eyes and asked in return, Is the president allowing me to leave here? The vice president panicked. I will convince the president, hurry and leave. He retorted, Are you confident that you won't regret it? The vice president firmly asserted, Of course, what I regret in life is not knowing my wife was cheating. Just giving her money. But in response to his confession, the old man laughed loudly. Ha ha ha, that's worth regretting. The more he spoke, the more he made the vice president lose control. This old man even mocked someone else's situation. If it weren't for the president's orders, I wouldn't have had the chance to finish speaking. Jiang Mai's expression turned serious, his whole body exuding a terrifying aura. I will take revenge for you. If it's money, nothing in this world is impossible. The vice president didn't pay attention to the old man's suggestion. His face turning red like a chili pepper, seemingly about to explode, shouting loudly, You don't even know where you will be to claim revenge for me. Now it's not just about my wife, but because of you, I'm about to die of anger. Leave here immediately. He turned his back, trying to throw in one last comment. What a pity if the vice president's son were a little older. He could witness you collapsing because of me making a child lose his father. Even I feel guilty. Just with simple but deadly words, he made the vice president so angry. He was foaming at the mouth, causing the servants to panic. Vice President, wake up, doctor, hurry. Find a doctor. They hurriedly carried the vice president away, continuously calling Vice President. Wake up. After the crowd left, the old man smiled cunningly, tossing a piece of paper on the table. I intended to send this directly to you, but it was too difficult. This is the last gift. The paper reads, the third house on the right side, outskirts of Kusan County. The fat man's wife is hiding there. After finishing, he clasped his hands behind his back, casually walking away, wondering where should I go now? But I have paid enough debts to the president. Should I go home? Someone ahead caught his attention and startled him. It was 8 Ton, and Man Kong 8 Ton politely extended his hand. Can I borrow? 200 liang? He immediately replied, I thought it was some beggar. The borrowed amount is only that much. Jiang Mai squinted thoughtfully. There's no reason for these high-pride beggars to come here. The old man stroked his beard and smiled slyly. I can smell a strong scent of money here. Jiang Mai clasped his hands seriously. So you need 200 taels to join the forces of the young master Nam Kung Man Kong. Irritated, he extended his hand. Just give us the loan if you know we will pay it back later. As if guessing something, the old man smiled cunningly. If the two of you join, then those under your command will also participate. Around 50 people, right? The question made 8 Ton anxious. He thought to himself that he could smell money now. 8 Ton recalled Jiang Mai's past, once called the King of Gold, the one holding the most money in Zhongyuan. As long as there is money, he would sell his parents' children. And wife, a person blinded by greed, could do anything. Jiang Mai said sarcastically, only 200 taels and you want me to go get it? Raise the number, quickly, call all your lackeys here. The old man's words left the two of them stunned. What the old man confidently declared, 10,000 taels or 100,000 taels. I will decide after meeting the young master at Dis's hall. A sharp sword shot up into the sky. He was focused on practicing swordsmanship in the garden behind him, where a few girls admiring each graceful stroke. Huanya and Zhongyuan were eating cakes while chatting. Zhongyuan casually asked, "Is there something happening right outside as you just started practicing?" Huanya responded, "Don't you find it amazing? But sister thinks martial arts don't suit us because they are fierce, strong, and tough. But watching the young master practice swordplay, I found it very peaceful." Lian Nian also joined the conversation, puzzled. Is martial arts really that graceful? She held 2 cakes in her hand, eating while responding, I have never seen so many types of martial arts, but the young master's style is a bit different. If it is that kind of martial arts, I would also like to practice it." The manager turned her gaze towards the door. A premonition that something was about to happen. It seemed someone was coming. The girls didn't understand what was happening. Confused. "Why do you say that?" That premonition turned out to be correct. Immediately, a group of tall, fierce-looking men kicked the door open and entered. Huanya and Lian Nian were startled and wondered, shouldn't the uncles and old men be working now? Zhongyuan quickly rushed out to stop them. "Stop. Why did you old men come here without notice?" Man Kong replied seriously and politely, "We only came here because there is something going on, and this matter the young master already knows about." Zhongyuan immediately responded, "Oh really? Can you wait for the young master to finish practicing his sword?" The young master has been practicing swordplay for a while now. The noise around him makes Dezo, who is closing his eyes to concentrate, feel uncomfortable. He thinks to himself, why is it so noisy around here? The green seed inside him continues to vibrate. He dances the sword while speaking. That's right. There were many people watching earlier, so I have to intentionally suppress my internal energy into each stroke of his sword as it permeates every muscle and cell. But I can't use too much force, so this time I'll just let the internal energy gradually adjust. Suddenly he opens his eyes wide in surprise. It's as if he can see and feel each stroke of his sword. And he can't help but be amazed. Clearly the strokes were stuck at this point before. But now he sees a new path and untangles the blockage. Dezo joyfully dances the sword freely. So that's it, from this point I will need internal energy and the green seed inside. He feels as if he has opened up a new level, transforming into a reddish hue. He joyfully laughs out loud. Haha, wonderful, that's right, this is my new dance. I will call it Cloud Sword. Suddenly Dezo exclaims. Now he realizes there are many people standing around him. Dezo stands in the courtyard in front of the gaze of many eyes, not understanding what is happening. He asks aloud, Everyone looks at him with their mouths agape as if they can't believe their eyes. Dezo calmly asks, why is everyone so flustered? Man Kong, with a flushed face, suddenly rushes towards him to question. What was that just now? The old man's eyes are spinning, his mouth hurriedly asking. You finished the first move and then went to the second. I am very surprised, but that is definitely the Hue sword that I know. What exactly was that sword move earlier? Jiang Meng behind pushes the old man aside, reminding him. Don't cause a ruckus, step aside. The old man looks at Dezo with sparkling eyes filled with the scent of money and confidently introduces. You are Dezo, the young master of the Nam Kung family. Hello, I am Jiang Meng. At the greeting, Trin Trong frowns and asks. Who made the old man speechless? He ignores it and turns back to ask Yung Yen. What are you doing here? Then she replies, Young master, they said they had an appointment with you, Dezo. Denying loudly, Dezo says, what the hell, I have no appointment at all. Because Man Kong is still in shock, 8 Ton speaks up to remind him. Forgive me for coming here suddenly, but we really do have an appointment. You mentioned the entrance fee, don't you remember? Dezo looks blankly and repeats entrance fee. Could it be 100 taels? Seeing that he seems to remember, 8 Ton confirms. That's right, hearing about money, he immediately quotes. So all of them came here to pay the entrance fee to me. One person, 100 taels, a total of 5,000 taels just by looking. He can tell they are all beggars. How could they possibly take out that much money? Jiang Meng stepped up to Dezo and calmly said, if it's money, I have enough. Dezo still hadn't realized this, and he irritably asked, who are you to meddle in my business? Jiang Meng replied placidly, have you ever heard of the Heavenly Land Trading Company? Last year someone called me the #1 trading company in the world. This statement startled Dezo, leaving him hesitant about how to react. He continued, I am the owner of that trading company. You have sent many interesting items to my trading company once a year. Dezo recalled with surprise that when he was young, he had asked his sister to send those items to the Heavenly Land Trading Company. Jiang Meng smiled slightly. Our trading company strictly adheres to confidentiality. Everything you sent is kept secret. I will show you proof that I am trustworthy. Saying this, he pulled out a stack of yellow banknotes and asked, let's see, is this enough? Everyone around was stunned by the enormous amount of money. Jiang Meng loudly declared, each note is worth 10,000 taels of silver, a total of 5 notes. This statement hit Dezo like a bolt from the blue, causing his attitude to change immediately. His face brightening as he eagerly invited, oh my, it's truly an honor to have a distinguished guest visit. It's scorching hot. Please come in and rest. Dezo's rapid change surprised Zheng Yan and Li Anyun standing beside him, whispering, our young master likes everything, especially money. He has always been fond of money. Jiang Meng laughed heartily. Haha, let's go inside first. I haven't said I would give you the money yet. Dezo softly flattered. So what do you need? He replied, do you know Nam Kung Ion? Dezo was surprised. Nam Kung Ion, why is the elder mentioning him? Jiang Mun's face turned cold. I want to take revenge on him. So panicked, huh? The elder's voice deepened. I want to see him beaten to a pulp. Can you do that? If you agree to this deal, whether it's 50,000 taels or 100,000 taels, I promise I will fully support you. Dezo, confused, waved his hand. Wait. He looked around at the people present, nervously asking, is it possible that everyone here is someone who stayed behind to take revenge on the Nam Kung family? As soon as he finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly became tense, and everyone's faces were filled with murderous intent as if they were harboring deep grievances. Faced with this scene, Dezo turned pale and could only exclaim, this is madness. Suddenly, one of them spoke up, sounding annoyed. What did you just say? This left Dezo speechless, covering his mouth with his hand, mumbling, wow, that was unexpected. I accidentally let it slip. However, he then reconsidered. Wait a minute, why should I care about their gazes? Thinking this, Dezo shouted loudly, angrily, pointing, did I say you all are crazy? Am I wrong? He looked at 8-Ton and Man Kong, judging those old men, claiming to seek revenge, yet now being chased away. What a disgrace. I thought everyone would be angry, but on the contrary, they weren't mad at all. They burst into laughter. Crazy? Yes, we are crazy, Dezo puzzledly said. Stop laughing. What's wrong with you all? Are you all crazy? Everyone there cried from laughing too much. They wiped their tears and explained, that is the most comfortable thing Eve heard recently. We can say that we have temporarily discarded what we've suppressed for 15 years. We feel relieved. Please forgive us. One person spoke up. Con praises Dezo, your Hukium is very good, very commendable. Hukium is indeed Hukium, yet there is a thought to break that mold, and it is not at all bad. It's very beautiful to go as well. You have done something that everyone here could not do for 55 people. Then he clasped his hands and bowed his head to Jiang Man, hoping for his help. Please send him 100 taels. The others saw this and followed suit, saying in unison, 8 long 3 ma 7 ma chan teen kim Dezo. In panic, sweating profusely, he exclaimed, what is this? 8-Ton also clasped his hands. 8-Ton Yi Teen Man Kong said sternly, Tai Kuk Kim Vung Man Kong. And everyone bowed their heads in respect and shouted before Jiang Man, we hope you, Jiang Man, can help. Please send him 100 taels. Dezo had a headache, felt dizzy, and was dazed by everything happening. Wait a minute. Jiang Man turned around, clasped his hands respectfully, and asked for his opinion. Dear young master Nam Kungja, can you accept our presents? Then Dassault was embarrassed, not knowing what to do, said, "Everyone is misunderstanding. I have no intention of taking revenge on anyone. I also do not have the strength to do that." But everyone immediately refuted, "In your Kim view we have seen clearly." Dassault gasped, "That was just a dance, what do you see?" Man Kong stepped up, replied seriously, "No, what you just performed is not just Kim view, but Taekuk Hugh Kim." That old man nodded, his expression serious. Dassault was surprised, pointing at himself, he asked, "You mean Taekuk Hugh Kim? The strongest martial arts technique is what I just executed." Seeing Dassault still confused, 8-ton immediately took action. The old man stepped aside and threw a powerful punch, creating a gust of wind that blew Dassault's hair. The old man asked seriously, "Can you do the same? If so, please use your internal energy." But Dassault did not hesitate, used his energy and threw a punch. Immediately, the wall in front of him exploded. Dassault was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. "What is this?" He looked at the destroyed wall and asked, "What is that?" Gapter 8-tone stroked his chin, exclaimed, "Wonderful. What you just did is Bak Bo Tun Queen." Dassault was still puzzled. "What is that?" Suddenly he pointed at someone holding a sword and said, "Hey old man, show your move. Anything is fine." That person nodded, drew his sword. A strong gust of wind appeared as if created by the blade, and he flew up high with the wind. Dassault did not hesitate, drew his own sword and also flew up gracefully like a feather. Everyone clapped and cheered, "Wow." He landed amidst the amazement and compliments of the crowd. However, Dassault's eyes were spinning from executing too many tricks at once. He thought to himself, "I really did it." Aiton laughed heartily. What an extraordinary talent. Dassault recalled the sword movements he had just performed, wondering, maybe it's because I only learned the basics. He widened his eyes, thinking to himself, "Is it true that you created 3 great sword techniques to master all sword arts?" It seemed he had figured everything out. Jiang Meng cheerfully clapped. "On a beautiful day like today, how can we not have wine? Today I invite everyone to drink and eat freely." Immediately the servants began to bring in the food one by one. The atmosphere became lively like a festival. However, only Dassault looked downcast, waving his hand. "I'm still too young to drink." That evening, everyone was joyful, eating, drinking, and chatting. Everyone felt relaxed, laughing, and celebrating the good news. Suddenly a voice called out, "Uncle!" It turned out to be Dassault. He respectfully poured wine for the old man to express his gratitude. "Thanks to you, everyone has a good time today. Let me offer you a drink." The old man laughed heartily. "Ha ha, sure, the wine offered by the young master must be delicious." Seizing the opportunity, Dassault sat down and asked, "Why do you want to take revenge on the elder of the Namkung?" The old man pondered and replied, "I wonder if you have ever had so much money that you couldn't count it." Jiang Mun recounted a story. "One day I woke up with an uncountable amount of gold. After realizing this, I found the world quite boring. During my time as a merchant, I was bullied by martial artist thugs. Since then, I resolved to spend money like water." Dassault found it hard to understand. "Spend money like water?" The old man reminisced, speaking slowly. "I bought many rare treasures. Legendary armor, legendary swords, and legendary weapons. Anything related to legends, I bought it all. I spent an uncountable amount of money and eventually fell into hardship." A group of martial artists came looking. The crowd also gathered curiously to watch. They asked what happened next. Memories of the past came flooding back. Images of the old man wielding his sword, defeating each one. I had faced them before, of course. Those who came at first were not very strong. With just a few moves, I could easily defeat third-rate masters. The old man continued to recount. The third-rate thugs were not much different from ordinary people. Only those ranked second and above were truly considered part of the martial arts world. After all, they couldn't pierce through the dragon armor. When a first-rate thug appeared, his sword gleamed, and I was very frightened. When I thought I might die here, the 9 poisonous darts worth 10 million taels penetrated his body, and I emerged victorious. The old man kept reminiscing about the past, his eyes wide open in astonishment. At that moment, I realized that even as a warrior, when exposed to poison, He was just an ordinary person like me, and when the top masters came, the process of poisoning them was somewhat challenging, but I still won. The old man quickly took a sip of wine and looked down, continuing to speak. That's just how it is. I met him, Nam Kung Chin, in the old man's memories. In the evening light, he leaned against the wall. He exuded a terrifying presence. The old man's trembling voice said he was a monster. Jiang Meng recalled the moment he met Nam Kung Ching. The old man approached and cheerfully said, "So this is what the martial world is like. I should have lived like this from the beginning. Even the top martial artists couldn't penetrate the dragon armor, so I need not fear." The old man laughed triumphantly. Or should I try to fight against the #1 sect in the world once? Suddenly, a person appeared leaning against the wall, making the old man curious. The old man looked at Nam Kung Ching. He was radiating murderous intent and wondered what he was doing blocking the path like this. Jiang Meng spoke up, "Hey, get out of the way." The curt remark made his whole body tremble as if suppressing his anger. He did not hesitate to reply, "You bastard." The old man froze, pointing at himself in confusion. "You insulted me." As the old man finished speaking, his whole body erupted with terrifying strength. He growled, "Because of your bastard, you made me escape from the transformation realm. Now I can never enter it again." Nam Kung Ching's face turned red, filled with overwhelming anger. Entering the transformation realm is the moment of enlightenment. You come here at that moment. The old man still did not know his strength. He disdainfully replied, "Humph, a beggar blocking the way, blocking the path. Turns out he's also a madman. I wonder if he's a martial artist. What transformation realm? You're being too boastful." Without further ado, Nam Kung Ching attacked immediately. The old man stared wide-eyed, unable to react. The sound of impact rang out, not knowing from when. Jiang Meng's hat was crushed and lying on the ground. The old man could only exclaim. He smugly laughed. "Yeah, I just hit lightly and it fell off. Huh? It's not made of paper, is it?" The old man was furious. He pulled a firecracker from his robe. "Not just a blowhard, okay? Then let's try this." As he spoke, the old man ignited the firecracker in his hand. At the same time, he shot needles toward him. Nam Kung Ching immediately raised his hand to shield himself. Though not knowing what it was, the old man confidently said, "Just one of these cow hair needles and the poison will spread throughout your body." The old man continued to explain, "Just count to 3 and you will lose your vision. Count an additional 8 seconds and your flesh will shrink. After 10 seconds, you will lose all your senses and feel the pain of your lungs and heart being torn apart. After 30 seconds, you will die." But he remained still and did not move. He only bent down to look at the needles on his body. Meanwhile, Jiang Meng approached him. Holding the antidote, he calmly said, "But I cannot just kill someone I just met on the road. I will give you the antidote because I think you have realized your mistake." But suddenly, Nam Kung Ching burst into laughter. The old man said in panic, "Hey, don't be so arrogant. Hurry up and drink it." He paid no attention. He tilted his head back and coughed out the toxins in his body, spitting them onto a stone by the roadside. The stone that was spat on immediately began to evaporate. Jiang Meng exclaimed, "What is happening?" Nam Kung Ching merely scoffed lightly. But immediately, the veins on his face bulged like ropes. He tensed up and in the blink of an eye, the needles embedded in his body shot out completely. The old man opened his eyes, wide-mouthed agape. Unable to believe the scene before him, he shouted that he could not possibly remove the new Maojin himself, something even the divine doctor could not do. Nam Kung Ching stood tall, his frightening gaze fixed on the old man. He gritted his teeth, sneering, "When the needle stabbed me, I retracted my flag. Although I couldn't stop the poison from entering, it seems you are quite impressive. If you were an ordinary person, you would have died immediately." The old man bowed his head, trembling, not daring to look directly. Suddenly, Nam Kung Ching grabbed the shoulder of the old man's armor, continuing, "It seems you have many interesting things." In a flash, one sleeve of the armor was torn apart by him. Voice trembling, the old man looked at the armor and said softly, from the heart of the armor. Nam Kung Ching appeared very excited. He madly tore apart the armor that the old man always took pride in. Sneering, "What do you use these things for?" The old man did not dare to do anything, just stood silently listening to his taunts. In his heart, he felt immense sorrow. "My treasure has fallen into the hands of this monster, torn apart like paper after destroying it." Nam Kung Ching wiped the sweat from his forehead, his face full of pride. "I didn't expect my body to feel this comfortable. It has been a long time since I felt this way." He waved his hand and walked away, not forgetting to leave a remark, "Thanks to you. I feel so refreshed. I will spare you." Zhang Meng, with his clothes torn, was left with only his pants, standing there trembling as he watched him walk away. The old man hurriedly asked, "What is your name?" Nam Kung Ching turned around wearing a sly, cold smile and replied, "Do you want to know to take revenge?" The old man panicked. "I'm just curious," he scoffed. "My name is Nam Kung Ching from the Nam Kung family." After finishing, the old man gently poured wine and drank. Everyone around, including Dezo, was teary-eyed and moved by the old man's story. In the emotional atmosphere, one of them began to share, "I was once called a talent 55 in the army. I thought I was a genius until I met that Nam Kung Ching guy." Another person chimed in, "There was a time I ran into an old man. He said that if I just followed him, I would never be beaten for the rest of my life. Looking back now, it turns out it was just a scam, like a competition." Each person took turns sharing their experiences. A guy in a blue outfit scratched his head. There was a martial arts tournament held in the village. Everyone said I would win if that Nam Kung guy didn't happen to pass by. Another guy in an orange outfit said, "I accidentally discovered the secret technique of a level 10 master in a cave. I was overjoyed after stepping outside. I realized I was mistaken." After hearing everyone's circumstances, Dezo quietly sat and pondered. The 50 people gathered here are all famous talents in the local area. Just because they encountered the Nam Kung family, they fell from the peak into the abyss. He mused, "Among those with the Nam Kung surname, I am the one who understands them best. Looking into the cup before me reflects my past." He sadly thought, "Perhaps like me in the past, all these people, even knowing the outcome, still cannot give up." Suddenly, a voice rose up, surprising everyone. "What's so hard about this? I will do it." Dezo slammed the table confidently, declaring, "The revenge you desire, I will help you achieve." Hearing Dezo's official declaration, everyone cheered with delight. Everyone lifted him up and shouted loudly, "Long live Commander Dezo." The next morning, when the sun was shining everywhere, Dezo woke up groggily, complaining, "My head. What did those old men drink so much?" Before he could gather his thoughts, Li Han, with a fierce expression, had been waiting for him and asked, "You're awake?" He crossed his arms seriously, stating, "This is a bit surprising, but I need to talk to you." Dezo suddenly asked, "Huh, what is it?" His eyes widened, serious, then unexpectedly moved closer, took his hand and earnestly pleaded, "Please convince your maid to become my disciple." He recounted what just happened. "I met with the maids to ask if besides Thenya Dan, that Nam Kung John guy gave them anything." He continued to express his feelings. Surprisingly, just by smelling, they could distinguish all types of pills. They even pointed out the ingredients of each type. If they have such talent, it wouldn't be surprising if they not only became doctors, but also divine healers. Li Han said seriously, "I tried to propose they become disciples, but they refused. So I had to come directly to their master, you, asking for your help. Please use your persuasive skills to convince them to change their decision. If they agree to become my disciples." Li Han pounded his chest and swore, "I will join your group." Dezo led him away, instructing as they walked, "I can't force this. I will respect their opinions." Li Han also thanked him. "Thank you, you are truly better than your father." Suddenly, Dezo exclaimed, "What are those corpses, say?" In front of him was the sight of a group of people who had drunk too much last night, slumped over at the table, completely oblivious to their surroundings. Li Han reassured him, "Don't worry, they may look like that, but they are still alive." Dezo leaned over, wondering, why is he here? He saw Nam Kung John trying to pull a fat man from the ground and loudly asked, "What are you doing?" Causing Nam Kung John to startle and exclaim, "Young master, he sees you," complaining, "Why did you just come to clean up these drunks? It's making me tired to death. My hands are about to break." But Dezo just leaned on his hands and smiled. saying, "You look so busy. Keep it up." Then he pushed the door open, causing the boy to groan. I'm really tired to death when Dezo arrived. Sung-yoon and Wanaya, who were busy cooking, also turned to greet. "Young master, you are awake." Smelling the delicious food, he curiously asked, "Is that soup of bean sprouts?" Li Han quickly introduced, "Yes, would you like to try it?" He took a spoonful to taste and praised, "It looks delicious." By the way, he inquired, "Don't the sisters want to become physicians, really?" The three girls confirmed without hesitation, "That's right. We want to serve you for life." Hearing this, Dezo was confused about how to persuade them. He looked at Li Han and asked, "What should we do now?" Li Han asked back, "Did you refuse my offer because of the young master?" But all three seemed indifferent to his words, focusing only on their work. "The soup must be boiling." Dezo also asked again, "Is it really because of me?" He opened his sparkling eyes and exclaimed, "Why am I no longer a child who needs help?" Suddenly the kitchen door burst open and a hand appeared. It was Nam Kung-jan. Following him was Jong Man, who loudly declared, "We also want you to become our disciples." The already awkward situation became even more tangled. Dezo angrily shouted, "This crazy guy, what do you suddenly want?" And that old man too. Hearing his name mentioned, Jong Man replied, "I observed them yesterday. Their ability to see treasures is indeed extraordinary. That keen gaze truly made me envious." At the compliment, Jong Man was a bit taken aback. Nam Kung-jan walked over to Li Han-in calling, "Li Han-in." He looked at her with sharp eyes, coldly saying, "You are capable." Li Han-in was anxious, beads of sweat forming as she concentrated to listen. Then suddenly he shouted, appointed as the strategist of Nam Kung-jan, "You are the same age as me. Although you passed the provincial exam due to your family being torn apart, you became a maid, the eldest daughter, Li Han-in. This responsibility can only be yours." After that, a scene unfolded where the three argued over who should take the role. Li Han angrily shouted, "You guys, I was the one who asked first." Nam Kung-jan refused to back down, sarcastically replied, "You're being too greedy." Jong Man confidently said, "Isn't their opinion the most important one?" As for Dezo, caught in the middle of the loud argument, he could only pull his hair in frustration. He decided to kick all three of them out so the sisters could think. "Please step outside." Once it was just him and the sisters, Dezo seriously began the discussion. "Now that it's just us sisters, please speak. Although this is quite surprising, it's a rare opportunity, and I want to hear your honest opinions." Shuang Yen spoke up first honestly. "I'm not sure. Living with everyone is great, but I'm also curious about the new world." Lion Yen added, "Thanks to the grace of the matriarch, I was saved from a life of slavery. I can never repay that debt in this lifetime. I was taken care of by the young master, and it was the happiest time of my life." Ho Enya suggested, "I will comply with all of the young master's requests. There is only one master for me in this world." Dezo closed his eyes to contemplate and then opened them with a decision. "Well, then let's do it. I will start making decisions. Sun Yen will follow the divine Dr. Lion Yen. She will follow the vice military master Ho Enya. She will become a disciple of Jong Man." All three of them bowed their heads in agreement to obey. Dezo added, "I will always keep your positions in mind. If you feel bored, just come back here. You are my family." His words moved the three, tears welling up as they called out "Young Master." Still emotional, Dezo put on a sly expression. "Sun Yen becoming a pharmacist means her potions will also belong to me. Lion Yen becoming a military master means operational costs will always be abundant. Ho Enya becoming a disciple of Jiang Man means the world's farmland will belong to me. We are about to get rich." The three laughed awkwardly, unable to speak in front of his performance. Feeling he might have gone a bit too far, Dezo cleared his throat. "I was just saying that how can I enjoy everything alone? If you want to live happily, you have to be a little ambitious. You all understand my heart, right?" The three replied in unison, "Of course we understand very well." He took the three of them to where the other three were waiting. Li Han asked, "So how is it? Have you finished discussing?" Dezo smiled and introduced Sun Yen will follow the divine doctor. Lion Yen will follow the vice military master, and Ho and Ya will become a disciple of Jiang Man. He spoke with a dangerous expression. I hope you will take care of them. This made all three worry, thinking, why do I feel so uneasy? Not wanting to disturb everyone, he told them to quickly accept their masters and disciples. Well then, let's talk later, everyone, go ahead. After everyone had finished talking with their disciples, Li Han happily said to Sun Yen, today you should rest. Tomorrow we will go to the medicine hall. A voice called out monarch. He was taken aback and replied, how all those who were just swaying are now gathered together with Eight Tone and Mon Kong. They exclaimed loudly, you're out, what should we do now? They eagerly looked at him, ready for their first time in a master-disciple relationship. I am very much looking forward to it. Dezo looked at everyone full of energy and teased. Didn't you just now look like corpses? Upon finishing, he held his stomach and replied, but now I have no desire to teach anyone. I can't even protect my own stomach. I am the one who needs to learn. Tone continued. Everyone knows that. The young master's strength is about to surpass the third rank. He retorted angrily, when did I say I was a genius? A voice spoke up, and it was Mon Kong. He said, if the young master wants to learn our martial arts, that's a different story. According to the young master's words, do you want to learn martial arts from someone stronger than the third rank? The big guys stared at him. Mon Kong continued, from what I see, the martial arts of those here are not lower than Nam Kung. Eight Tone stood back and gave him advice. Depending on the martial arts method, the usage will differ. You have to directly use your body to feel it in order to learn quickly. Eight Tone laughed loudly without hesitation, charging straight towards Deso, who was still confused and hadn't grasped what was happening. Amitba, he swung his hand and threw a powerful punch that made Deso grimace. With a cunning look, he continuously launched rapid attacks, caught off guard. Deso could only shout, wait a moment, but he didn't care to listen, continuing to punch straight into his stomach, sending him flying a few meters away. Deso gasped for breath after a series of relentless attacks. Eight Tone wasted no time and executed the first good move, leaving Deso with no choice but to take the hits. He continuously absorbed the old man's blows without being able to fight back. The old man delivered a fierce kick, the Azure Dragon Claw, straight to his chin. Next was a series of rapid punches, the brain-destroying slash. Deso hurriedly raised both hands to defend. Finally, the old man delivered a decisive blow that created a cloud of dust. Eight Tone laughed loudly, sarcastically, saying, how long are you planning to be beaten? Deso angrily cursed, damn it. Then he charged forward, determined to fight back. He repeated the moves that Batten had just used, the first good move, but the old man nimbly dodged. Next was the Tiger Claw. Deso swung his leg and executed a kick, forcing the old man to lean back to avoid the attack, not forgetting to tease, ho ho. He continued with his brain-destroying slash, making those around him exclaim in admiration, impressive. The young master fights really well, it's truly not a joke. Can only be said that he is a genius, they cheered enthusiastically. Deso blushed in embarrassment, waving his hand. Stop it already, it seems he is someone who gets easily embarrassed when complimented. Taking advantage of his distraction, Eight Tone executed the tiger fist, punching straight into his face, causing him to slide down to the ground. The old man approached, preparing to launch another strike. Truly amazing. It reminds me of the glorious times of the past. Deso raised his hand to stop Master, wait a moment. But the old man paid no attention, launching a kick straight to his chin, sending him flying into the air. Eight Tone shouted excitedly, yes, this is what it means to live. It feels great to swing my hands after a series of humiliating days. The Buddha also grants me the chance for revenge. Amitba. Deso angrily cursed the old bastard and took advantage of the fall to retaliate with the tiger fist. Eight Tone, even more fired up, charged forward. I will also show you what tiger fist is. Finally, both of them were headstrong, facing off directly. Deso realized his punch lacked power and was immediately sent flying, soaring into the sky, and crashing down to the ground in a heap. Tone asked sarcastically, how long are you planning to be beaten? Deso, despite being injured, still tried to retort. Are you sure this is martial arts 15 with the same type of martial arts? Why is it only me who falls? Eight-Tone laughed mockingly. Why is that one has only trained for a day and the other has trained for a lifetime? It's different. Daso was furious inside. Now I know why my father cut off that old man's hand. An unfilial son who doesn't understand his father's thoughts, he silently vowed, I will definitely turn that head into a snout. In his mind, he pictured the old man's head turning into a snout, while the old man continued to smile mockingly. 100 years more is still a long way off. With boundless rage, Daso continued to unleash the tiger fist. The bystanders kept discussing, if he keeps swinging like that, he'll be hit again. I also want to take down the young master. He turned to gain momentum and shouted, heavenly balance, causing the ground to shake. He then delivered a reverse kick tiger armor towards 8-Ton. The old man quickly blocked it and then stepped back after being continuously attacked by him. Daso continued to raise his leg, preparing to kick straight into the old man's face. In his mind, he thought, light body, heavenly balance, hold with such short arms, I'll use my legs to counter. Who says tiger fist only uses fists? Sasha 8-Ton was not afraid at all. He laughed with delight. Praise is quite nice. As expected, the old man blocked his leg, causing him to lose momentum. As Daso exclaimed in panic, what? And was quickly kicked back by the old man using the tiger claw technique. In a daze, he was still surprised by the old man's movements and exclaimed, he also uses tiger fist with his legs, breaking the rules. Daso fell to the ground in a wounded state and fainted. Kong saw him unconscious and immediately announced, he has fainted. The old man turned to ask another person, you witnessed everything. What do you think? Indeed, a rare talent able to discover the next level of martial arts and internal strength on his own. His innate ability and strong will are truly impressive. Here surely no warrior would see this outstanding talent and not desire it. Kong smiled and said, to learn all those martial arts, the young master will surely be very busy in the coming time. Sunlight shone everywhere and a gentle voice echoed. Daso rubbed his neck, sat up and wondered, my neck, how long have I been lying here? In front of him, everyone was fighting fiercely. Just waking up still dizzy, he confusedly asked, are they competing in martial arts with each other? He spoke up, why are they fighting? Some are using weapons, some are fighting unarmed, which made him curious. Suddenly a person flew towards Daso, startling him. Seeing that you are awake, that person quickly asked, young master, when did you wake up? Shimmer, that person continued. While you were sleeping, someone came looking for you, but we let him go. Daso pointed at his face and asked back, me, and that person turned to discuss with another, he looks very tall, doesn't he? The other replied, just a big guy. Have you been training in the mountains and don't know what's going on in the world? The taunts made the other person angry, veins popping on their forehead, and the two of them rushed in to fight. What are you going crazy about? Want to die? Come at me, I'll let you taste it. Daso still didn't understand the whole story. He looked at them in annoyance and said, did they eat something wrong? From behind, Aiton and Kong appeared, telling him just leave it as it is. From now on, we are on the same side, it's time to establish the hierarchy. So Daso wondered why the elders didn't rush in to fight. Aiton looked at him, gritting his teeth and replied, if we rush in what would be interesting, we all already have ranks. Daso observed everyone and silently sighed. Just watching, he could see how amazing those matches were. Just how strong could they be? Kong spoke up to comfort him. If you put in the effort, you'll be stronger than them. Daso exclaimed in surprise, really? Aiton continued. If you push yourself to the point of bleeding, you'll be stronger than both of us. He explained further. If you train to the point of madness, you might even be stronger than the celestial demon and the martial god. Daso placed his hand on his chest, feeling something, and said, then let's do it. His face turned red with confidence. I want to try my best now. Daso continued to observe everyone quietly guessing with a relieved expression. It seems like the order is roughly sorted out now. He sighed, there are too many people, when will I remember all their names? He walked over and pointed at the person with a scar on their face, saying, from now on, you'll be the first elder. Next, he pointed at the two people in orange and purple. You are Elder 2, Elder 3, Elder 4. Hearing the way he named everyone, they all felt exasperated, silently evaluating that according to naming standards, the door was suddenly pushed open forcefully by someone. That person quickly walked towards Daeso. He was puzzled, not understanding, and exclaimed, "Oh, brother too." Namkung Duan smirked and said, "Little brother, I accept your proposal." Daeso still didn't understand and asked again, "Didn't you declare war on me yesterday? In 2 years, I'm sure I'll be defeated by you." He was still in shock, not understanding what his brother too was talking about. Namkung John recounted, "Yesterday I was very surprised. This is the first time little brother has shown me his true nature." Daeso gritted his teeth in anger, directing his gaze at the two people who had just been telling stories to him. Namkung Duan firmly patted his shoulders and declared, "Very interesting. That's how you deserve to be a descendant of Namkung." His gaze suddenly changed, becoming sharp. "I just think of you as a lovely child. 2 years is indeed a very long time, but you said you would directly participate in the duel, so I will definitely wait." Daeso's face turned pale upon hearing these words. Namkung Duan turned and left, not forgetting to remind him, "I'll wait for you in 2 years. Don't let me down," and then the door slammed shut after he enters. The atmosphere immediately became lively. Everyone excitedly discussed that it had to be this way to be interesting. Who said 2 years could be done in just 1 year? Only Daeso seemed to be suppressing his emotions. He suddenly yelled, "Who dares to say 2 years?" From the crowd, 8 Duan laughed loudly and raised his hand, saying, "It's me." Realizing who started it, Daeso seemed to explode. Turned out he would smash that old man's head. 8 Tun looked at him without a hint of fear. On the contrary, he cheered excitedly. Without hesitation, his eyes were already full of determination. "Good. He has a fighting spirit." Monkong observed the two with a judgmental gaze. He quietly thought that this fighting spirit was just murderous intent. He restrained his anger and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, I don't have time. Hurry up and go practice." At the same time, he thought of Nam Kung Jon. If it were that crazy guy, I would have beaten him to vent my anger already. I miss him too much. Daeso looked at 8 Tun and asked, "Where do we start?" 8 Tun thought for a moment and then replied, "First let's take turns fighting with the older brothers." 150. After hearing this, everyone cracked their knuckles, making Daeso tremble in fear. "Please wait," he pleaded. Of course, no one would go easy on him. A loud shout rang out, "The eldest is coming." Then throughout the hall, the sound of his tragic cries echoed. It frightened anyone passing by. In another corner, Li Han threw a thick book onto the table and asked, "This is your first time studying medicine, right?" Sung Yun picked up the book and opened it. The divine doctor continued, "I understand. When did you have the chance to read this kind of book? Now just take your time to study." She answered without hesitation, "Divine doctor, I already know all of this." He was extremely surprised. "Huh? When did you start learning?" He flipped through this book casually and said, "How is that possible? This herbal medicine book takes at least 5 years to learn." Li Han then opened a random page and challenged her, "Tell me about Huang Qi." As expected, she answered fluently. Huang Qi grows in mountainous areas or rocky crevices. The flower is characterized by soft white hairs. The effects of Huang Qi mainly lie in the roots. It helps detoxify, slows aging, boosts the immune system, and is good for osteoporosis. The answer was so perfect that the divine doctor was left speechless. How could a maid know so much? Before being a maid, what did you do? Sung Yun honestly replied, "I helped my father at a small pharmacy called Tien Hu." Hearing this name, he was stunned. Tien Hu, although just a small pharmacy that no one noticed, was famous for its skilled craftsmanship. "Besides me, the place with the best medical skills in Central Plains is Tien Hu Ward." After that, he tearfully took Sung Yun's hand and said, "You have worked hard all this time." She gently replied, "No, since I met you, I've been very happy." She expressed her longing for him, while he was somewhere being beaten until he bled from his mouth. The sound of someone's footsteps heavily thudding on the floor was heard. It was Nam Kung Lum. He opened the door and Nam Kung John asked, "Are you determined to fight alongside the young master? The path ahead of him is full of sharp thorns. What do you mean?" Nam Kung John put down his pen and replied, "But wouldn't it be more interesting, master?" He looked at him with a confident expression. Walking a path of silk is not the disciple's preference. Only those who overcome the sharp thorns know what lies beyond them. His eyes held determination. The disciple believes in the young master. The strategist who witnessed that determination also softened. "It seems you understand what you want," Nam Kung John added. "Furthermore, I want to introduce someone." He asked, "Do you want to recommend another strategist for the young master?" He eagerly replied, "No, it's the assistant to the deputy strategist to lighten the workload for the disciple. From now on, the disciple will have more time to be by the young master's side, right?" The strategist's face darkened upon hearing this, and he snorted coldly. He peeked outside and cheered when he saw Li Anin arriving. "You're here introducing to the master. This is the young master's maid, along with Do Hung, who at 10 years old, like the disciple, could not continue due to family circumstances." She respectfully bowed to greet. Nam Kung John continued, "No longer a maid. She will become the disciple's student from now on. If we talk about hierarchy, she will have to call the master grandmaster twice." Nam Kung Lum looked Li Anin up and down, his voice trembling as he asked, "What is your name?" She politely bowed her head and replied, "I am Li Anin, the eldest daughter of Li Tianmin. I respectfully pay my respects to the grandmaster." Hearing Li Tianmin's name, the strategist was taken aback. His heart filled with emotion. No way, the daughter of Li Tianmin. He was lost in memories. Li Tianmin was once the smartest person, but after the king ascended, his entire family was executed. The descendants either died or became slaves. There were rumors that his daughter was the smartest in the Central Plains. Who would have thought to meet her today? The strategist sighed. "It seems heaven has eyes." He burst out laughing. "Today is indeed a beautiful day. We must drink to celebrate." Turning to Nam Kung John, the strategist said, "They'll borrow this child for a bit." Nam Kung John looked grim, lamenting, "Master, the disciple needs her." The strategist patted Li Anin on the shoulder and shouted, "From now on, don't call me old uncle anymore, just call me master. I can't let you stay by that brat's side." Nam Kung John ran after the two, yelling in despair, "Who would steal my disciple? Master, I was the one who discovered her." In the Kim Cat era, the quiet morning was no longer filled with screams. Nam Kung Vin, the master of the Kim Cat era, sat in his chair, his voice cold. He has asked, "But can you endure life here?" In front of him was Huan Ye. She glanced at Zhang Man, thinking to herself, talking to old Zhang Man without any hesitation. Then she observed Nam Kung Vin, evaluating the person who could decide the fate of everyone in the Kim Cat era. Certainly the master of this place, Huan Ye told herself. Everyone in the Nam Kung family must pay attention to his gaze. But indifferent, she confidently asserted, "I am not someone to worry about." Huan Ye placed her hand on her chest, speaking with pride. "Who knows, this Kim Cat era might be subdued by me." She remembered Daeso's figure, thinking, "Because I have a home to return to." Nam Kung Vin observed her and smiled. "You brought back an interesting child." The old man squinted his eyes, his voice full of implication. "If you can withstand 2 years, who knows how much you can change." Huan Ye proudly replied, "I am very confident." 6 months later at Daeso's palace, the sound of clashes in the competition rang out. Daeso was dominating his opponent, shouting loudly, "Your head should be smashed with a wooden sword straight onto the opponent's head, sending that person flying 10 meters away." Daeso laughed joyfully. "That's how it should be. What a feeling," he smugly teased. "That's what fighting is about." The defeated opponent trembled and said, "When did he become so strong?" Daeso raised his sword, confidently stating, "Challenge accepted. Who's next? Hurry up." Man Kong stepped forward, saying, "It seems now you can duel with us." He laid out the rules. "I will use the Hui sword." Daeso took his stance, saying, "All right, come at me." He charged forward like a gust of wind, astonishing everyone. The secret technique of the sun shooting sword of the Dian Thuong sect, if mastered, can split the sun in half. In Daeso's mind, he calculated the terrifying aspect of the Hui sword is its flow. If I fall into the whirlpool, I will struggle to death. He was determined. I must take the initiative. When facing the Hui sword, Kong smiled, praising. Very good. He stood still, swinging his sword to block Daeso's strike. As a result, Daeso had to retreat. Daeso looked down at his feet. He was caught in the profound internal energy flow of Kong. What is this? He silently questioned. Kong wore a victorious smile. Just a small movement and you've already been swept in. He glanced at Daeso, his voice full of arrogance. The outcome is clear. Surely you're planning to give up, right? But Daeso refused to back down. He recalled the days of hard training, the many times he was knocked down, the many times he faced adversity, yet still fought valiantly. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Yen Song Fai technique and charged straight at Kong. Kong was surprised to recognize Daeso's martial arts, the martial arts of the beggar clan. How in an instant did Daeso close in, causing him to startle and retreat. Kong quickly thrust his sword towards him, but Daeso jumped in time to evade the attack. The first swallow was just an illusion, the second one was real. He smiled and said before suddenly attacking from behind. The brothers around cheered. You've been hit. Come on. But Kong just scoffed. From the Diem Thuong sect to the Kabong. I never expected to meet someone well versed in the martial arts of the 5 major families and the 9 sects. Immediately he turned and struck directly at Daeso's face. He couldn't react in time. A thought flashed in his mind. Wu Dang's duality heart technique. After the match, Daeso bitterly admitted defeat. Damn it, the champion is from Wu Dang. It's no surprise that he knows the duality heart technique. He realized that the Wu Dang sign was just a trick to deceive. The Hu sword was not the end yet. Refusing to succumb, he continued to attack with moves like the whirlwind kick and the reversal kick, but all were easily dodged by Kong. Here, Daeso told himself, I must grasp the flow. I need to direct the flow toward me. Kong just stood still, using one hand to block all his attacks. It's useless. But right after that, Daeso thrust his sword at him, forcing Kong to lean back to dodge the blow. He was astonished to realize that the sunlight sword technique had no openings visible. Daeso launched a high kick. Kong quickly raised both hands in front of his chest for defense. Wondering, this is the whirlwind kick? No, it's the reversal kick. The strong kick caused him to be pushed back. Before he could regain his senses, Kong faced a series of relentless attacks from Daeso, forcing him to use a wooden sword for defense. Here, Daeso mocked, watching the old man's reaction. It seems to have some effect. Kong stared in confusion. When did that hidden weapon appear? Not wanting to waste time, Daeso rushed in, creating a smokescreen that obscured Kong's vision. He scoffed. Didn't the old man say that being despicable but winning is what matters? Is the old man angry now? Kong fumed, his face flushed. This brat. He moved quickly, swinging his sword down toward Daeso's head. But Daeso's eyes flashed with determination. Good. The old man's every step has made him hasty. He lunged forward, extending 2 fingers, telling himself, this is the opportunity. Suddenly, Kong spoke. 100 years is still a long way off. Daeso was startled. At that moment, a surge of internal energy poured in, engulfing him in surprise. He tried to hold his breath, pondering, what is this? I've never encountered this kind of martial arts before. Looking at Kong swinging his sword high, Daeso still couldn't decipher the attack. Without hesitation, Kong struck down hard, resulting in Daeso taking the full blow, his eyes spinning, a large bump forming on his head before he fainted, still mumbling. Again with the head. It seems that the man was also exhausted after taking him down. He sighed in relief, looking at the sword in his hand and telling himself he never expected to have to use this new Hu sword so soon. Seeing him lying unconscious on the floor, he didn't hesitate to praise him. To progress so much in just 6 months is truly impressive. I don't know if Daeso heard the praise from Kong, but he truly is a formidable opponent to grasp. It's hard to imagine what he will become in 2 years. In other places, Daeso's maidens are fully engaged in their delightful work. Busy analyzing the ledgers. Shongnan is focused on learning the art of potion brewing, while Li Anin is studying to assist Nam Kungjan. As for Daeso, he continues to practice diligently no matter how harsh the weather is. In a magnificent and grand castle, a voice resounded. Finally 2 years have passed. I have waited for this confrontation for so long. That was the voice of Nam Kungjan. The door swung open and he bowed respectfully, paying homage to a person sitting in front of him. The two young masters cautiously said, "Son has arrived requesting a duel." The person before him is indeed Nam Kunghan. He rested his chin on his hand and replied, "I remember allowing this a long time ago." Nam Kungdan then reiterated, "I heard that today the younger brother has completed his closed-door training." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside. Nam Kunghan continued, "If so, you must act quickly." Before he could finish, someone burst in and called out loudly, "Father." Nam Kungjan immediately responded, "I knew you would come." His younger brother turned out to be Nam Kungsun. He replied, "What a surprise, I didn't expect you to come find me." Nam Kungsun continued, "I intended to come but wanted to wait a bit longer." "Is there something going on with the younger brother? Why didn't you come to see me but came here instead?" Nam Kungsun smiled happily. "Indeed, nothing could hide from you, brother." Nam Kungjan placed his hand on his shoulder, squeezing tightly, and said mockingly, "Looking at your relaxed demeanor, it seems the closed-door training has yielded many results." Nam Kungjan replied awkwardly, "That's only natural." Nam Kungjan leaned in close to him provocatively saying, "But I see you have become more aggressive, sharper and heavier than before. It seems you are holding a saber rather than a sword now." The words struck a dark chord, causing Nam Kungsun to freeze, stammering, "How could you?" Nam Kungsun did not stop continuing to inquire about his younger brother's achievements. "Isn't that what an elder brother should do?" Despite the ridicule, Nam Kungsun remained calm, but he intended to draw his sword. But then he calmly said, "This time I will have to withdraw. It seems you were the one to arrive first." Nam Kungjan laughed joyfully. "Thank you, younger brother," he added. "But please allow me to watch the match between you and the younger brother. Okay?" Nam Kungjan nodded in agreement. "Of course, the more people who come to watch, the better." Suddenly an arm was raised. Nam Kunghan spoke up, "I will also participate." The statement startled both of them. Nam Kungjan thought to himself, "Is this time for the younger brother?" But he did not object. "If so, let's invite the members of the noble families to join. Surely everyone will enjoy it. Isn't it true that our Nam Kung family loves competitions?" He thought to himself, "I will let many people see who truly holds the advantage in the battle between the young masters." Then he imagined himself defeating Dizo. Nam Kungsun reminded him, "You should not underestimate the younger brother." Nam Kungsun immediately retorted with a gaze as sharp as a snake's. "You say I underestimate my younger brother." Then he turned and walked away, not forgetting to throw back a remark, "You know nothing." Nam Kungsun silently watched him leave, feeling something very uncomfortable in his heart. He told himself, if it were a sword instead of a saber in front of the gate. A clear voice rang out, "It is here." Shuang Yen stood there looking at the palace, unable to help but exclaim, "Has it become so magnificent in such a short time?" A girl approached. "I heard that the old cunning one built it with the money he donated." Shuang Yen turned and recognized Lien Yen standing there. She smiled and greeted, "Lien Yen, you came here too?" Lien Yen cheerfully waved back. "Shuang sister, it's been a long time since we met. Are you here for a meal too? If Huanya is here as well, that would be wonderful." Shuang Yen gently said, "I heard that because of a covenant she left the Nam Kung family. I don't know when she will return." Just as she finished speaking, a young man opened the door from inside and invited the two girls in. "You two have arrived. Come in quickly, you two." Upon entering, the two witnessed everyone practicing martial arts. Shuang Yen and Lien Yen could not help but exclaim, still practicing diligently as before. Recognizing the two, he happily shouted, "Sisters, it's been a long time since we met." The two girls responded cheerfully. The young man was greeting someone holding a stick. Taking advantage of his distraction, she rushed up, "If you're fighting and lose focus, you'll get hit on the head. Don't you remember?" But he quickly crouched down, dodging the blow, leaving his opponent stunned. "What?" Two other people also stepped forward, determined to test their strength. "Today we must at least hit your head once." He nimbly jumped out of the encirclement, putting on his clothes while cheerfully asking, "Are you sisters hungry? Come in to eat, the manager has prepared everything." The two girls eagerly walked to the dining table. Before them were delicious dishes. The manager smiled and said, "Just in time for Lai Enyun and Shuangyan to arrive. Even though it has been a long time, I still remember those memories." Both girls enjoyed the food, showering it with compliments. "No wonder you're the manager. I also remember those times. The moments we shared meals together were truly joyful." The manager continued to invite, "Eat a lot, there's still plenty more." Adeso pondered, "Shouldn't we be eating beef these days?" Shuangyan called out, "Young master." He jolted out of his thoughts, replying, "Ah." She looked at him happily, noticing his maturity. "It's been 2 years since we last met. You look really different," he proudly said. "Of course. After 2 years of fighting, it would be strange if I didn't change." Shuangyan agreed with a smile. "That's right." Suddenly someone rushed in to announce, "Young master, you must go outside immediately. Young hero Nam Kung Duan and 2 young masters are looking for you." Hearing that name, Daeso's eyes sparkled. "Is that so?" His face turned devilish, laughing loudly just in time. His attitude made the 2 sisters think, how badly have the young master been beaten? Outside, Nam Kung Duan was still patiently waiting. "In my heart, I thought 2 years was a short time for my younger brother to achieve something. Little did I know they were just errand workers." Looking at the people in front of him, he silently assessed, "I thought this contest would end up boring. If it's like this..." Then Daeso stepped forward to greet. "What are you thinking about?" Nam Kung Duan trembled slightly upon seeing that Daeso had grown taller. "You've arrived. I was just thinking." The bit Daeso grabbed his arm. "It seems like you have something to say, but let's talk somewhere else." Nam Kung Do's expression changed. He kept pondering, not hesitating to hold me back. He emitted a killing intent as if ready for a fight. "I just reached out my hand and you wanted to draw your sword." But contrary to his thoughts, Daeso said brightly, "You know that place? You invited me for so much delicious food there." Nam Kung Do was surprised and replied, "Oh, you mean that place?" Daeso didn't hesitate to pull his hand and shouted loudly, "Let's hurry up. My stomach is growling." Loudly, Daeso cheerfully said with a full mouth, "Indeed, when people eat, the table must have meat." Nam Kung Do looked at him silently, thinking, turns out he's just big in size, not at all more alert. What if there's poison in the food? He clasped his hands under his chin and called, "Fourth brother." Daeso jumped and replied, "Yes." Nam Kung Duan worriedly advised, "In life, don't trust people too much. Even family members are the same. Our family is not an ordinary family. We are indeed the #1 family in the world." Nam Kung Duan slightly frowned, his voice filled with doubt. "So you're not afraid that I will poison the food?" Daeso still looked bewildered, mouthful of food. But just a moment later he smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling. "Wow, you are my brother. Anyone can harm me, but you definitely won't. You have never treated me badly, even giving me delicious food." His words made Nam Kung Duan embarrassed and blush. Nevertheless, he still tried to remind his younger brother, "Don't be too careless like that." Daeso continued to giggle. "Haha, it's okay. I have you by my side." Nam Kung Duan continued, eating his tone serious. "You should eat quickly. I came today to discuss the timing of the duel." Daeso immediately asked, "When do you think we should hold it?" Nam Kung Duan narrowed his eyes and replied, "Tomorrow." "Huh?" Daeso was startled, covering his mouth, caught off guard. Nam Kung Duan continued with no limit on the number of participants. "Victory or defeat is determined when one side concedes so that no one is dissatisfied." Daeso was curious. "You won't participate directly, will you?" Nam Kung Duan nodded. "Of course not." He smiled, his expression deep. "The battle between you and me is not a minor contest of the young master." Daeso was confused. "Really?" Nam Kung Duan set a condition. "If I win tomorrow, I have something I need from you." He was excited. "I heard that your maidens are very talented. If I lose, one of those 3 must follow me." Daeso was startled, slammed the table. The old man. His shout echoed throughout the room. Daeso opened the door forcefully. The elders looked at him and 8 tones smirked. "We are having a very pleasant discussion." Monkong raised his hand to signal. "Let's play a game." Daeso quickly asked, "Where are the sisters?" Mon Kong replied they got tired after eating, so they went back to their rooms to rest. Let the old man call them all right, Daeso interrupted. No, the match is set to take place tomorrow afternoon. The two elders jumped in surprise. Daeso opened his eyes wide. Determined, we must prepare immediately. Absolutely cannot lose. He placed the chess pieces on the table, reading the rules aloud with no limit on participants. As long as one side says they lose, the match will end. He will definitely send the Dai Yuan Kim Dwan into battle. Daeso asked, if we face them, can we win? Yo 8-Tone stroked his chin deep and thought, if it were 2 years ago, would 100 lose? The old man clenched his fist, his brows furrowing deeply. But in the past 2 years we have trained, we certainly won't lose easily. The key is hearing that Mon Kong raised an eyebrow and said, Nam Kung is indeed the elder of the Dai Yuan Kim Dwan. If we can't stop him tomorrow, we will lose in confusion. He helplessly judged the two elders were lost in thought. Suddenly Daeso jumped out. 8-Tone's voice teased. Are you afraid? Are you afraid of being hit? Seeing the old man's face turn red, teeth clenched, he continued. So you are really afraid? Wow, you said you would fight for the young master, but it turns out to be just bragging. 8-Tone angrily swung a punch, shouting loudly, Do you want me to hit you? Daeso leaned aside, dodging the punch with a disdainful smile. I dare you. Did the old man think I could be bullied like before? Mon Kong said seriously, not every flower scene is the same. One who has worked hard, failed, and succeeded repeatedly reaches the flower scene. A person who reaches the flower scene without encountering difficulties or adversities is like walking on solid ground, but everyone sees both as masters of the flower scene. But the former is more tired than the latter. The former, as soon as he reaches the flower scene, will immediately feel the limits and want to stop. The latter until now has faced no difficulties, so he uses that strength to climb higher. Nam Kung is indeed a genius, just like the second one. Not only that, he was born with something called divine power that no one else has. Who pushed you? Are you pouting like that? He teased. Does that mean you elders are afraid? The two suddenly burst into laughter. Mon Kong joked. You concluded quickly, didn't you? He said to conclude in a unknown fight he is at 50. He confidently pointed to himself. I am a level above that old man at 60. Hearing that, Daeso put his hands on the table. Let's go with that. The next afternoon near the main fighting arena, a crowd gathered, bustling and lively. The audience was abuzz with discussion, everyone eager to witness the showdown between the two young masters of Nam Kung. Suddenly someone next to them jumped in surprise, pointing into the distance and shouting, Look over there! All eyes turned in that direction, and they were astonished to see the strategist appear. The strategist looked strong and healthy, reassuring everyone that the martial world would be protected. And there was the deputy strategist, although young, exceptionally talented, earning the admiration of all. Suddenly footsteps echoed, cutting through the noise. The audience in the stands gasped in realization that the person who just appeared was the legendary martial god, the head of the greatest family in the world. He stepped up and sat down in his chair with dignity. The crowd cheered in amazement at his appearance. The presence of the martial god made the atmosphere tense. Everyone felt an indescribable pressure. Another person stepped onto the stage and shouted, Ladies and gentlemen, the match between the 4 young masters and the 3 young masters is about to begin. The surrounding audience cheered enthusiastically. Jiangmin was excited. Finally, the match was starting. Huanya anxiously clasped her hands and silently prayed for her young master. The doors opened and a tall figure stepped in, making the crowd even more lively. That was the great Yuan sword team, the strongest army of the Nam Kung family. People rushed to throw gold into the betting box for this team. One of the betting crew approached Jiangmin and asked, Who will you bet on, sir? Jiangmin pulled out a pouch full of silver and said, I bet everything on the 4th young master. The person holding the pouch widened his eyes. That's too much, Jiangmin scoffed. Who else besides me would dare to bet on the 4th young master? Daeso walked in, looking at the crowd that was mocking. One person in the crowd said, Is that really the army of Nam Kung? This is turning out worse than I thought. Daeso ignored him and walked straight to face Nam Kung John. He started a conversation. Brother, before we begin, I want to say something. Nam Kung Jan frowned. Hung Daeso continued, your side has 53 people, but yours is larger. If we fight one-on-one, the match will take a long time. Nam Kung Jan asked back. So what? Daeso suggested. Let's do a team fight, Great Yuan Sword Team and Tian Long Team. Simple but effective. Nam Kung Jan scoffed. Of course, if you're scared, you can refuse the provocation. Made Nam Kung Jan frown, veins popping out. The people in front of him prepared to draw their swords. Daeso feigned innocence, standing upright as if questioning. Is this getting a bit out of hand? Ha 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 ha, as if he had never laughed before. Nam Kung Ching stood up and said loudly, the suggestion from the young master is interesting. I also want to make a suggestion. Daeso asked in confusion, what is it? Nam Kung Ching arrogantly replied, we will fight in teams. Both sides will choose a captain. Interesting, right? Not only do we have to worry about the match, but we also have to protect our captain while trying to take down the opponent's captain. The audience in the stands also agreed. Many nodded. This is interesting. It's quite good. Daeso looked disinterested. Dissatisfied, he thought to himself, having a group battle as intended is fine, but I didn't expect this proposal to come up. Elder Nam Kung Ching may seem simple and foolish, but he is actually one of those two venomous brothers. I must find out what their intentions are. If we refuse this proposal, the group battle suggestion will no longer exist. Whatever it is, let's give it a try. Daeso turned to gauge the opinion of Eight Tone and then said loudly, I understand. I accept. Oh, and one more thing. Both sides will choose the opposing team's captain. Are you finding it more interesting now? Nam Kung Ching smiled slyly. Wait, the captain we designate is Daeso. He pointed at him. Daeso was taken aback, thinking, if I become the captain, then all they have to do is defeat me, and the match will become simpler in the stands. Nam Kung Jan sneered. Ha ha, you have completely fallen into the plan of the two young masters. If you run away, the result of today's match will haunt you for a lifetime. Show them how the young master will deal with the perfect trap set by the two young masters. Daeso stood tall, dramatically sweeping his robe aside. If that's the case, then the captain we designate, that new guy, is a good choice. Although I am also afraid he might be quite strong. Daeso pointed at his brother, a person much smaller in stature compared to the others. He turned to ask his teammates, do you all remember what we prepared since yesterday? Of course, isn't that what we do every day? Every day it's just familiar. His teammates responded in unison with enthusiasm. The match began. The referee shouted loudly. Nam Kung Chin smiled slyly, his gaze deep, charging forward. The others immediately lunged at Daeso with fierce momentum. He couldn't react in time, fearfully stepping back. What is happening? A hand struck hard against his back. A burst of golden light radiated that was Eight Tone surprised. Right? This is the feeling of fear when facing Nam Kung. Daeso turned to look at the old man. His teammates laughed loudly at the sight. Is that all? The first time meeting us? You were so scared you almost wet your pants. And I nearly crapped myself, people joked. Laughter erupted and the atmosphere became chaotic. Daeso angrily shouted, hey, get a grip. How can you get stronger with such filthy minds? Just then the enemies charged forward all at once. Quick! Give the orders. At this rate, we will be wiped out. Daeso raised his hand and shouted loudly. The enemies were confused. What's happening? From behind, Daeso's teammates unexpectedly appeared, surrounding the opponents. Everyone at the scene was amazed. What? Isn't that Nahun Jin from Shaolin? Why is Nahun Jin at the Nam Kung clan? Wait, upon closer inspection, that person is Master Eight Tone, the abbot of Shaolin. It is said that this person is very unpredictable. Who would have thought he would appear at the Nam Kung clan? A master sitting in the stands joined his hands. Amitba Eight Tone is still alive. Nam Kung Chin still wore a hateful expression. So, that's it. The Daiwian Kimdwan is divided into three, and they have also created a center position to combine with the formation. It's quite well arranged. Daeso confidently raised his eyebrows, smiling. Nam Kung Chin, if you think this can stop us, you are very mistaken. He fiercely swung his sword at Daeso using all his strength but missed him. The 5-action sword formation from Vidang is still the same old trick, he said disdainfully. He continued to attack but failed again. This time it was the 7-star sword formation that left him bewildered. This is the Tai Chi sword formation. Daso stood there smiling. You can't easily break it. This is a special gift I prepared for the elder. He showed no fear. Do you dare to prolong the fight against me? An interesting idea? He gathered his energy and the sword emitted a purple light. His face darkened, full of danger. Don't underestimate me. Don't think that without me the Daiwian Kimdwan will be like a headless chicken. Nam Kung Kong said with a smile. The master once said to never let your guard down. When facing that monster, Nam Kung Chin aggressively raised his sword, standing in front of him. Then I can only trust him. The two teams charged at each other, neither willing to yield. Daso stood from afar, directing 9 people in front, 9 people behind. The Daiwian Kimdwan received the order and immediately changed their formation. Surround them. Block them here, Daso shouted loudly. Everyone charge in. Immediately they rushed in, continuing the unfinished battle. He continuously changed the formation. 15 people in front, 3 people behind. That's right, 18 people behind, the deputy team leader said worriedly. If this drags on, we won't be able to hold on. The constantly changing formations left the deputy team leader confused. Daso clenched his fist, confidently ordering, charge ahead, we must corner them. The chaotic formation turned into a mob. Nam Kung Hung saw the situation was not good and said, Deputy team leader, the situation is very dangerous. Hyun looked at Nam Kung Hung in panic and asked, Team leader, if we keep charging, won't it be very dangerous? He reassured him, don't panic, the commander believes in us. Nam Kung Jan was sitting from afar, seriously observing all developments. Nam Kung Hung took a serious stance, directing, from now on you all must do your best to protect Hyun. Everyone around was happy. Team leader, do you have a plan? And he focused his energy, calmly explaining, this method is quite explosive, but right now it seems to be the best way. He raised the sword in front of him. A beam of golden light enveloped his entire body. Everyone in the workshop shouted. Team leader Tun looked at Nam Kung Hung in shock. Is he planning to sacrifice himself? The anger is unusual. Nam Kung Hung entered a fighting state. His eyes lit up, anger surging and enveloping his body. He shouted, not an elder nor a senior member. This is just the realm of a team leader. 8-Tone turned back, his voice full of determination. Do not be afraid, even a little, everyone replied in unison. Understood. However, another surge of rage unexpectedly came from behind, startling Nam Kung Hung to turn around. A scream rang out. Team leader, why are you so calm? Nam Kung Hung was taken aback. The elder's rage surrounded Nam Kung Chin. He clenched his fists and laughed loudly. Who are we? We are the Nam Kung family. His confidence spread like a wave of power, making everyone feel invigorated. Nam Kung Ching shouted, are you just gonna stand there and watch? Show them what it means to be from the Nam Kung. Nam Kung Hung smiled proudly. Indeed, he is the elder. He roared, from now on, no one is allowed to stand behind me. The team shouted in unison. Understood. Nam Kung Hung charged forward. Everyone followed, their momentum rising as if to tear the sky apart. He commanded the whole team charge. Their overwhelming force panicked the opponents, who were pushed back before they could react. Nam Kung Hung excitedly thought to himself, at this rate, they definitely can't resist. Daso struggled, command trying every way to stop the enemy. If broken, all plans will go up in smoke. He pointed his sword forward. 8-Tun and the elders, age 30, 40, moved forward. Everyone quickly followed. 8-Tun ran in the direction he pointed. Seeing the chaos, Daso shouted, how much longer can we hold out? Mon Kong braced himself, grimacing as he replied, 2 more rounds, I can't hold out. Daso yelled, do you want to die? Mon Kong angrily turned back and shouted, you little bastard. Daso pondered, 2 more rounds, we must win. He raised his hand, signaling for the first form of Lahan Tran. Everyone in the team quickly spread out in different directions, catching the deputy team leader off guard. He panicked. What is this? Nam Kung Hung shouted, wake up. What are you doing? Quickly attack the young master. The opponent saw Daso standing alone without protection and rushed forward to seize the young master. Daso's face was sweaty. He thought to himself, the moment I have been waiting for has arrived. Daso aimed his sword at the enemy and shouted, All 13 remaining people except for those 5 elder uncles target the back. Those given the order jumped up swinging their weapons to attack. One person executed the lock Noyet Kim Fap Noyet Ha. Another continuously struck with Tien-2, while the rest swung their swords with Trick Deep Phi Hoa. 3 moves sent the opponents flying, causing them to panic and flee. "We are being attacked from behind," the deputy shouted. "Don't look back, just move forward." They advanced with swords targeting Disso. Those outside laughed gleefully. "It's over." If he had matured more, he might have been able to block that attack. However, each of their attacks was swiftly dodged by Disso, leaving them startled. "What is this?" As they all lunged together, Disso quickly jumped high. A group charged at him. "Don't let him escape." Disso's body flickered in and out, avoiding every attack. They were surprised. Can he really dodge everything? One person raised his sword, gritting his teeth. "We have to catch him," but before the strike could be launched, Disso knocked it away. Here Disso's face was pale, blood trickling from his mouth, muttering, "Damn it, my internal energy is depleted." The vice captain saw the opportunity and rushed forward, pointing his sword at him. His face full of murderous intent. "You've got guts, even though you're from the main branch. I didn't expect you to dodge all my techniques." Disso's body felt heavy, standing still. The vice captain confidently said, "But I will end this easily with this move." He advanced, swinging his sword down. His eyes were fierce, thinking to himself, "Eve won." Nam Kung Jan stepped into the arena confidently, a victorious smile on his face. "It's over," he declared. The crowd watching the battle suddenly erupted in wild cheers. "No way, how could he do that?" That statement left Nam Kung Jan perplexed. He turned back to look. Disso was still there, unharmed. Nam Kung Jan couldn't believe it, wondering, how could he dodge the thrust of a top-tier master like the vice captain? Nam Kung Hung, dissatisfied, turned to the vice captain. "Hurry up, vice captain. What are you doing? Attack now." The vice captain hesitated a bit and then rushed towards Disso, his voice full of anger. "Even if I don't know how you withstood the previous attack, it will truly end now." Seeing the tip of the sword coming towards him, Disso was horrified, his hair standing on end. 8 Ton appeared just in time, his arms swinging down with great force, blocking the vice captain's sword strike. He exclaimed, "Amitba, you held on well." 8 Ton clenched his fist, a massive energy enveloping his arm. A punch straight into the vice captain's stomach sent him flying away. Here, Disso grasped his shoulder, complaining, "You should have come a bit faster, I almost died." Bai Tun looked at him helplessly. "I saved you, you stubborn fool." Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted, sending everyone flying. Old Man Kong appeared in front of Disso, shouting excessively. Then Nam Kung Chin stomped his foot, his gaze resolute. Disso looked at the scene before him, lamenting that it truly was never-ending challenges. Nam Kung Chin stepped out from the smoke, his large hand gripping the head of a team member. "Quite impressive, young master." He sneered and then threw that person far away. The thrown person crashed hard onto the ground in front of Disso. Nam Kung Chin calmly said, "The Lu Yun body technique of the Dianshang sect. The Tianji mesmerizing technique of the Jia Cat family. The Fei Lu technique of the Qing Chang sect from the Yun sect, to the Tai Chi sword technique of the Wu Dang. You can freely display the martial arts of various schools like that. It's truly miraculous." He stroked his chin and scoffed. "Now even if you were to experience a disruption in your meridians and burst your inner energy leading to death, it wouldn't be surprising." Nam Kung Chin stepped in front of Disso and asked, "How is a monster created?" Man Kong pointed his sword at him, tauntingly laughing. "Of course it was born that way." Nam Kung Chin shouted, his voice full of excitement. "Is that so? Will the young master become a little monster?" Man Kong laughed along. "He's still just a kid." The two of them were in perfect sync, as if they had rehearsed it beforehand. Disso heard this and bristled. Why do you keep calling him a kid? It's so annoying." Nam Kung Chin waved his hand. "Order you all to step back." Everyone obediently complied. Disso clearly saw everyone stepping back, still not understanding what was happening. He wondered, why are they letting the team members step back? Wait, isn't this an opportunity? He moved closer to Man Kong, pointing ahead. He's all alone, so if we rush together wouldn't it be easy to win? Man Kong turned his head to look at him, angrily shouted. You better step back, De So confused said. Huh? He stepped back and wondered why is he suddenly angry? Bak Tun looked at him, sighed. The young master has never seen a duel between masters, right? The old man looked towards Man Kong, thinking that it seemed like he wanted to show the young master something. Bak Tun turned to De So and said, From now on, young master, pay careful attention to every movement of the two. The ground beneath Man Kong gradually cracked and both of them suddenly sank down. The tiles also cracked wide. Everything witnessed at this moment will become valuable experience for De So, greatly aiding his future martial arts training. Nam Kung Ching smirked cunningly. Stop showing off uselessly, it's still not too late to ask for help. If I'm your opponent, then even if you team up to attack me you won't have to worry about being humiliated. Man Kong also stood his ground, replying, Buddha. I want to try to match my strength against you once. Nam Kung Ching didn't hesitate to throw a punch at Man Kong, shouting. If I beat you to death, then it'll be the old monk's turn. As his strike landed, Man Kong blocked it with his sword. Each attack from Nam Kung Ching was precisely countered by Man Kong. He turned back to look at De So and instructed. Young master, watch closely. Although he didn't fully understand the intent, De So still intently observed the two. Man Kong began demonstrating techniques, explaining to him. These are the most basic skills of Wudong martial arts and the most important. Meanwhile, Nam Kung Ching continuously launched fierce attacks, shouting. It's ridiculous. He concentrated his rage like a volcano erupting into his punch. Try to break this move. Man Kong firmly gripped his sword, his expression serious, watching him, closing his eyes to feel every drop of water falling around him. Violent swirling currents of energy. De So watched in shock. He is trying to break through all those unreasonable attacks. The battle suddenly quieted down. Man Kong sneered, indeed you are talented. I truly envy you for being so strong, thanks to a talent that others do not have. Nam Kung Ching was so angry that veins bulged on his forehead. He bit down hard on his lower lip. Are you implying that I was born with stronger divine power than someone with developed limbs like you? Man Kong laughed at this. That's right. It's not wrong to say that you were born with developed limbs. You have acknowledged it, no need for more words. Nam Kung Ching gritted his teeth in anger. De So, both angry and panicked, pushed the old baton's head and shouted. No, this old man has gone crazy. Why provoke others to show their true power? Baton then explained, young master, don't you understand that he is doing this on purpose? So you can see the full strength of the two of them in the arena. Nam Kung Ching's rage erupted violently, but Man Kong stood there calm as ever. De So awkwardly asked, see what, old man? Baton stared thoughtfully at the two. When they fight with all their strength, they will achieve the impossible. Look closely at that demeanor. It's what the young master aspires to. Nam Kung Ching stood in the center of the arena, his rage encompassing and intimidating everyone around. He gritted his teeth. The weak always find excuses to justify their failures. The pressure from him frightened Man Kong. He was angry. You only see the present and not the effort I have put in. He opened his eyes wide and declared powerfully, the more people like that, the less I will pay attention. Today I will use this power to crush you. He quickly lunged toward Man Kong, shaking the entire arena. I'm coming. Look at this powerful punch. Man Kong grimaced in fear. His sword blocked the attack, but his body lost balance and slid back. He quickly swung his sword up, redirecting the punch backward. However, the rage still clung tightly to the sword, the terrifying force making it hard for him to withstand. De So panicked. What is the old man with the big nose being attacked by? I can't see Elder Nam Kung Ching anywhere. Man Kong remained steady, the lightning from the rage continuously overwhelming him. Baton reminded, you should use your 5 senses to feel. At that time you can detect his every slightest movement. De So awkwardly extended his hands. Use the 5 senses. Huh? Close your eyes and feel every breath of air around you. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and shouted, I see it. Nam Kung Ching appeared, leaping up and striking toward Man Kong. The powerful strike came crashing down. Man Kong decisively swung his sword up the impact, creating a blinding light. De So was startled. It hit. Nam Kung Ching turned and threw another punch. Man Kong continuously swung his sword to block each strike. Between the two, light flashed, but his eyes remained firmly shut. Deso panicked. Close your eyes. How can he know to attack? Every movement of Nam Kung Ching was thoroughly felt by him. Every move and step is under his control down to the smallest detail. Every punch was blocked by him. Nam Kung Ching was knocked back but remained undaunted. He continued to advance with a high jump, choosing to attack from the air. The swirling waters around erupted violently, causing the opponent to think that the impact was so great that it was invisible. With anger, Man Kong calmly recalled what Deso had once asked, "Old Big Nose, what if you can't read the opponent's anger?" He stood in front of you patiently instructing. At that time, just create a new flow of internal energy. While blocking every blow from him, Man Kong thought, the Tai Chi Wisdom Sword is originally a sword technique aimed at the opponent's internal energy. Nam Kung Ching remained unaware, continuing to gleefully target Man Kong. Lightning struck down on the arena. Deso panicked. That's lightning from the sky, how can we know? Man Kong turned to look at him smiling. If we hadn't encountered this child, I fear we still wouldn't have escaped it. Tin sensed the waves around. This matter was not just in accordance with internal energy. He swung his sword, and that was the sword technique that created new internal energy. Sharp sword strikes appeared in the stream of consciousness, a type of free sword technique unbound worthy of its name. Nam Kung Ching with a fierce expression rushed down. Man Kong opened his eyes and calmly swung a sword. The strike instantly severed Nam Kung Ching. He silently thought, unmatched sword technique. Despite being attacked to the point where his wrist lightly burned, Nam Kung Ching was excited. I've never seen such martial arts before, truly amazing. Man Kong was panting on the arena. The old man smiled, you too. The thunder energy you used really opened my eyes. I have a title I want to bestow upon you, Thunder Emperor. He scratched his chin, chuckling. Thunder Emperor. Huh? Wonderful, very wonderful. He spread his legs wide, channeling internal energy into his palm to thank for that title. I also have a move I want you to admire. The lightning enveloping his fist radiating an oppressive aura. The lightning turned purple, shining densely and powerfully. Kong looked on with goosebumps, wanting to explode with internal energy he provoked. It would be a shame not to witness that. Nam Kung Ching laughed loudly, shouting, I like you now. He unleashed his strongest punch, shouting 10 self-destruct. Man Kong was no less, pouring internal energy into his sword, aiming it at him. Seeing the incoming strike, he immediately launched his technique, endless and unbroken, enduring the middle endless for 10,000. The two strikes collided, creating a massive explosion, smoke billowing throughout the arena. Deso struggled to open his eyes to look at them. The shouts of those around echoed. Who is it? Who won? He opened his eyes wide in fear. The shadowy figure appearing and disappearing in the thick smoke made him anxious. Could the mist dissipate? Nam Kung Ching stood there, stunned. His team cheered. How could our elder lose? Deso and the others looked pale, mumbling with difficulty. There it is. Nam Kung Ching's body fell heavily, leaving him confused. Huh? His body slammed hard against the training ground. Man Kong appeared, sighing in relief, thinking he might not survive this. Everyone saw him happy, cheering. That's right, the big-nosed elder is unbeatable. Nam Kung John stood to the side, mumbling. There's no way his team is stunned, too. The elder Nam Kung Chung lost no way. Deso quickly ran over to Man Kong, whistling. He was amazing. What was that final move? He taught me. He grimaced. Stop talking, I'm so tired I could faint right now. Looking at the group on the other side, his eyes glinted with hostility. He mumbled, it seems they are planning to fight until the last person falls. Right? Deso chuckled at that. Just wait, Eve thought of a way to end this duel. Deso calmly stepped in front of everyone. His gaze was cold, yet full of confidence. Ladies and gentlemen, our great sword team has a special proposal to present. His voice rang out clearly, capturing everyone's attention. The vice team leader's face turned red with anger as he pointed his sword at Deso, growling. Do you think we will easily give up? But Diso did not respond. Instead, he gently moved closer to Zhang Neo, whispering in his ear, "To be honest, the team leader wants to end this fight just like the elder, right?" The words were like a veiled threat, leaving Nam Kung Hung pale. He glanced around the training ground marked by the signs of the battle, then calmly continued, "If you've ever witnessed top-tier duels, surely everyone feels an itch to join the fight. But if you want to fight, you should seek out that old one-handed man, not a little brat like me." Tone immediately looked up, his eyes coldly, following Diso. Diso smirked, his gaze filled with malice directed at Nam Kung Hung. "If you agree to stop here, I will take responsibility and arrange a satisfying duel for the two of you whenever you want. Just come to me." Then he turned to Man Kang's team, a friendly smile appearing on his lips. "But if you refuse, there won't be a match worth watching as you expect. You will only join forces with them and end everything in a dull manner." But faced with the dilemma, Nam Kung Hung pondered. Finally, he stepped forward to Nam Kung Jan, bowing respectfully. "Please forgive me, I will take responsibility for this." Nam Kung Jan looked confused, not understanding what was happening. "What?" Nam Kung Hung said nothing more, stepping down from the platform. The host immediately shouted, "Nam Kung Hung is eliminated." Diso smiled smugly as the martial artists of the Nam Kung family. Victory is not the ultimate goal, but rather the improvement of strength through battles with worthy opponents. He looked around and asked, "You all think so too, right?" The expressions of everyone showed clear hesitation. Diso continued to provoke, "I will help you find worthy opponents. So let's stop here." The whole team fell silent. The swords were placed down on the ground one by one. They turned back and respectfully said, "Young Master Nam Kung, please forgive us." Nam Kung Jan looked at the scene, gritting his teeth in anger, secretly cursing a bunch of fools. The host announced this contest to push for victory. Diso heard it and jumped up joyfully as everyone cheered in celebration. "We won. We defeated the Nam Kung family." The cheers echoed everywhere. "Tanlong team is the champion. Great fight." 8. Tun and Man Kang both showed pride and the audience erupted. May 9th long Diso. Diso sulkily turned away, muttering, "I'm the only one who didn't hear anything." Suddenly a voice called out, "Diso." Diso, he happily turned back. "What is it? Who is calling me?" On the second floor corridor, Nam Kung Jan waved a flag. His face filled with excitement as he shouted, "Fourth young master. Fourth young master is here, right here." Diso shyly turned away, being teased by someone. "Look, he's calling the fourth young master." He shook his head. "I don't know him." Sungyin and Li Anin rushed over worriedly. "Young master." Diso smiled. "Sisters," he thought to himself. "Fortunately, I can keep them around." They approached and kept ruffling his hair and pinching his cheeks, scolding, "What's wrong? Your skin is so pale, even wrinkled." Suddenly a strange hand appeared in Diso's view. He looked up to see Nam Kung Jan friendly extending his hand towards him. "I'm really surprised I lost." Diso awkwardly scratched his head and shook his hand. "It's just luck on my part. If we fought again, I wouldn't be able to win against you." Nam Kung Jan joked, "You're pretending again, kid." He calmly turned away to make way for the winner. Nam Kung Jan suddenly realized something. He turned back and his eyes immediately met Sungyin's gaze. She gently bowed her head to greet him. Diso stood beside, filled with astonishment, thinking, why is the atmosphere between the two of them so strange? Just then a large bag of money flew towards Diso. He quickly caught it from afar. Lao Jiangmeng approached holding a full box of silver, smiling, as he said, "Thanks to today, Eve earned quite a bit." Diso laughed heartily. "Did you bet on me?" The two of us matched so well that even our smiles were alike. Wanya saw that scene and couldn't help but exclaim, "You two are becoming more and more alike." Nam Kung Jan approached looking pleased. "Young master, how can we let such a beautiful day go by without enjoyment?" Diso boldly pointed to the sky and declared, "All right, today I will treat everyone." Looking towards him suddenly shouted. Jiaman also stepped forward to add, "Don't worry about drinks, food, or alcohol. We have everything prepared already." Diso smiled proudly. "Money is not an issue. If we save today, it would be like being stingy." Everyone around immediately cheered. "Long live Lao No." He angrily shouted, I am the one spending the money. Meanwhile, a group of elders sat silently long deep in thought. One of them frowned and murmured, "This is not a normal situation." He looked towards the main team. His face strained as he continued, "The elders of the Namkung family have failed even the great Yuan sword team. One of the key units has to admit defeat. For the martial arts world, the Namkung family is like the sky that cannot be surpassed." He clenched his fists, his voice low and firm. "Yet today, because of them, that sky has cracked." Another person crossed his arms coldly commenting, "The monsters have returned to the world led by the fourth son." Diso leading the group, the others followed silently behind. One man calmly stated, "Now I can be sure Diso will be the successor of the Namkung family." News of the Qinglong team's victory over the great Yuan team quickly spread throughout the martial arts community. Those who came to watch the match were still buzzing as they left. "I never expected to witness such an extraordinary match." They walked along the road continuously praising, catching the attention of a beggar. The beggar exclaimed in panic, "Is it Long who used a treacherous move?" He hurriedly packed his things, ran to an abandoned house and anxiously called out, "Boss, there's big news." He pushed the door open forcefully, shouting, big news, boss, don't sleep anymore. Wake up quickly." The gang leader lay on a tattered mat, uncomfortably exhaling, sitting up and murmuring, "Is it time for a meal already?" Yet the image of an old man appeared in the beggar's mind. He spoke loudly, "Master is at the Namkung family." And the other man asked in confusion, "What?" At the Vasek they already heard the shout from the gate. "Senior brother," one person exclaimed, "still alive, named Mankong and defeated the elder Namkung Ching." The other replied, "Indeed, the master is at the Namkung family." He was panicking. "Shouldn't we immediately go to the Namkung family to bring the master back?" "Mr. Cho, you say that because you don't know how treacherous the Namkung family is. If he doesn't leave there on his own, we can't do anything. For now, let's wait for the right opportunity to assess the situation." At Shaolin Temple, Min Tri held his staff angrily. Rushing ahead, Min Tian followed behind, advising the abbot, "Please calm down for a moment." He turned around and shouted, "How can you expect me to stand still when I hear that the master is eating and sleeping well at Namkung, while no one is caring for Shaolin?" Min Tian hesitated, eyes showing confusion. "Everything remains intact. Isn't this a good omen for the martial world? Tone is still alive." Hearing this, he gradually softened his tone. Min Tri turned to ask Deso, "How old is the child that the master chose this year?" Min Tian replied, "About 13 years old." Upon hearing this, he burst out laughing. "Then I must go meet him. Besides the master, there must be many others as well. I'm very curious about the child that the master personally chose." Meanwhile, their master continued to laugh with delight, pouring wine for Deso. Deso looked at the scene before him, his head spinning in panic. What is this? His eyes darted around, seeing people from the military strategist's hall on one side, and those from the medical hall on the other. In front of him, the situation became even more alarming, when he saw people from the Kim Cat era present as well. Li Onyen walked by, laughing and patting his shoulder. Today is a happy day, shouldn't everyone enjoy it together? Moreover, the young master is treating us too. Deso clenched his hands, grinding his teeth and thinking, I never intended to treat all of them. He stood up and shouted, fine, let's just say they are related to the sisters. Then he pointed to another table. But why are both my senior brothers and the great sword team here too? Nam Kung Wan provocatively smiled at him. I heard that the team leader Nam Kung Pil said you invited us. Didn't he? He laughed loudly, looking at the SOS displeased face. My little brother will throw a big feast as an elder brother. How could I just sit still? Deso thought to himself, anyone can see that he's venting his anger on the loser. Nam Kung Wan approached him slightly tipsy, saying, so what? If it were me, I would have brought all the fighters here. As a direct descendant of Nam Kung, you should be a bit more lenient. Deso furrowed his brow and clenched his fist, growling, are you trying to add fuel to the fire? He continued to talk to me and the atmosphere was not bad. The SOS fist froze, looking around. Everywhere was lively. People were hugging and laughing as if nothing had happened. Everyone was gathered together, noisy and lively. Nam Kung Ching and Man Kong acted as if nothing had happened, still toasting each other. Just a few hours ago, they were eager to point swords at each other, wishing they could kill their opponent. Now they were laughing and chatting like families gathering on a holiday. Deso looked on in agreement, silently thinking it made sense. He turned to Nam Kung Wan and asked, "How much money did I make today?" Nam Kung Wan calculated silently and said, "Let's see. Since you bet 200 taels, you won 200,000 taels." Hearing this, Deso smiled and said loudly, "All right, with such a big win, let them eat and drink comfortably." Everyone shouted in unison, "Drink, drink until we're drunk." Nam Kung Wan added, "Truly wonderful." They all got drunk together, shouting, "Drink, drink, drink." Others jumped on this table and danced. I can't help but dance in such a joyful place. Everyone applauded for him. Beautiful. Nam Kung Ching, red-faced from drinking, patted Botwan's shoulder and pointed at himself. "Botwan, let's have a duel." Nam Kung Hung pulled him back. "Elder, please line up. Even if you are an elder, you can't cut in." Nam Kung Wan calmly continued drinking, ignoring the noise. "Master, you're drunk." The three maidservants gathered together, laughing and chatting happily. "Sisters, did you see the young master flying up and dodging the ungracious attacks?" And they shouted, "Yes, he flies as nimbly as a squirrel." Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the door, and Nam Kung Han pushed the door open, making everyone stunned to see him. Deso immediately spat out his drink, stammering, "Father, why are you here?" Nam Kung Wan, also drunk, paused for a moment upon seeing him. He couldn't tell heaven from earth, rudely pointing at him. "Oh my, who is this? Isn't he the head of our family?" Everyone looked at him angrily, thinking, "Shut up, you bastard." He boldly threw his arm around Nam Kung Han's shoulder, laughing. "Why is everyone suddenly so quiet? I still want to play." Everyone silently pleaded with him, "Please stop." Deso panicked and muttered, "If this continues, we'll all be dead. I need to find a way." Nam Kung Lum stood up amidst someone's shouting. "Right, what good is the elder Nam Kung?" He raised his hand calmly, saying, "Suddenly I'm not feeling well, so I have to go now. You all stay and enjoy yourselves." Nam Kung Chin was stunned, standing stiffly watching the old man leave. Jang Myung also hurriedly found an excuse. "I have important business to attend to early tomorrow." People started to get up to say goodbye, some saying, "Oh my, I forgot to take care of the patient." Someone said, "Oh, I also forgot to go to sleep. There's a meeting tomorrow." The elder and the vice captain turned back to ask, "Jang Neo, team leader, didn't you say we would practice for the match?" He nodded. "That's right." Deso looked at that scene, his eyes red with anger. Those despicable people only know how to live for themselves. Nam Kung John stepped forward and said, "Father, you found a treasure." Secretly rejoiced. "That's right, if it's the two senior brothers, who would have guessed?" He just lowered his head and said, "See you later." Deso was astonished. "Is that really okay?" Said most people had already left. Only old man Kong lay drunk on the ground. Nam Kung Han picked up a bottle of wine and said calmly, "This is good wine." Then he used his internal energy to lift the untouched wine bottles, turned around and ordered, "Follow me." Deso silently cried inside, "Why tell me to follow you? I don't want to go." Nevertheless, he still stammered and obeyed. The father and son climbed onto the roof, sitting and sipping wine. Deso exclaimed, "I never thought I could stand on the roof of the family mansion," looking out into the distance. He wondered, over there. Could it be the group of people who fled earlier, now returning to gather as if nothing had happened? Deso shouted, "A bunch of wicked people leaving me all alone." Li Han looked into the distance and clicked his tongue. "Look at that, because of you, innocent people who were just lying there got hit." Nam Kung Han took a sip of wine and sighed uncomfortably. Deso looked at his father full of questions. "It's strange, no matter how I look at it, that's my father I see every day." He wondered, "Why do I feel like he's a bit lonely today? Could it be because of that he came here?" Deso recalled the rumor that his father sometimes resembled a regular person. He approached and actively poured wine for Nam Kung Han, surprisingly Han. He spoke up. Eve heard people say. Daeso smiled at his father. To learn to drink wine, you must definitely ask your father. He looked at the full wine cup silent and said nothing. The silent atmosphere scared Daeso. Did I say something nonsense? Why is he so pensive? Smile already. He awkwardly scratched his head. So that's what I see. He sat down, closing himself up, and smiled brightly. Father seems a bit lonely, so I think if he smiles it will be better. His sunny smile left his father stunned. Nam Kung-han seemed to remember his late wife, wondering, why did she look at me and smile back then? The wife only covered her mouth and giggled. He asked, was I really that funny back then? The wife gently replied, how could that be? When she saw him, she felt sad and regretful. She wanted to fill his empty gaze with her smile. He was confused. Why did the sincere wife respond? Because I want you to be happy even if I'm not by your side. I hope our child will smile for you. The smile on Daeso's face was forced. He looked into the wine cup and gave a faint false smile. He sipped his wine. Who says a father must teach his son to drink? It's really funny, don't get your hopes up. Daeso was surprised, clearly seeing his usually stern father just a moment ago. He exclaimed, father just smiled. Lee Han panicked. What? I can't keep up. Daeso continued pouring wine, laughing as he said, oh, he was smiling happily, thinking to himself, I never expected to live to see this, haha. After a night of indulgent partying, everyone lay scattered in the yard deep in sleep. Daeso held his head on the bed, groaning, how much did I drink yesterday? Someone brought him a bowl of detox soup, gently saying, wake up, drinking this soup will help. Daeso felt like he found a savior and quickly took the bowl of soup. After finishing, he turned and smiled brightly. I'm alive again, thank you, old Baldy. But when he looked closely, he was surprised to realize that it was his third senior brother. Daeso awkwardly hurried to put on his clothes and asked, when did you come in? Nam Kung-sin replied seriously, the rumor that you threw a victory celebration has spread throughout the families. Yesterday, after observing your martial arts match, I made a decision. Daeso asked in confusion, what decision? Nam Kung-sin said seriously, I have decided to go into seclusion to prepare for the Four Kings match because you will also be there. Then he looked directly at Daeso and declared, I will win this Four Kings match and become the outstanding heir. Daeso repeated in confusion, the Four Kings match. Nam Kung-sin turned to leave, saying, I have said everything I need to say. I'm leaving now, take care of yourself. Before leaving, he turned back and smiled at Daeso. I was very pleased yesterday. The expressions of defeat from your two senior brothers were extremely interesting. Daeso suddenly realized something. He mumbled, the Four Kings match, the Four Kings match. And then he slapped his forehead and laughed loudly. That's right, the Four Kings match. Why didn't I think of that? Images of this prestigious competition flashed in his mind, where fighters under 20 from various schools would compete. The Four Kings match will select the young king in 4 categories. Young Sword King, Young Fist King, Young Saber King, and Young Shadow King. In particular, the final 4 winners will face each other, and the last one standing will be hailed as the true dragon of the era, becoming the outstanding heir. Daeso remembered in his past life, when his older brother also participated in the Four Kings match and wanted to compete against their father. His 2 senior brothers had also won before and requested secret information related to the martial arts secret book. He suddenly felt excited, jumped off the bed and shouted, I never thought I would participate in the Four Kings match before, but now it's different. He raised his hand and slapped his arm, telling himself, I am stronger than before. There are still 2 years until the Four Kings match. I must prepare thoroughly. Daeso pondered if he won that match. The only thing he wanted was to renounce the direct lineage of the Nam Kung family. Stepping confidently out of the shadow of his family with determination in his heart, Daeso rushed towards the door, flung it open and shouted, quickly wake everyone up. From today, special training for the Four Kings battle will begin. Everyone is still half asleep. Daeso continues to shout loudly, everyone wake up now. We must defeat the 3 brothers in the Four Kings battle. While the others are still not fully awake, Daeso stands in front of them waving his hand to signal. Everyone must join me in planning how to become stronger in the next 2 years. One person raised their hand hesitantly asking, "Excuse me," he is holding his stomach looking pale, "when will we have our own stomachs?" Diso angrily shouted, "Go get your own drink at this moment." Batten stepped forward hurriedly advising, "I understand why you are in such a hurry. Is it because progress is too slow?" His words struck a chord with Diso. Batten cheerfully patted him on the shoulder. "There's nothing to worry about. Every warrior, whether fast or slow, will eventually face their own wall." Everyone around also chimed in to break that wall. "No one else but yourself, no one else but you must realize it yourself." Another person added, "That's right, we have done everything we could. Now it's time for you to realize it on your own." Diso frowned, gritting his teeth in frustration. "So in the end, do I have to do everything myself? Can't rely on anyone at all?" The people around frowned and muttered, "That's too much." Kong pointed directly at him calmly saying, "If so, why don't you try practicing the martial arts you have learned again?" Diso was surprised. He is holding his head in panic. "I have trained so hard that my head hurts like it's being smashed. Now you want me to start learning from the beginning?" Kong gently advised, "Please listen to me. When you first learn martial arts, you need to understand its intent. From long range to close combat to assassination," he explained, "how strong or weak this martial art is, whether it benefits the individual or the collective, whether to fight head-on or to assassinate. But you have gone in a different direction." Kong sighed, "You should use your mind to understand first, before practicing with your body. But you did the opposite." He gently added, "It may take time, but this is the most standard and effective method." Diso slammed his hand. "So that's how it is?" Kong asked. "How many techniques have you practiced so far?" Diso raised his face, thought for a moment, and then began to count. Swordsmanship 33 techniques, saber techniques 15 techniques, fist techniques 25, foot techniques 10, assassination techniques 6, poison techniques 9, earth techniques 5, stealth techniques 7, movement techniques 29. In addition, there are 18 basic weapons, each with 15 techniques. A total of about 154 techniques. Kong was shocked, sighed, "That's quite a lot. If you start over with the basics, all these techniques will take at least 15. Diso trembled, stammering, 15. Kong tried to comfort him. "But I can assure you this, after 15, you will become the most formidable warrior in the martial world." Diso shouted, "No, I said I want to win the Four Kings battle in 2 years." Everyone around looked at him with admiring eyes. His will to win is truly strong. Diso was terrified at the thought of falling before the three brothers. "If not, I will be in excruciating pain." Batten stroked his chin. "If so, then there is a way." Diso jumped up. "What did the old man say?" Batten stopped him, leaving him feeling disappointed. "No, I think this method is completely unfeasible." Diso pointed behind him. "If the old man doesn't speak, I will order the steward never to meet him again." He turned towards the lady and called for the steward. Batten grabbed him. "How can you exploit personal matters for public affairs?" Diso didn't care, continued walking, despite the old man pulling at his clothes. "I know I will speak, I just need to say it right." Batten panted, holding his chest, asking, "Young master, do you know about the Wanderers?" Diso confusedly replied, "Are Wanderers those warriors who travel around?" "The warriors who always roam everywhere." Batten continued, "That's right, they cannot approach martial arts in a conventional way, because they have no master to guide them. They must fight in real battles, rather than through training to master techniques and gain enlightenment. Therefore, young master, you should engage in real battles like a wanderer to train in martial arts." Diso realized, experience in real combat. He pointed behind him. "Can't I practice with those old men and the people of Namkung?" Batten waved his hand. "You should fight against like-minded opponents, not old men like us." He continued, "Besides, you are also the nominal heir of Namkung, so we cannot fight against you." Diso stood there, his gaze sadly watching everyone leave in different directions. A sense of indescribable regret welled up in his heart. He blankly thought this was a big issue. Looking at the free birds soaring in the sky, he wondered where he could find a worthy opponent in this peaceful era. Should I give up the Four Kings tournament? I originally intended to use this tournament to compete for the title of the junior master. He bowed his head and looked at his hands, his voice filled with frustration. If so, then that's fine. Memories of the victory with everyone in the battle with the two senior brothers flooded back. Diso clenched his fist, his gaze becoming resolute. He turned to Batten and said with determination that he could not give up the Four Kings tournament. Batten smiled and nodded. Diso continued, his voice resolute. I have to find a way. For now I will practice diligently. He wandered aimlessly in the training yard, biting his nails in worry. A month had passed and my strength hadn't improved at all. Panic rose in his heart. The three brothers had shut themselves away to train. He did not know how strong they had become. How long do I have to wait? Remembering Baton's scolding, he sighed. Those old men kept telling me to go out for some fresh air, so I ended up out here. But what should I do now? Suddenly he realized something. He turned back and saw the strategist's hall appearing behind him. Diso mumbled as he wandered around. And I have arrived at the strategist's hall. Let's go visit Ho Anya to see how she's doing. He opened the door and called out to his sister, but only saw Nam Kung Jon dozing off on the table drooling. Diso frowned, wondering if this guy was really the deputy strategist. Nam Kung Jon suddenly woke up, and upon seeing Diso, he became alert right away. Young master, what wind brings you here? Diso calmly replied, I'm just taking a stroll. He looked at Nam Kung Jon and noticed something on his mouth. What's that on your mouth? Nam Kung Jon removed the paper and said, I'm organizing the records of those who performed well in the Four Kings tournament. Diso curiously picked up the stack of papers. Let me see. Suddenly his eyes lit up. This is it, he exclaimed joyfully as if he had found gold. That's it. He immediately dashed out of the room. Nam Kung Jon hurriedly followed, asking young master, where are you going? Diso turned back and shouted, I'm going to see the two brothers. Nam Kung Jon smiled brightly, are you planning something? They'll go with you then. Diso shouted, not at all. He exclaimed with delight, Eve found a way. In Nam Kung Jon's residence he was sitting and enjoying tea, looking at Diso and asking, what did you just say? Diso excitedly replied, I want you to help me find the secret book of Shaolin Temple. This is not a negotiation. If I win the duel, you will grant my request, right? Nam Kung Jon nodded. If you want to search, it's not impossible. But I have something to ask you, Diso eagerly said. Go ahead and ask. Nam Kung Jon stared at Diso, his voice full of questioning. What are you planning to do in the Four Kings tournament? The oppressive atmosphere made Diso break out in a cold sweat. He thought to himself, it seems he knows I will participate in the Four Kings tournament. I shouldn't deceive him, I should just tell the truth. He resolutely stated, I want to win the championship. Nam Kung Jon scoffed, you want to defeat the three of them? Diso nodded, his eyes full of determination. That's right. Nam Kung Jon slammed the table, pointing at Diso excitedly saying, good. I will grant your request. Nam Kung Jon followed Diso holding a bag full of books. He clapped to signal everyone gather around. We will go to Shaolin Temple, the first three people. Nam Kung Jon raised his hand joyfully, me. Diso grimaced, folding one finger down, two left. Batten asked in surprise, Amitba, what wind brings you to Shaolin Temple? Diso confidently replied, I'm going to have a real experience. Batten looked at him and nodded, Shaolin Temple should be great. Mon Kong closed his eyes in agreement. Of course it will be good, but Shaolin Temple is not easy to enter. They will not accept a young master like you. Diso looked at the stack of books he brought back, smiling with delight. That's why we have to fish. Just throw them a bait that they can't escape from. Mr. Mon Kong was excited about such happy news. He couldn't not go. Batten sighed heavily. If this matter is related to Shaolin Temple, then I cannot avoid it. Diso appeared pleased. We will set off right away. Everything is ready, let's gather here. Nam Kung Jon anxiously called out to him. Young master, has the head of the family allowed you to go? Mentioning his father, Diso suddenly remembered, mumbling, right? Stepping out of the main hall, seeing everyone cheerful, Diso breathed a sigh of relief. It turned out to be simpler than I thought. He suddenly recalled his father's advice when returning. Remember to buy good wine. Diso chuckled softly. Send a wine-loving fool to buy wine. Looking at the two old men carrying large bags, he wondered, what is this pile of luggage? Are you two moving houses? Monkong laughed heartily. It's been a while since we've traveled the rivers and lakes. We have to prepare carefully. A foul smell wafted into his nose. Diso puzzled. Sniffed. What is that smell? He looked at Nam Kung John tightly hugging the pile of luggage like a treasure, asking in alarm, Hey, what are you carrying? Why so many kinds of herbs? Nam Kung John shouted, These are all my tonics. Don't touch them. Young master, let me see a little. No way, Nam Kung John warned. I'm going alone. From a distance, horse-drawn carts loaded with goods were approaching in a line. Nam Kung John joyfully exclaimed, Young master, look over there. Just in time for a merchant group to arrive in Hunan. How do you feel about hitching a ride? Diso shook his head. No, we should keep our identity as the Nam Kung family hidden. He pointed at the map. This is the fastest route from MANHUA to Hunan. Nam Kung John was surprised. Is there really such a strange road? Diso smiled. If not, then I will create one. Nam Kung John was still confused. He tightly hugged the pile of luggage and yelled as they were climbing up the cliff. Monkong reminded, Don't look down. If you fall, you won't even find your bones. The four continued their journey over the hills. Nam Kung John couldn't keep up with the other three, only able to shout, Wait a minute. He got stuck in the river. Monkong urged, Hurry up or you'll be left behind. Bat Tan giggled. Diso could only sigh. Nam Kung John was both angry and crying. I'm not a warrior like them. Why does life push me into this group? Finally, he managed to reach the shore, panting as he looked at the bustling market. Nam Kung John wondered, Is this Hunan? Why are there so many fighters? He exclaimed. Compared to Hop Phi with the Nam Kung family, this place is truly a land of martial artists. Monkong smiled at him, saying, If you clash with the people here, it will be troublesome. Diso agreed. That's right. Nam Kung John sat down on the ground, saying, I'm not going anymore. He was out of breath. Master, I'm too tired. I can't take another step. Bat Tan advised, You should train harder. Then Diso pointed to himself and laughed. I was planning to stop by an inn to eat. Can I take a shower there? Hearing that there was a break, Nam Kung John immediately jumped up, excited. Let's go. I know a very good inn. The two old men saw this and hit him on the head angrily, saying, Are your legs still fine? Nam Kung John fell silent, lost in thought. He sighed, I never expected to step into this shabby inn. Diso laughed loudly. You are quite loud, aren't you? Remembering the scene of being chased out by the owner, he said, Do you think this is a place where a low-level fighter like you can step in? Nam Kung John clenched his fists. Gritting his teeth, I used a low-level fighter's identity token to hide my identity. Yet I couldn't even take a look at the inn, and was chased away. When I return to the family, I will definitely change things so that low-level fighters can comfortably enter branches nationwide. Diso gently placed the stack of books on the table, smiling brightly, and suggested, After resting, let's discuss the main topic. Looking at his pile of books, Monkong couldn't help but exclaim, So it turns out your bag contains these things. Bat Tun's face was as dark as ink, frowning. Too many things all belong to the Nam Kung family. He ordered, Nam Kung John, you must investigate the financial situation and the maximum amount that Shaolin Temple can borrow from surrounding sources. Nam Kung John proudly asked back, You want to learn secrets without revealing your identity, right? Diso nodded in confirmation. That's right. Nam Kung John smiled slyly, adding, The Beggars sect can gather information very quickly, but they belong to the 5 factions like Shaolin, so there's a risk our information might be exposed. Diso curiously asked, So what? Remembering the other sect full of profit seekers, Nam Kung John continued, The remaining ones are the 5th-rate factions, but it will take a lot of money to convince them. Diso reached into his robe, smiling proudly, I don't need to worry about money. He held out a gold token, saying that Jiang Man had lent us the Heaven and Earth Merchant Union token from Nam Kung John, shouting that old Jiang Man is really generous. Diso began assigning tasks. Let's find information about the black market on the way to the 5th-rate faction. That's where all martial arts items are traded. Nam Kung John received the order, complying. He looked at the other two, assigning Old Big Nose should stay nearby to support Nam Kung John when needed. Old Bald should investigate the movements of Shaolin Temple. The two replied in unison. Batten wondered, Master, what exactly do you intend to do at Shaolin Temple? Diso pondered what to do. After thinking for a moment, he smiled slyly, raised his hand to make a coin sign and winked. I will rob the Shaolin Temple's warehouse in the training yard of Shaolin Temple. Powerful shouts rang out. Countless disciples were enthusiastically practicing under the supervision of Abbot Min Tree. Stepped forward satisfied, commented, Good, everyone is practicing hard. Seeing this, Min Thean turned to clasp his hands in greeting. Senior brother Min Tree nodded in response. It's hard work for you, Junior. Are you preparing well for the fourth king match? Min Thean smiled and replied, As you can see, there are a few outstanding children among the third-generation disciples. He looked towards one notable disciple. Amid the powerful punches being thrown, they were so enthusiastic that those nearby were startled in fear. Min Thean introduced third-generation disciple Li Qin. After winning the title of Little King of Fists in this fourth king match, we will reclaim the Tranlong that was stolen by NC. The young man remained focused on practicing his part. Min Tree seemed very happy. That's right, if it's Li Qin, I have nothing to worry about. Min Thean added, if he keeps practicing, this child will definitely surpass the previous abbot. Just then he realized he had misspoken. Turning to look, he saw Min Tree's forehead bulging, angry, tightening his fist. So you still rely on that damn intuition, huh? The difficulties that our Shaolin has faced lately are nothing to you. Min Thean hurriedly clasped his hands. Adida Fat, the disciple thinks too shallowly. The abbot then reminded, stop thinking nonsense. You should focus your mind on training the third-generation disciples instead. The future of Shaolin relies on those children. Min Thean repeated, Adida Fat. Suddenly from outside, Min Tum rushed in shouting an urgent report. The two other people hurriedly asked, what's all the noise about? While the young master was panting from exhaustion, he quickly replied, the 7 demonic masters have appeared in the black market. This astonished the abbot. His whole body trembled with anger. Behind him, his junior brother said in shock, isn't that the martial arts secret from the Shaolin Ten Utmost that was destroyed when the demon sect attacked? Are you sure? The disciple placed his hand on his chest, affirming, I saw it with my own eyes. The abbot immediately shouted, summon the elders' council right away. At this moment, he thought, people say the power of the Ten Utmost is as strong as the martial arts recorded in the 72 ultimate techniques. It is only passed on to true disciples when the demon sect invades. All who knew about it have died and it has been lost. However, that's just a rumor. There must still be a few survivors who have passed it on. He was determined, we must find it before it falls into the hands of others. Countless monks were rushing at maximum speed. They did not know they were being watched by the old man. He hurried back to inform everyone, the 4 great Vajras are coming out. Then he saw and laughed loudly, the fish has taken the bait. He quickly turned to ask the deputy military advisor, so this was all his doing. They obtained the secret manual through the 5th lower sect in the black market. As the young master said, each book costs 50,000 taels of silver. And as we agreed to share 20,000 taels for the black market, 20,000 taels for us and 10,000 taels for the 5th lower sect. After that, he slammed his hand down on the table. 2 checks of 20,000 taels, it's ours. His greedy expression began to show clearly again. Holding it in his hand, I love it so much. The 2 old men had a frustrated look. This scene seemed too familiar. He is indeed a money lover. And what about our plan? The deputy strategist had a serious expression. Everyone can rest assured it will definitely succeed. Everything is going according to plan. On the shawl inside, the abbot trembled as he held the secret manual. Isn't this the great power? 3 techniques, one of the 10 techniques of Shaolin. The others were also happy. Thanks to the abbot's money, we quickly bought 2 volumes for 100,000 taels of silver. Fortunately, at that moment, a disciple rushed in to report to the abbot with a smiling face. Min Tree cut him off. I already know. Isn't it in my hands? But the disciple said that wasn't it. The disciple discovered the remaining 8 volumes of the 10 Techniques of Shaolin, spreading the news throughout the market. Upon hearing this news, Mintri was so shocked that his eyes seemed to shrink smaller than the earrings he was wearing. Mintian calmly intervened. Something very strange is happening. A coincidence can happen once but cannot repeat itself for the second or third time. Mintian also agreed and added, "That's right, clearly someone is quietly planning." Mintri nodded seriously. "I think so too, seeing the consensus they proposed." "If that's the case," but Mintri quickly interrupted. "However, regardless of whose plan it is, this still makes no sense. The return of the 10 techniques of Shaolin to their original position is extremely important." He frowned, his voice thoughtful. "This action does not harm Shaolin. If I detect even a hint of malice or hostility, even if the 10 techniques of Shaolin are the originals, we will not care. We cannot overlook the remaining rites. How can their value compare to the 10 techniques of Shaolin?" Mintri turned to ask, "How much do we have left?" Mintian reported, "We just spent 100,000 taels of silver. We currently have only 200,000 taels left to buy all 8 volumes, needing another 400,000 taels of silver. If we gather the lay disciples in Hunan, it might be enough." Mintri waved his hand to order, "Hurry up. Gather all the 10 techniques of Shaolin and bring them here." Mintian and the disciples immediately rushed off like the wind, responding in unison. "Understood." Mintian watched them leave, telling himself, "There is something unusual, as if someone knows exactly the maximum budget that Shaolin can spend and has taken advantage of this. But will I have to accept it?" He reassured himself, "Yes, perhaps I am overthinking." Knowing the circumstances of Shaolin, understanding the situation of the lay disciples to carry out such a perfect plan, could an outsider do that? He returned to the Baton Inn, his face pale, mumbling, "I don't know if what I'm doing is right or not." Dezo held the conical hat in his hand, smiling and asking, "Are you scared? Isn't this a mutually beneficial situation? I have the money and Shaolin can find the scriptures they desire." Namkung John also enthusiastically called out, "Now let's take action together. We have set a trap where the fish gather." Dezo's idea is that the Shaolin disciples are exhausted from collecting the scriptures for the sect. Then he held a bag in his hand, sneering, "Now let's throw the bait to catch the big fish." Min Tri reached out, his voice trembling. "Finally, the 10 unique skills of Shaolin have returned to Shaolin." He took the secret scripture from Min Tam, who was panting heavily. Min Tri praised the disciples for their hard work. "From now on, we will be very busy. Choose a new 10 unique skills of Shaolin. If quickly done in 2 years at the Four Kings tournament, where martial arts from all over the world gather, everyone will witness the 10 unique skills of Shaolin." The disciples immediately shouted in unison, "We obey your command." Suddenly a stranger with a hat covering his face appeared, panting. He patted his curved back and said, "I guess I need to exercise a bit. Getting here made my back sweat so much." The person beside teased, "Didn't I say I would help you?" The two argued, "Do I need your help?" This excitement also surprised Min Tri. A disciple stepped forward to lead the way. "Amitabha Buddha, this is the path leading to the abbot. Please use the side gate for your pilgrimage." Disso gently pulled the brim of his hat and replied with a smile, "It seems I'm on the right path. I wish to consult the abbot of Shaolin." Min Tri reluctantly stepped forward. "I am the abbot of Shaolin. May I ask what you need from me?" Disso spoke while unwrapping the cloth covering his hand. "I came here to give you something." Min Tri was startled and frowned, wide-eyed, exclaiming, "Could it be that what Disso has in hand is a tattered copy of the great monk Pham Tien Ban Nuoc Tam Gong?" Upon hearing this name, Min Tri was so shocked that he dropped all the books he was holding. Min Tri sighed. Within the supreme martial arts of Shaolin, along with the I Ching and the cleansing marrow scripture, are the rare martial arts of the first true disciple of Master Bodhidharma. Disso triumphantly laughed. "The fish has taken the bait." On the other side, the disciples whispered to each other, "Master, please remain calm. How could that be possible? To this day, there have been many copies of the great monk Pham Tien Ban Nuoc Tam Gong, but all have been forgeries. The original is indeed being preserved in the Nam Kung family." Min Tri was not easily swayed and said loudly, "You truly know how to joke. According to the rules, whoever dares to slander Shaolin will be punished with a staff. But today I feel happy, so I will let it go without hesitation. Diso directly threw the scripture towards the astonished abbot. He said, I will let the abbot see this. It is a copy of the first half, please read it. If after reading this you still want to punish me, then feel free. Min Tian immediately opened the book to look, not forgetting to threaten. If you dare to deceive, don't expect to leave here with your body intact. However, the disciples behind still looked dejected. It seems our senior brother has not yet awakened. Even if we find 10 new techniques during that time. Min Tri's hands holding the secret technique book trembled continuously. He focused intently on each character and exclaimed, this is real. The two disciples exclaimed, ha! Adesso calmly spoke up. Now we can talk again. He pointed at the secret manual, confidently suggesting 500,000 taels of silver. Do you want to buy it? Min Tian suspiciously asked. Who are you? At this moment, Nam Kung John took off his hat to greet the abbot. Are you well? Min Tri recognized him, surprised, saying, you are? Then he lowered his voice as if he understood everything. So that's how it is. All of this is part of the deputy strategist's plan. Nam Kung John just chuckled and then suddenly became frenzied. This is the first step for me to conquer the world. First I will start with Shaolin. Seeing his subordinate suddenly acting strangely, Adesso immediately slapped him. What is this crazy guy talking about? Guy Min Tri turned pale, speculating. The person who can strike the deputy strategist's neck must surely be someone of high status in the Nam Kung family at this point. Dezo took off his hat, murmuring, it seems money won't entice Shaolin. So I propose to let me duel with all the third-generation disciples of Shaolin Temple. I will use this book to exchange for 500,000 taels of silver. Isn't this condition quite good? He concluded with a bright smile. Min Tri was stunned. So this is the young lord from the rumors. I understand why you know so much about the situation at Shaolin Temple now. It's all because of that old man being so nosy. Bat Tun, who was observing from afar, was startled to hear this. Dezo ignored them and continued, so will the master agree? It seems you are no longer interested in the great monk, Pham Tien Ban Huk Tam Kung. Before he finished speaking, he turned to leave. Then I must go to the Huashan sect nearby. Seeing this, Abbot Min Tri exclaimed, and then he thought to himself, indeed we have fallen into this kid's trap. To revive Shaolin, I have sacrificed the assets of Shaolin Temple and the disciples. I have been blinded by greed. Min Tri grew pale, questioning himself, and then making a decision. He grasped the pendant around his neck and broke it. This action left everyone gaping in astonishment. Bat Tun shouted from a distance. But before he could do anything, Mon Kong rushed in to stop him. Wait, we can't reveal ourselves yet at this moment. Diso heard the noise behind him, his mind also boiling. What are those old men doing? He turned back to look at the person in front of him, thinking everything would go smoothly, but it turned out to be such a headache. You want to resign as abbot yourself. From now on, no one will be greedy towards Grandmaster Pham Tien Ban Huk Tam Kung anymore. Min Tri stood opposite his opponent, exuding a majestic aura and ready to fight. Min Tam's group awkwardly exclaimed, this is not the decision of all of us. Why does senior brother have to take on this responsibility? Min Tian also agreed, persuading, that's right, senior brother, please come back. But Min Tri raised his hand to stop both of them. He declared firmly, from now on, I am just an ordinary martial artist, no longer the abbot of Shaolin Temple. What's wrong? Min Tri chuckled, didn't you all want to negotiate with me? Dezo quietly noted that the atmosphere had changed, then asked directly, what do you mean? And Min Tri pointed at the disciples. I will negotiate with Shaolin Temple on your behalf. I will listen to what you want. Dezo was taken aback. Really? He was confused, analyzing the situation, realizing that the tables had turned solely due to the old abbot's decision. It turned out that the one pushed into a difficult position was himself. At that moment, Min Tri resembled a colossal statue, suppressing Dezo's arrogance. They say a frog sitting at the bottom of a well is not wrong. But now he should regain his composure and say, all right, I agree. Min Tri beamed and waved his hand to open the door. Welcome to Shaolin. Dezo glanced to the left, muttering, I said to do it, not just talk. Then he glanced to the right and saw Batten and Min Tri arguing. Old Batten shouted loudly, "Look at him, he's your master." Min Tri would not back down, questioning, "Then why did you leave Shaolin?" A monk stood there helplessly unsure how to stop them. "How did I end up like this?" He tightly held a grain, wondering, should I take it down too? At this moment, he finally noticed the abbot smiled lightly, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention. "Come on, let's make peace, let's clarify this. Although the previous abbot allowed me and the third-generation disciples to train with each other, he also wanted to fight with the old bald head, right?" Min Tri agreed, "That's right, just one strike is enough for me to relieve myself." He continued, "But the old bald head doesn't want to be hit." Batten nodded. "That's right," he smugly raised a finger. "Then it's easy. I will exchange Grand Master Pham Tien Bon Nuoc Tam Gong with the third-generation disciple of Shaolin Temple. As for your matters, you two can handle it. It no longer concerns Shaolin Temple." The two were dumbfounded. "Huh, what?" Min Tien frowned. "So what?" Min Tri had regained his composure, nonchalantly asking, "After fighting with the third-generation disciple, you must hand that old man over to me. Just one day is enough." He cheerfully responded, "All right, let's decide on that." Old Batten cried out in distress, "Who gave you the right to decide that?" Outside in the yard, Shaolin disciples were practicing martial arts, when suddenly one disciple stopped, looking into the distance. "Huh?" Min Tam glanced in the direction the disciple pointed, seeing Dizo, Min Tri and Batten approaching them. People around kept discussing, "The abbot is still there, but isn't the person next to the abbot, Batten? Is that stranger the young master of the Nam Kung family is rumored?" He stood opposite Min Tam. "I want to train right now, is that all right, master?" The master of the martial arts hall responsible for the third-generation disciples stroked his chin and happily replied, "That's fine. The opportunity to fight against someone from the Nam Kung family is not something easily obtained in this world. I hope you can teach my disciples." He clasped his hands into a fist. "Then I can do whatever, right?" The master of the martial arts hall nodded. "That's right, whatever happens, no one can interfere." He stood before a Shaolin disciple, who was a head taller than him. "Let me ask the master, are you good at fighting?" He smirked and thought, "Let's see who teaches whom." The disciple calmly looked at him. "Before we fight, I have something to ask. I heard that the abbot breaking the rules was because of you. Is that true?" He stroked his chin, thought for a moment and replied, "You could say that the veins on the disciple's forehead bulged clearly. He was furious and he was about to throw a punch at you." The other disciples outside laughed. "You're done for. How can you avoid that distance?" But he moved so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up, leaving his opponent bewildered and unable to react. He didn't hesitate and struck him hard on the head, causing him to slam face first into the ground, defeated in an instant. He laughed heartily. "Haha, that felt great." Everyone witnessing this scene couldn't help but be astonished. Then another person stepped up to challenge. "Come on," he held a wooden staff in his hand. "Even if you are the young master of Nam Kung, don't think you can look down on this Shaolin temple." He didn't bring any provocation, just sneered. "Wow, now it's the staff's turn. Huh?" He swung the staff vigorously, but he easily dodged each blow. "The footwork just now wasn't bad," he said, "but I won't be easily fooled." He just smiled and quickly rushed towards him. "What footwork did my master use?" "The ultimate technique of the Hai Nam sect, the 4 C's Flying Phoenix." He retracted the staff and attacked fiercely, but he still managed to evade. "Let's see if you can dodge this." The staff was about to hit him, but he placed his right hand on the ground using his left foot to block the blow. "Backward return." He was stunned. "Can you block my staff with that move?" He maintained his position and gained momentum to jump high. Backward return, first layer, double, backward return, first layer, double, family return, double. Double mountain return. The staff broke in half. He couldn't believe his eyes. "No, it can't be." He struck his head again, taking him down immediately. Someone shouted, "He won again." All the Shaolin disciples rushed in to attack him. "Let me take the next turn, let me. The terror of Shaolin is just beginning now." He laughed loudly. "Haha, it's so fun to be at Shaolin." Soon all the Shaolin disciples were defeated without any armor left. One disciple spoke up. How did he learn the diamond heavenly circle? He frowned in thought. Moreover, his proficiency was even better than mine. He gritted his teeth, jumped high, and attacked with his foot. When it comes to martial arts, I absolutely won't lose. As he was about to strike, all the disciples cheered and rushed forward. But he managed to dodge. Just watch and learn. He was in shock, unable to believe it. He tumbled over once more. How did he kick him straight in the chin from above? Diamond illusion foot technique. Triple overlap. He was knocked far away, his eyes rolled back. The Shaolin people held their heads in worry. He has already defeated 7 people. At this rate, what will happen to the dignity of the third-generation disciples of Shaolin Temple? Suddenly, someone spoke up. Don't worry, a strong-looking master appeared. Next, Lai Quan showcased his skills. That's enough for now. His eyes were full of confidence. Min Tree was lost in thought. I thought it was only in legends, but I never expected to see the heavenly martial body with my own eyes. Dezo stood among the defeated disciples, playfully holding a weapon. Should I use a sword now? Unbeknownst to him, someone was watching. The master assessed him a perfect body for martial arts training. He smiled cunningly, but remembering Lai Quan, he radiated a golden aura. It's still too early to face that kid. At least in about 2 years, will it be possible to match skills? He waved his hand. The match today ended with Lai Quan kneeling, saying hollowly, third-generation disciple Lai Quan casually requests the master to continue the duel. He was dumbfounded, thinking this child has never asked for anything. But does he really want to fight that young master? Seeing Lai Quan still kneeling, he didn't know what to do. Nam Kung John suddenly appeared, his cheerful voice ringing out. Aren't you all curious? The heavenly martial body versus the diamond body. Who will be the winner? I really want to see this match. Min Tree glanced at Min Tam, nodding in agreement. Nam Kung John continued enthusiastically. Let's consider it the final match of today. There's still plenty of time. Don't you all want to watch? Why so quiet? Min Tam responded, all right, I allow the 2 of you to spar. Nam Kung John joyfully exclaimed. Phew, what a relief. Mang Kong also joined in the betting. I bet on the young master Ba Tun. Standing silently, looking angry, Lai Quan stood tall, hands together. He asked, are you ready? Lai Quan calmly replied, of course. He frowned. Why are you so indifferent? Lai Quan remained unbothered. I'm 17 years old, he helplessly said. Then being indifferent is fine. He muttered, huh. A pressure radiated from Lai Quan, pushing him back. What's happening? Why do I keep getting pushed back? Lai Quan said emotionlessly, if you don't charge in, then let me. He moved quickly, closing in face to face. He swung his sword to attack, but was taken aback by the speed of the boy. So fast, the stick struck directly at Lai Quan's face. He smiled, all right, bring it on, looks like I was a bit careless. Lai Quan clenched his fist and struck. Don't be nervous when the fist is about to make contact. He gently parried the blow with a wooden sword. Just one punch. After all, the wooden sword broke in half. He widened his eyes. What? The wooden sword not only broke, but also exploded into pieces. He tilted his head to avoid the debris. Is the wooden sword made of black bamboo that fragile? Lai Quan advised him to choose another wooden sword. He felt annoyed. This should have been a good opportunity. Yet you didn't rush and you are underestimating me. He threw half of the sword away. Lai Quan said, pick up the sword if you don't have one. I'll lend you mine, he mimicked. Pick up the sword if you don't have one. I'll lend you mine, he laughed and extended both hands. I don't need it. I'm good at martial arts, it's up to your skills. He moved quickly and with precision depending on 8, he advanced. He poked towards Lai Quan's face with 2 fingers. Then he shifted and kicked towards the calf. Lai Quan remained still, his calf was swollen and red. He was astonished. What? Lai Quan's body was like iron, unshakable. Lai Quan explained. That's why I said you should use a sword. You jumped high, swinging your fist, chanting the Buddha's name. Just finish it. He knew he couldn't avoid it. He thought to himself, can I dodge it? If not, I'm definitely dead. He decided to take a risk, clenching his fist. If so, then what are you doing stomping your feet on the ground? Gather your energy. if you are confident in your diamond hardness. Here, watch this 100 steps divine fist. The two fists collided with a loud bang. He hugged his swollen arm, feeling discomfort. It hurts so much. Min Tree exclaimed, unbelievable. Ji Nam Kung questioned. Yes, he explained, facing the 100 steps divine fist and the diamond body directly, yet not falling. Lai Quan was worried. How is that possible? He yelled angrily, don't touch me, you monster. You were excited, blushing. For the first time, someone didn't fall after I tried my best, Min Tree commented. It seems like Shaolin Temple has nothing left to teach that kid. If it's Dezo, perhaps there could still be something. Quickly call the medical hall. Nam Kung Jian painfully handed over the betting money to Man Kong. Min Tree stood watching. Meanwhile, Lai Quan chased after Dezo, making him angry. Why are you following me around? The physician from the Imperial Medical Hall gently held Dezo's hand. He smiled gently, saying, "It's a pity, if the strike were just a bit stronger. Your bones would have broken, but better this way." "The still better," he continued to ask. "It hurts a lot, doesn't it? Hurting to the point of wanting to live and die, right? If it hurts, just scream to relieve it." Then he wondered again, is this normal? Or are you trying to endure the pain because you are a martial artist? Dezo grimaced in discomfort. His eyes were filled with annoyance as he looked at the physician. Lai Quan stood nearby. Knowing this, he added, "Luckily, no bones were broken. You'll definitely recover quickly." Dezo sat still, bowing his head. His expression was gloomy. He couldn't take it anymore. He stood up suddenly, shouting directly at Lai Quan. "Why have you been nagging next to me this whole time?" Lai Quan calmly replied, "I'm just worried about you." Dezo didn't hold back. "If you're feeling fine, then get lost." Lai Quan kept smiling, his gaze full of enthusiasm. "No, I will stay by your side until you are fully recovered to continue fighting." Dezo was angry. "Are you crazy? My bones are nearly shattered." Lai Quan clasped his hands together, looking pitiful. "Your bones are fine. This is the first time Eve fought someone who is still intact like this." Dezo was furious, but kept it to himself, silently cursing inside. This monster in Dezo's eyes, Lai Quan, was a towering wall. One that he currently could not overcome. The closer he got, the more he saw that wall clearly. It wasn't built overnight, but rather the result of talent and rigorous training. He was compared to a diamond touching the wound on his hand. Dezo thought to himself, it takes a long time to build such a solid foundation. But that's not what we need right now. His gaze rested on Lai Quan's body. His entire body was encased in a diamond form. Dezo suddenly realized he was missing something. What we need is a body like that. If I had a body like Lai Quan's, could I control it as I wish? The speed would be faster and the strength would be greater. Just like that, I could surpass that wall. Without thinking any further, Dezo stood up abruptly. Perhaps the time spent at Shaolin Temple will be longer than I expected. Hearing that, Lai Quan was delighted. That's great. You can stay here for good. Meanwhile, an old man was slowly climbing down the mountain, suddenly stopping when he saw a strange sight from the bottom of the mountain. Dezo was carrying a large rock, taking slow steps up the mountain. The old man exclaimed in surprise, "The turtle." But Dezo paid no attention, persistently climbing up. He recalled the stances from martial arts training. When practicing the lower body, you must first train the horse stance, then gradually increase the methods. Therefore, the perfect combination of these two is to squat down. He practiced how to move forward while reducing the pressure on his legs. The endless mountain range, but he did not hesitate, persistently training. Even walking on flat ground was already difficult, let alone climbing Song Mountain, the most dangerous mountain in the Central Plains. The old man rubbed his eyes. I must be seeing things. But before he could recover, he saw a group of Shaolin disciples also carrying stones, climbing up the mountain vigorously. They shouted loudly as they went, "Southern Archery Family." Dezo turned to look at the call, but when he turned back, he was truly stunned. Li Qian was leading a group of Shaolin disciples following him to train their strength. Dezo helplessly asked, "Why are you all following me?" Li Qian replied cheerfully, We were just practicing and found that training our lower body was really good. He lightly brushed past him and said, I'm going ahead. And as he walked, Li Qian turned back and said, You're moving too slowly. You're making me yawn all day. I'm going ahead, you can take your time following me. Okay, Dezo was so angry that he just wanted to beat him up but couldn't bring himself to do it. He could only mumble, yeah, whatever you say. Li Qian saw his spirits like that and complimented him. Oh, that's a good posture. The other disciples saw the two had left them far behind, and didn't know what to do, getting farther away by the minute. What should they do? Chase after them? Well, just keep at your own pace from a distance. Two masters stood on the cliff observing the scene. Min Tian smiled, feeling comforted seeing the disciples energetically training. Min Tian laughed. Lately, we have been neglecting our training. When he remembered something, he said, Oh, right, junior brother, how is the selection of the 10 elite disciples going? Min Tian looked at the group and said, Junior brother is thinking about selecting 10 disciples from the 3rd generation. He also felt that his junior brother's idea wasn't bad. Oh, I see, you can follow your own idea. Seeing there was nothing more to say, he immediately challenged him. Did you clean the front yard this morning? Then he added in a suggestive tone, You should go sweep it. Recently, the number of visitors coming to burn incense has increased significantly, so you'll need to sweep a lot. His face turned pale, unable to hide his dissatisfaction. Do I really have to go? Yes, last year I was still the abbot of Shaolin Temple. He wore a half-pitying, half-teasing smile. But now you're no longer the abbot, are you? That's why I told you to go back. He reluctantly turned around and went to sweep the yard, mumbling as he walked, Yeah, where's the broom? Dropping the stone to the ground, he stood wiping his sweat, thinking. It's only been 3 months. He tried to stand in a stance, feeling the muscles in his lower body as firm as he thought. The speed was so fast that the masters couldn't keep up. Even if his body improved, he still couldn't catch up to Li Guin. Thinking about this, he felt angry again, asking himself, but why is the distance to that guy still not closing? Then he realized, moreover, it's not that he was faster, but he was intentionally maintaining that distance. He picked up the wooden sword and continued practicing, mumbling, If it goes on like this, I won't be able to catch up to Li Guin. Indeed, when practicing the 3 sword techniques, his mood was still the best. I feel my body is full of vitality now. He suddenly thought, wait, this is... He stroked his chin and thought, I don't need to separate martial arts from training, do I? What if I could use the 3 sword techniques in everyday life? Although this is completely different from focusing on internal energy. If I could train while recovering, he finally found the key point. Yes, that's it, it's worth a try. The reason I practice the 3 talents of swordsmanship. If I can open the heavenly wisdom, earthly wisdom, and human wisdom, then I can merge heaven, earth, and humanity, resonating with the vitality of nature. Because of this, the more I practice the 3 talents of swordsmanship, the more my bodhis energy will increase. The human body is like the universe if viewed that way. Heavenly wisdom does not necessarily mean heaven. If a person is the universe, then the head is heavenly wisdom, the chest is human wisdom, and the lower body is earthly wisdom. You train with a real sword, and the intermediary that connects these 3 wisdoms is the sword itself. The important thing here is that we must find a way to combine these 3 wisdoms at the same time without needing a sword. He scratched his head, thinking about what method to use. He sighed, just go out and inhale through the mouth, standing around for a while. His face lit up, indicating he had found the method. It was breathing. Batten was startled, pointing in one direction. The old man said, Look over there. Mon Kong heard him call his name, glanced in the direction he pointed, and upon seeing it, he was shocked by what he saw. Diso's entire body was enveloped by a stream of spiritual energy. The spiritual energy from below the ground slowly rose up. When breathing, the breath would merge with the world of fire. Not only from underground, but the spiritual energy from the trees was also drawn in by him. Batten seemed to understand the issue and explained that child is at an important stage. To achieve the 5 primordial energies and the 3 flower peaks, and must definitely overcome the heavenly tribulation. If one cannot endure the heavenly tribulation, they will never reach the highest state. After that, the two of them immediately sat down to meditate. The two old men emanated a powerful source of energy that enveloped all three of them. He kept his eyes closed, focusing on sensing the spiritual energy around him, letting out a hum. One of the two old men sternly instructed, "You must concentrate absolutely. Who knows, this might be your only opportunity in life." At that moment, from a distance, Nam Kung-jan rushed towards them, shouting loudly, "Young master, just finish the instructions, focus." The two old men shouted the crazy name in unison. He was still happily running over, completely unaware of the danger lurking. "I have found a way to receive Shaolin in the shortest time." Before getting closer, he ran into an invisible wall. Surprised, he exclaimed, "Oh, what's this?" At that moment, a stone flew from somewhere and hit him right on the head. Nam Kung-jan let out a tragic cry. "A man Kong," one of the old men angrily shouted, "are you throwing stones?" Almost caused a major incident because of this crazy guy. He fell to the ground, his head swelling up, his eyes sparkling. The old man turned to him, seeing he hadn't broken his meditation. He breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, the heavenly tribulation has not been disrupted. He was awakened by the noise, opened his eyes and looked around, mumbling, "What the hell are these old men doing?" Seeing the two of them seriously protecting him, he thought to himself, "What is the heavenly law? I'm just resting after practicing the three-sword techniques. So why is there so much noise?" A slight pity welled up in his heart. Yes, Nam Kung-jan is truly pitiful, always getting beaten for wanting to help him. He decided that it wouldn't do. Starting tomorrow, he would make him train in martial arts. He was still lying unconscious on the ground, unaware that his days ahead would be nothing short of hell. On the way to Shaolin Temple, the pilgrims looked down the foot of the mountain and joked, "We've arrived as expected of Shaolin Temple. It requires hard training every day." Lai Quan led the group of disciples carrying stones and climbing the steps one by one. He looked at Lai Quan ahead, determined today I must shorten the distance with him. "Let's go." Seeing those two role models, the disciples were more motivated. "Haha, I must actively chase after them." Nam Kung-jan dragged his steps behind, having been left behind by everyone. He gasped for breath, beads of sweat falling, muttering, "Why is it so fast?" Looking up at the steep steps, he felt disheartened. Just stepping up one step is exhausting, and yet I'm being asked to climb to the top. Remembering his warning, he didn't dare to disobey. "If I don't reach the top, I know the consequences." Tears fell from him, feeling sorry for himself. Why must I, the deputy military advisor, suffer like this? The two pilgrims saw him slow and mocked that turtle seems to have gained weight so slow, taking another break. He hasn't even climbed 3 steps and seems to be making a fuss on purpose. We should go to where that turtle captain is instead. Exactly, he knew he was being humiliated, angry, but unable to do anything, only able to bite his lip, thinking I will definitely overturn this world. Above, he walked as fast as he could but was starting to feel exhausted. He gasped, grinding his teeth, his breaths increasing. If it were a few days ago, I wouldn't have been able to maintain this speed. Think of the breathing technique from yesterday. He took a deep breath. Spiritual energy gradually appeared, spreading from the surrounding plants, gathering in his body. He opened his eyes wide, excited. It worked. As if empowered, he rushed forward quickly, silently thanking himself. He continued to absorb the spiritual energy and soon caught up with Lai Quan. Lai Quan saw him about to catch up and cheerfully said, "Oh, you made it here, that's impressive." But then he put force into his legs, adding, "But the competition is very cruel." His speed suddenly surged, catching him off guard. "Even if he is a young master, I won't back down." He couldn't believe that the other guy had been hiding his strength, suspecting he was cheating, and shouted, "Hey, you secretly using your internal energy." The boy honestly replied, "I'm not." "Why? Aren't you keeping up with me? They'll slow down a bit." He heard this and was so angry that his face twisted, laughing. "What? If you let me win, you'll die with me." He frantically chased after him, adding to provoke, Too slow, that bug is trembling on the ground. He also began to lose strength, muttering, if not, then it's a snail. His eyes gradually lost focus. Everything around him became blurry. Damn it. It's hard to breathe. My heart feels like it's going to burst. His face turned pale, unable to endure any longer. He closed his eyes and a source of spiritual light appeared in his consciousness, radiating from his feet, secretly sighing, my consciousness. The spiritual energy is becoming stronger. His legs felt reinvigorated to me. I can feel it now. Spiritual energy rising from everywhere. This feeling is truly wonderful. He slowly woke up, feeling the firmness of the ground beneath his feet. This ground is really hard. If I step on it, my body weight will significantly decrease. Realizing the key point, he quickly caught up with him. He was startled to see him right behind him. He raised an eyebrow in excitement. Do you still have something to hide from me? He didn't bother to reply, but shouted, putting all his strength into running ahead. I will definitely win, and neither of them would give way, pushing each other and looking in one direction. That was where the spiritual energy radiated from a large rock. Whoever steps on that rock first will secure victory. No need to schedule in advance, both jumped toward it. He shouted loudly, of course it's mine. The immutable diamond, the body technique of Lai Qian, couldn't just stand by and let him gain the advantage. He quickly chased after him. It's useless. Both headed toward the source of spiritual energy, stepping on it, gaining momentum, racing forward like an arrow. The peak appeared right before their eyes. This was the last moment to determine victory. I will go first. After a while, he lay flat on the ground, panting. Next to him, Lai Qian had also been exhausted for a long time. He trembled. Have I struggled this much and still not determined the winner? He didn't seem self-satisfied, but gently comforted. Congratulations, young master, you've just learned the immutable. He looked confused. Huh? Seeing that he didn't understand anything, he explained. You've learned the immutable. This will help you unlock the diamond one step, don't you know? He replied honestly, it's the first time I've heard of it. He smiled, his eyes full of admiration. The young master is truly admirable. He asked, what is it? He replied, the stance of the immutable is a stationary stance starting from the horse stance. He hesitated. Then there will be no immobility. You nodded. That's right. Motion and immobility are two opposing concepts from which the diamond immobility technique arises. He stroked his chin, thinking, until now, besides the three sword techniques, Eve simply done what Eve seen without truly understanding. You seem to understand his thoughts, reassuring him. I know what you're worried about, young master. You clasped your hands, radiating a glow like a person who has attained enlightenment. You are doing the right thing. So there's no need to worry. Your aura was so bright that he found it blinding. You continued to explain, your efforts so far have not been in vain. You can become even stronger, I'm sure of it. He was startled seeing this. You were moved and wanted to cry. Your reaction shows that you have seen my true intention. You were so happy that you stomped your feet. Come on, let me explain further to understand the true meaning of immobility. You must feel the ground. Li Quan had already thought highly of him, but at this moment his feet were in pain, cramping. Don't say anything more quickly, help me. Unfortunately, you didn't hear his words and continued lecturing. You must feel the sounds and the breath of the earth. Only then will you know exactly where to place your foot and how to walk. That's called the first step. You stomped your foot on the ground as an example. The force was so strong that the ground trembled. He was so angry he felt like spitting blood, silently cursing not to shake the ground anymore. After mastering the first step, everything became easier. The ground shook even more violently. He was confused, not understanding what was happening. What is going on? You walked over, slapped him on the back and said, at that moment the earth will automatically tell you where to go. You couldn't hold back your strength, making him feel like his soul was about to leave his body. He let out a heartbreaking scream and then fell face first to the ground unconscious. You didn't realize you were the one who caused this. The doctor from the medicine hall looked at you and said with a smile, this is the first time in 65 years of treating patients that Eve seen a patient with such bulging muscles. Li Quan stood next to him, chest puffed up, proudly declaring, I personally carried the young master to this place. His gaze rested on your tired face, He suddenly thought to himself, all of this is because of you that I ended up in this situation. You pointed to the bed next to you and added, there is another patient here, I saw him fainting on the way here. Li Quan glanced and saw Nam Kung John lying unconscious on the bed. Suddenly remembering that he forced you to train together, he exclaimed, ah, I forgot. He raised his hand to smell his body, grimacing. This smell of dirt and stones is really unpleasant. I need to go to the pond to wash up right away. Just as he was about to stand up, his whole body suddenly staggered and fell flat on the ground. What is this? I can't move. Li Quan quickly explained. Of course, young master just learned the first step like a child learning to walk. Dassault frowned, his voice full of dissatisfaction. If I were a toddler, Li Quan patiently guided. Imagine the feeling when bending your knees. Only then can the best form be achieved. Dassault followed along immediately, feeling a powerful stream of spiritual energy flowing into his body. His legs gradually regained sensation, causing him to exclaim in surprise. It's strange, this feeling is completely different from before. Suddenly Dassault's eyes widened. He saw blue streams of spiritual energy swirling around Li Quan's body in a rhythmic manner. I have seen it, the footsteps, the breath, the muscles all combined perfectly. Li Quan proudly showed off his bulging muscles. Right now it may just look like wielding a sword, but later you will be able to wield a saber skillfully. The image that Li Quan aimed for was a strong body like his own. The young master will become like this, let me help you. Dassault imagined his face on Li Quan's body, feeling it was strange, so he immediately declined. Forget it, but I must admit his words are very helpful. He clenched his fists, determined. It seems I am heading in the right direction. I will definitely become stronger. A year later on the Shaolin Temple Mountain, Li Quan and Dassault were still competing to carry stones while running. Li Quan smirked, if we count yesterday's match, I have lost 45 out of a total of 99 matches. If I win today, we will tie at 45 out of 45. He dashed forward like an arrow, disregarding all obstacles. If this continues, he will win, then I will do it my way. Dassault moved gracefully. Each step relied on the firmness of the ground. I have learned how to walk correctly. Then I will utilize everything I can. He stepped on the tree trunk in front of him, causing it to bend into an arc, then pushed off hard, launching himself up high. Hearing a strange noise, Li Quan turned his head. What is that? Dassault stepped on his head, sneering, just borrowing a little and continuing to jump higher. Li Quan was still confused. What is it? Dassault placed his hand on the stone tablet, his voice warm. It's time, I will leave Shaolin Temple. Li Quan remained silent. Dassault continued, but before I go, let's have a match. Li Quan clasped his hands, his eyes fierce. Finally, this day has come. I will use all my strength. Min Tian spoke up to remind. Today everyone is present here. Everyone must be cautious. The disciples below were slightly surprised to hear him speak, because today's sparring session is allowed to use martial arts. Dassault crossed his arms, wearing a confident smile. Min Tian continued, of course, using internal force can be dangerous, but the disciples here have worked 1,000 times harder than others. Min Tian encouraged his disciples, you are all very strong, don't be afraid, give it your all in the match. The disciples listened attentively to his words, their faces showing determination. Failure is just a stepping stone for further training. That is the true spirit of Shaolin. Dassault quietly admired. Just a few words and the atmosphere has completely changed. He couldn't help but compare Min Tian and Min Tri. He seemed more suited for the role of abbot. The referee signaled the contestants to step onto the stage, and the crowd enthusiastically cheered for the boy from Shaolin Temple. The number 1 buzz cut, go for it, don't lose. He excitedly stepped into the match. He had changed a lot since their first meeting. Dassault asked again, really? That guy just yelled and charged forward. Dassault used only one hand, striking the left cheek with a palm and causing his opponent to spit blood. He replied shortly, me too. Min Tian was so angry he turned red and shouted, buzz cut number 1 is an idiot. Next, the next competitor was defeated in the same way as buzz cut number 1. Dassault succinctly said, next, Min Tian ordered number 3. Number 3 was immediately defeated. He called for number 4, but the results were not much different. Then came number 5. This disciple no longer had the excitement of number 1. He was confused. Wait, clearly we are much stronger now. Le Guin smiled, placed a hand on number 5's shoulder and said, "Sorry brothers, I'm gonna step in. You brothers are no match for Deso." Deso was holding the collar of a Shaolin disciple but still smiled and greeted Le Guin. "You're late," and still loud. Le Guin was visibly excited. "I will give it my all from the start." Deso touched the hilt of his sword. "Then you draw your sword pointed at your opponent and I propose. I will use my sword from the beginning, no complaints, right?" Le Guin immediately agreed. "All right." On one side, several disciples were listening. Nam Kung Jan remarked, "Such strong martial arts, it will definitely be worth watching. From now on, it should be very interesting, right?" He continued, "But watching a match without betting is really boring." After scanning the crowd, Nam Kung Jan stopped on Min Tree. He had found his target. Nam Kung Jan immediately approached and began to tempt. "Breaking the rules, do you want to bet with me?" Min Tree was annoyed. "Not at all." Nam Kung Jan quickly tried to persuade. "Don't say that." He directly proposed, "I bet 600,000 taels that the young master will win." The 600,000 taels. Min Tree began to be tempted by Nam Kung Jan. He spoke up, "If you have 600,000 taels, you will regain your face with the honor of the abbot." He immediately asked, "Then what will I bet on?" Nam Kung Jan smiled cunningly, raising his hand to emphasize his words. "A major elixir. I heard that the abbot of Shaolin Temple holds 3 major elixirs." Min Tree was stunned and credulous, thinking, how does he know something only the abbot knows? Nam Kung Jan continued to bait. He pretended to leave while finishing, "If you don't like it, I'll go somewhere else." Min Tree hurriedly called out to stop him. "Wait." He raised one hand to negotiate with Nam Kung Jan. "Major elixir. Even though I am still the abbot, I cannot use it carelessly. Instead, we will bet on 5 minor healing pills." Nam Kung Jan smiled brightly and agreed. "All right," he thought to himself, "because from the very beginning my target has been the minor healing pills and not the major healing pills. 1 major healing pill is equivalent to 65 power, while a minor healing pill is only worth 15 power each. Even with 5 pills, it's not a bad deal." Min Tree was completely unaware of Nam Kung Jan's calculations. On the contrary, he was secretly mocking, "You are truly foolish. Do you think my skilled Li Quan can be easily defeated? I will not leave you a single coin. Hand over that 600,000 taels to me." They shook hands to sign the contract. Deso looked at Nam Kung Jan with a look of exasperation, silently asking, what is he planning to do? Now Jean Li signaled to start. As soon as he heard, Deso jumped off the ground and called out, "All right, quickly approach Li Quan and give it a try." Li Quan immediately went on the defensive as Deso's sword struck his hand. The disciples watching from outside couldn't help but be astonished. "Can you really stop a sword with your hand?" Li Quan used his internal power to envelop his body in an extraordinary force. A martial art that only you have mastered at Shaolin Temple. The indestructible diamond technique. Deso charged again, confidently stating that 1 blow was not enough for you. He continuously struck while provoking Li Quan. "If so, let's see how long you can block it." Deso executed another technique, the 3 talents technique. He visualized the attack method, stepped into the most suitable position to strike with the sword, pointing directly at the target, aiming for the least obstructed path of air. And then he struck down Li Quan. You still maintained that defensive stance. Li Quan exerted all his strength to block it and sneered, "Simple." Deso gritted his teeth in disbelief. Li Quan focused his strength into a punch towards Deso, indicating that the force he put into the strike was not small at all. As he glared at Deso and continued speaking, he said that such an attack wouldn't work. Deso thought to himself that he needed to avoid this feeling of oppression first. Li Quan seemed to read his thoughts and directly said, "I did not avoid at all." Deso grimaced, cursing under his breath. "Damn it." Li Quan put all his strength into a direct hit to Deso's stomach, sending him flying quite far. The observing disciples were also startled. Deso remained undeterred, instead bursting into a loud laugh. "Ha ha ha." He was furious. "If you truly want it that way." Deso unleashed his power and loudly challenged him to try it. Diso swung his sword from which a source of 7-colored power emanated. The Shaolin disciples couldn't help but be astonished. What is that? I have never seen anything like it. Can someone from Nam Kong do this? Batten spoke up. Mon Kong, do you know what that is? He replied, I am seeing it for the first time as well, but I can predict what it might be. Mon Kong continued, isn't sword energy derived from internal power? Batten agreed, that's right. Mon Kong continued, but the young master had another way to accumulate internal power. Originally, that source of energy could not merge into a single body. He lamented that is the special ability that only the young master possesses. All that energy converged into sword energy. Lai Guin excitedly rushed to attack Diso. Oh, that's really miraculous, so new. I want to smash it. However, Lai Guin suddenly stopped. He shouted an ah and quickly retreated a few meters before touching Diso. After that he spoke up, making me startle, thinking he was going to slice. Mintri suddenly exclaimed, how did Lai Guin retreat? Seeing Lai Guin's action, Diso immediately chased after him. I won't let you escape. Diso stomped his foot on the ground, then took a leap. He thought to himself, going into the most solid surface. Diso attacked towards Lai Guin's legs. He assessed the situation. I have secured the surface I wanted. Lai Guin prepared to throw a punch. Diso continued to calculate, but he had also discovered the position I had chosen. Lai Guin's strike hit directly on Diso, but Diso remained steadfast in his defense. Meanwhile, the crowd around had begun to buzz about the recent strike. The liquid owner was struck, but he still stood firm, not backing down even a step. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, Lai Guin, with an excited expression, said, you can actually withstand that blow. That's impressive. Your body started to transform as you continued. But even though you are my good friend, I will still use all my strength to crush you. If you feel it's not okay, step back. Lai Guin's arms gradually turned into diamond martial arts form he had trained in. The old Batten who stood beside couldn't help but be amazed when he recognized the technique that Lai Guin was using. That appearance is impossible. He exclaimed. Lai Guin's upper body had completely transformed into diamond, and Batten named the technique Diamond Indestructible Divine Art. 7-star Diamond brother Mintri, who stood to the side, laughed triumphantly as he witnessed this scene. That is not something that a newborn can achieve. He said, to cultivate the Diamond Indestructible Divine Art, the body must be torn into hundreds of pieces and then gradually reassembled. Without effort and strong belief, it is impossible to succeed. His gaze softened as he looked towards Lai Guin. That is a gentle child, but also the one with the strongest will in Shaolin. He will shorten the path to success for Shaolin and could become a saint once in a century. Nam Quang Jan, standing beside, chuckled at the thought of the saint after 100 years. Sorry, I couldn't help but laugh, he said. Laughter echoed. Ha ha ha. Mintri was immediately provoked. What are you laughing at? Just that. And you call it a ancient century saint in this remote place. I don't mean to belittle Shaolin, but talents like this are abundant in the Nam Quang family. At least more than 30 people. Nam Quang Jan's words immediately put pressure on the Shaolin disciples. They couldn't believe that such strength could belong to as many as 30 people. Nam Quang Jan observed the situation with half an eye, thinking that it seems to be effective. He continued to calculate, looking at Diso. If I agree with that old man who will support young master, I have to stand by his side. He glanced at the SOS opponent, Lai Guin, and assessed him. Probably about 5 fingers. No, it must be less than 3 fingers. After a moment, he pointed at Diso, declaring, that young master over there is the second best in the martial world. Mintri asked back in confusion. Second best? Then who is the first? Nam Quang Jan replied solemnly, of course it's the god of martial arts, right? That's true. Meanwhile, Diso held his sword, tightly sighing, I'm going crazy. He continued to observe Lai Guin, mumbling, even if I trained hard with 3 sword techniques, I still haven't reached this level. Lai Guin rushed to attack Diso, shouted, Diamond. Unmovable, his body moved, striking in the air. If you don't come forward, then let me do it. Diso raised his sword to block the strike, arrogantly responding, just charge in, either way I can block it. But Lai Guin pierced through Diso's sword with a single finger, completely catching him off guard. Diamond Finger so quickly dodged, letting out a cry. Lai Guin continued to apply pressure, launching a diamond kick. So swung his sword, his gaze sharp, clearly preparing to counterattack. When his sword touched Lai Guin's hand, he raised his hand to block. So was startled when his sword broke in half. This is Lai Guin taking a deep breath and then exhaling. So was amazed by that stance. Lai Guin delivered a punch while executing the 100 Steps Divine Fist technique. The SOS feet stamped hard on the ground as he absorbed Lai Guin's Celestial Scales technique. He also used the same technique as Lai Guin's 100 Steps Divine Fist. Lai Guin jumped high, evading his opponent's attack, then quickly countered with the 100 Steps Divine Fist. A direct strike aimed straight at So, who was holding a solid defensive stance. After attacking, Lai Guin immediately retreated to gain momentum for the next assault. The SOS eyes widened in shock as Lai Guin continued to charge forward, but So managed to use his hand to block the full-force strike, leaving the crowd around them astonished. What? He blocked the diamond hand. So braced himself against the blow, his body trembling, letting out a cry. In his mind, Lai Guin now resembled a fierce bull, and he exclaimed, "This is a bull, not an ordinary person still." So reminded himself to relax a bit, otherwise his body would explode. He spoke up, still bracing himself, "No way, my hands can't take it anymore." So let go. And Lai Guin quickly seized the opportunity, catching his opponent off guard. So was confused. Closing his eyes, thoughts echoed in his mind. Eve lost the image of his older brother. Nam Kung's son appeared along with a whisper, "Give up the Four Kings formation." Suddenly, a strange transformation occurred in his body. Even So himself couldn't help but be surprised. This is Tai Chi. At that moment, he immediately took a determined stance, maximizing this new power. Alright, then after all, the body would shatter anyway. So scoffed his limbs, starting to move. "I will try everything to avoid regrets." Lai Guin continued to charge at So. The Shaolin disciples around covered their faces against the strong wind, exclaiming, "What? How can this be?" Man Kong also exclaimed in disbelief. The four yin and yang shapes have appeared. The technique that So was using was the 4Hg8 heavenly scales, using small force to defeat large force by borrowing the opponent's strength. Old Master Ba added that it was not only that, but even more. Lai Guin shouted, determined not to back down. "I will not lose." Then he switched to another move. This time, with the diamond unbreakable divine skill, So was caught off guard. "Could it be that I am growing at this moment?" he commented, but Lai Guin's body was very frightening. The SOS eyes widened determination in his heart. "If now I can still do it," he began to control his weapons. First was the right-hand wisdom sword in his right hand, then the left-hand cloud sword in his left hand. So clearly envisioned the positive energy of the wisdom sword and the negative energy of the cloud sword. Two sources of power that seemed impossible to combine were now concentrating in one place. The two old men watching couldn't help but be astonished. How could he do that when I never taught him to use the cloud sword? Lai Guin understood one thing well. If I can break this move, victory will be in my hands. He observed. So noted, "That guy is much stronger. If I keep enduring, I will be in danger." So unleashed a wave of power around, shouting for it to begin. Lai Guin exclaimed in confusion, This won't do." Immediately, he was blown away. The surrounding Shaolin disciples were also affected by this massive force. When everything settled down, only a cloud of smoke remained. Lai Guin lay motionless on the ground. Old Min Tree shouted for Quan Yi, then ordered immediately, "Quickly take Quan Yi to the medicine hall, hurry up." So breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, it seems I can test my strength in the Four Kings formation now." Man Kong and Nam Kung John approached the young Lord Long Live. He smiled broadly and suggested, "We should go for a little chat. Today I will treat everyone." So responded, "It's really rare, don't regret it." After the two led the way, So turned to look at Batten. He spoke Old Baldy. The unexpected words startled Batten. So continues, "If you're worried, go check it out." Batten asked in doubt. "Really?" So replied, "Why not? He has returned to the old house so he can rest comfortably." Batten happily left, not forgetting to express his gratitude. Thank you, I will repay you in the future. So smiled with satisfaction. Of course, however. Min Tian suddenly intervened. Stop right there, he continued. The soldiers will be taken care of by Shaolin. Outsiders should not interfere. Batten explained. I know, but I just want to confirm if he is okay. Suddenly, Min Tri launched a surprise attack on Batten. He shouted angrily. You, Min Tri said coldly. You were once called Batten, respected more than anyone in Shaolin Temple. Back then, even though you lost to Nam Kung Han, who was younger than you by half a generation and lost an arm, we never gave up hope that you would rise again. He asked angrily. But what about now? Didn't you abandon us and leave by yourselves? Batten stammered. Min Tri continued. Do you know how hard we worked to protect Shaolin? His gaze coldly fixed on Batten. You are no longer one of Shaolin. Go back or you will be beaten and thrown out. Batten gritted his teeth defensively. Foolish disciple. Fine. I understand. Go. Min Tri signaled immediately. The Shaolin disciples moved. He declared Arhat formation. The disciples quickly formed the battle line. A Jin ordered prepare for the second Arhat formation attack. The elders of Shaolin called out in turn. Third Arhat formation. Enter the fourth Arhat formation. The sixth defensive Arhat formation. Prepare to attack from 3 directions. Batten struggled to hold on. They observed and exchanged views. Now we only have 6 final formations left. Min Tri agreed. They discussed. In the past, only Tian Ma endured to the 6th Arhat formation. He said seriously, but if we had more time, the one who defeated Tian Ma would not be Nam Kong, but Shaolin itself. The disciples urged Batten as they kept attacking. Master, that's enough, please stop. Batten gritted his teeth and endured, then commented. Quite strong, he scoffed. Batten jumped up high, executing the Arhat grave technique. The elders of Shaolin pointed and ordered quickly, catch him, don't let him escape. Batten channeled his strength into his hands, countering the attack. He struck out, sending many disciples flying. Great diamond palm, they shouted. Batten unleashed his hand. He used that technique to strike another target. First finger to heaven, Min Tri instructed. The rear group withdraws their internal energy. Minimize attacks for the front group. He will continue to strike. Prepare someone to observe Baton's technique next to him. It turns out that martial arts have been used like this. Min Tri asked what it was. This person continued. This is really a strange force. Yes, it turns out that's why, when my disciple executed it, the energy was so weak. Min Tri shouted loudly. What are you saying at this moment? Batten spoke. You all, Min Tri angrily shouted. Then let me do it. Don't even think about asking for my mercy later, he commanded. Min Tian Jin So Jin Myo Ming Tum surrounded Batten. Min Tri shouted, I won't go easy on you anymore. Batten muttered, so you finally show up. Min Tri gathered his energy. I will end this myself, you don't need to fear them. They charged one by one to attack Batten. He was pushed back and let out a cry. Another person attacked from above. Batten dodged the strike gracefully. Another attacked from his left side. Batten gathered energy and unleashed a palm strike. He remarked that over time you haven't been practicing hard. Batten scolded, you've only gotten hit once and already broken a bone. Min Tri showed his annoyance. The old man is still talking nonsense. It seems nothing serious yet. Batten laughed heartily. Do you see that? Age changes physical strength. Min Tri became even more irritated. I straightforwardly suggest we finish the greetings. Now let's begin. I hope you don't tarnish the dignity of a former Grand Elder of Shaolin. Immediately everyone began gathering their energy. The first technique has been executed. The heart changes the greatness. The second person used the white crane technique. Others took turns executing the white snake, earth faith, golden leopard, steady body, fierce tiger, and descent techniques. Batten observed them and remarked that you all have improved a lot. He looked at them and said you all have worked hard over time. Min Tri suddenly stopped. Batten executed a technique while saying that I have made mistakes in the past. I ask for your forgiveness. Baton's body was wrapped in a source of power stronger than before. At this moment I will leave everything I have for you. The others were astonished. That is the first technique of the I Jin Jing. Vida offers a trial. The other person was immediately blown away. He jumped up for the second technique. The third technique, 9 bull's tail. Then he changed direction to attack the next person. The fourth technique, unleashing claw, he used his hand to knock another person away. The fifth technique, 9 ghosts, striking horseblade. When he reached the sixth technique, a sphere of power had formed. The sixth technique, 3 layers of the ground. The seventh technique, Phoenix's 3 claws. The monks observed without taking their eyes off. The eighth technique, painting the tiger to add its stripes. The ninth technique, striking the bow technique. Batten closed his eyes to execute the final technique. The 10th tune is played. So when the old man finishes, no one dares to move. Min Tri trembles and speaks. The muscle-relaxing sutra of Master Bodhidharma. He sheds tears, so Min Tri continues. Our Shaolin has obtained the great monk Pham Tien, the heart-nurturing skill, and Bodhidharma's muscle-relaxing sutra. Batten says that over time I have accumulated many debts. The other person replies, now let's go. Min Tri presents a string of prayer beads. Batten wonders if this is not your rosary. Min Tri speaks on behalf of Shaolin Temple, hoping you forgive the ignorance about the hardships you have endured. Whenever you wish, please come visit Shaolin Temple. Batten smiles brightly, wearing the prayer beads around his neck, and responds, Amitba, thank you. Min Tri waves goodbye to them. Li Qian laughs. When we meet again, I will be even stronger. He thinks to himself, just wait. On the other hand, Diso and the others have started to head back. They discuss among themselves, the old man is wasting too much time. Haha. Excuse me, Diso excitedly exclaims. Let's go. The next target is to win the Four Kings battle. Diso and the others are on the carriage heading back. Namkung John smiles with delight. He is so happy he wants to cry. He says, I have waited for this day for a long time. You have the small elixir box given by the abbot. He turns to observe the others and mumbles. Surely everyone is asleep, right? Namkung John takes a pill to his mouth. Let me see. Just as he is about to put it in his mouth, Diso Batten and Man Kong quickly snatch them. They put it in their mouths and even comment in front of Namkung John, who is fuming from the recent theft. Oh, the taste is quite good, isn't it? The elixir is indeed a small pill. It has been a long time since I tasted one. It is very good for the body. They take the last pill of his. Oh, there is still this one, he. Then throw the box down on the road under Namkung John's astonished gaze. Diso chews while commenting, Namkung John really knows how to find these things. A wooden box falls to the ground and shatters. Namkung John angrily shouts, what are you doing? You bunch of blockheads. Man Kong and Batten immediately threaten him with the pressure of the strong. They take turns saying, what is that look? Put that look away, you know what will happen, right? You will lose your life. Namkung John cries silently, cursing them. Hoo. Even if you are thieves, you shouldn't do that to me. Diso chuckled softly, his tone relaxed. Sorry, I have a habit of eating all kinds of potions without thinking. His words made Namkung John suspicious. Thinking to himself, could he really come up with such an excuse? Diso continued, his voice filled with excitement. But it's really delicious, do you have more? His words made Namkung John feel anger rising inside. Muttering, damn it, I will definitely get my revenge one day. Quickly arriving in MANHUA province. As all 4 of them switched to walking, they couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this place is really crowded. They must all be here to watch the upcoming Four Kings competition. One person hurriedly squeezed through the crowd, loudly saying, the road is already narrow, don't block it, move aside quickly. Another person angrily reacted when Diso accidentally bumped into him. Hey, don't push. Another person also spoke up, who just stepped on my foot. Diso fumbled to find a way through, continuously apologizing. Sorry for bumping into others. Oh, please excuse me, the young man he just bumped into smiled in response. It's okay, it's a common thing. Diso excitedly pointed to the sword this person was carrying. You must be a martial artist, right? The other man laughed and replied, haha, you guessed right. He continued, I arrived early to participate in the Four Kings competition, But this place is too crowded. Already he began to introduce himself. I am Thursday Din from Nam, and Diso thought to himself, Nam, and isn't that quite far away? Is it one of the places I once wanted to escape to? He said, I also came here to participate in the Four Kings competition, currently on my way back. Thursday Din nodded in understanding. I see we have both been through a lot. Thursday Din turned to ask Nam Kungjon, is this person here for the competition too? Nam Kungjon was surprised. Me, then he smiled and introduced himself. I am a strategist in charge of a small troop. All right, Diso reminded with annoyance. Stop boasting, Thursday Din asked again. So are you two here as bodyguards? Botwan replied. Ah, that's a fair way to put it, Thursday Din commented. Just by looking I can tell that everyone here is an elite expert. You are really fortunate to have such people as your subordinates. I just hope we don't meet too soon in the competition. Meanwhile, Botwan transmitted a message to Diso. Hey, young master, do you see them? Diso also replied through thought. I do see them. He looked up. 5 little mice on the roof, Mang Kang added, and 3 over there. They exchanged notes about around 10 people guarding this person who looked innocent, but was definitely not an ordinary character. Could they be from Nam on the Beast Den, said to have power on par with the 9 major factions? On the other hand, there are soldiers moving and we can sense a strong aura in the distance. Diso remained vigilant as the aura drew closer. Their martial arts are formidable. They gathered to kneel before Diso and reported. We seek an audience with the young master, the leader said. The clan leader sent me here to escort you. The people around gasped, the blood-red army. They looked at Diso, who was now shyly blushing. Young master, this young man, that's why I wanted to hide my identity. A few pointed at him and exclaimed, Master Tuet Nu, the master of the Loach. Diso excitedly recounted. The memories of that time still linger in my mind, the way he dodged like a loach slipping away. The more Diso listened, the angrier he became. But Nam Kungjon added fuel to the fire. Ahaha, Loach fits him perfectly. Diso angrily punched the top of Nam Kungjon's head. You're the one who fits that name, Nam Kungjon cried out in pain. Diso turned to Tuet Din. We've just met, but it's a pleasure to know you. He left, speaking softly. Now I must take my leave. Moments later, Tieting discreetly glanced at the fleeting smile on his lips, then turned to the person beside him and gently asked, What do you think about this? The other person, who was hiding in the shadows, spoke up. Those 2 old men. Then he continued recounting what had just happened. They discovered our presence here. Batten immediately warned, Don't cause trouble or prepare to say goodbye to your teeth. Mon Kang added, his voice full of curiosity. How interesting. That's the secret technique to conceal one's aura. It seems a little different from what we've seen in Central Plains. I assess their strength is certainly not inferior to ours. They might even be stronger. Tieting smiled and replied, You are the master of the Namen Beast House, one of the top 5, to say that is indeed interesting. He continued to ask, And about that young master, what about him? The guy replied, Unfortunately, we couldn't meet Nam Kang's son, who has the highest chance of winning. Instead, we meet the young master known as Katrak. But he also belongs to the lineage of the heavenly martial body. Just meeting him once will surely be beneficial later. He turned to ask, Young master, what do you think? Tieting replied, At first glance, he seems to be a strong martial artist. I liken him to a tree planted in a garden which cannot compare to a wild growing tree. Then he remarked, Perhaps because he grew up in luxury, I don't sense any sharpness from him. Tieting chuckled and continued, It seems he doesn't realize the talented martial artists around him. I see that young master is only at that level. The guy looked at him, his gaze changing, and asked directly, If you had to face him in this competition, would you win? Tieting's eyes became serious, his aura rising, making those standing afar feel it too. He replied with a faint smile, Haha, you are worrying too much. Do you really think I would lose to someone like him? The soldier leading Diso to the clan leader's room said, The clan leader is waiting for you inside. Please come in. Even standing outside, Diso could feel the pressure from within. The group spoke up, Leave Diso alone. We're leaving. He turned around and scolded them. You cowardly bunch. Fine, just go ahead. Get out of here quickly, Munkong replied. Even if you don't chase us away, we would leave anyway. Diso slowly walked in, and upon seeing him someone asked, Did you bring good wine for me? Diso was startled, memories flooding back from his return. Remember to bring good wine for me. He broke into a cold sweat thinking to himself, I'm done for, damn it. Diso scratched his head and laughed loudly, but his face was more tense than ever. He laughed to the point of tears thinking to himself, yeah, just keep laughing. If my father sees me laughing, he probably won't have the heart to punish me. Nam Kung Han replied, well, I can guess what's going on. Then he ordered the guards to bring tea up. They immediately moved under Diso's astonished gaze. He observed him thinking to himself, he can completely sense the stealth technique of the hidden guards. The training period in Shaolin seems not to have been in vain. Nam Kung Han asked, tell me, what did you see at Shaolin? Diso honestly replied, at Shaolin I saw a white tiger that has protected the mountain for many years and another guard who has also watched over that mountain. Although he is young, I saw a master with a diamond body. In the future, that person's martial arts will reach an unparalleled level. Nam Kung Han continued to ask, very interesting, how does it compare to Nam Kung? Diso answered, if only one branch of the Nam Kung army went there, the result would be mutual destruction. At least 2 large armies would be needed to completely subdue Shaolin. Nam Kung Han thought to himself, the boy's assessment is accurate. He moved to the tea table that had been brought up and said, let's drink tea while we talk. Nam Kung Han poured the tea and steam rose thickly. Diso grimaced, thinking to himself, when holding the teacup, ouch, too hot. Why is it so hot? What are you doing? Why don't you drink? Diso had no choice but to take a sip of the scalding tea. Diso suddenly realized something. Dad, it's really hot, isn't it? Nam Kung Han then asked, do you really want to participate in the 4 Kings competition? Diso replied straightforwardly, yes. Nam Kung Han said seriously, at this rate, it will be hard for you to defeat the 3 second-generation fighters. Diso was surprised and Nam Kung Han continued. Many might think that the boy has secluded himself to train to win this martial arts competition, but you know the real reason. Diso suddenly recalled the look in Nam Kung San's eyes, the way he looked at him. He spoke up, I know it's because of me, right? Since that day he has only targeted. Diso clenched his fist tightly, but that doesn't mean that I will give up. He firmly declared in this competition that he would definitely defeat. Nam Kung Han stood up and asked again, so you have learned something at Shaolin, right? If you're that confident, then it must be true. Very good. He suggested, since you're so confident, convince me. Diso picked up his sword without hesitation and replied, I will show my father. He excitedly drew his sword and continued, I've always wanted to experience for myself why everyone fears my father so much. Nam Kung Han remarked, that's quite a strong spirit. Then come here. As soon as he finished speaking, Diso charged in to attack, shouting loudly as he moved. The first step was for him to aim at the ground where Nam Kung Han was standing, causing his opponent to lose balance. He successfully made the man move toward the weakest point on the ground. I understand what it means to be as solid as a rock. Diso laughed and continued, if there are no openings, then create one. Even if he is my father, he can't stand firmly on the floor like that. Nam Kung Han stomped his foot on the floor. Surprising Diso, is he breaking the floor on the other side to maintain balance? He spoke that 20 liang is the price to fix the floor that you just damaged. 20 liang of gold. Diso was even more confused. In an instant, Nam Kung Han closed the distance with Diso. What? He snapped his fingers and the sword in Diso's hand flew up and lodged itself in the ceiling. He continued, another 10 liang of gold. Diso incredulously exclaimed, the pinky. Why did your sword loosen and fall, breaking a vase below? Nam Kung Han continued, what a pity. His words left Diso stunned. There are so many things here, yet I broke it. That porcelain vase is worth 500 liang. Diso was in a state of extreme confusion. Sweat poured down his face as he thought of a way to escape. Run quickly, get away from Nam Kung. Immediately, Nam Kung Han moved in and flicked Diso on the forehead. He flew away. Diso couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, I'm flying. Nam Kung Han remarked, I used enough force to knock you out, but you're quite sturdy. Diso remained on guard. Seeing a vase in front of him, he was frightened. No, that vase must be worth at least 100 liang. Then he exerted his energy to avoid crashing into it. He'll bet everything on this move. Diso successfully changed direction and landed. Nam Kung Han spoke very resilient. I didn't expect you to change direction in midair like that. Yeah, but that vase was just a fake. I intentionally threw you toward it so you wasted your effort. He continued, the part of the floor you just damaged. Adds another 40 liang, that's a total of 570 liang. Don't worry. I will definitely settle the debt with you. Man Kong spoke up when he saw Boktan place a... So you finally decided to drink it. He replied, I worked hard to steal it out of Shaolin. Then he continued to tease the woman. But if I could drink it with this lady, it would be worth it. Would the lady like to drink with me? She replied, you all go ahead and drink first. I will bring some food from the kitchen. Man Kong was startled when Nam Kung Han opened the door carrying Diso in his arms. He wondered, why did you come here? Nam Kung Han did not answer. He was busy examining the wine. So the bottle of wine I heard you brought back is here. Boktan quickly interjected to stop him. Wait a minute, Man Kong warned. If you don't hand it over, both of us will surely die. Uncle Tan quickly replied, please wait a moment. There must be another way, right? Man Kong didn't give him a chance to say more forcefully, handing over the wine bottle despite Uncle Tan's screams. No way. Nam Kung Han glanced at the wine bottle in his hand and commented, not bad. He threw Diso towards the steward. Order Li Han to treat the boy. Then he added, just say it's the chief's order, he won't dare to complain. The steward caught Diso bowing to accept the order. I understand, sir. She bowed respectfully as Nam Kung Han left. Please come in. My lord. Man Kong spoke up after Nam Kung Han had disappeared. We should go inside as well, madam. Uncle Tan glared angrily at the wine bottle while the steward agreed with Man Kong. Yes, of course, please, you two take your time to rest. She looked at Diso and exclaimed, only a year and I didn't even recognize you. It's as if just yesterday you were still a toddler learning to walk. She smiled and continued watching. It turns out the chief is very concerned about the first master of the fourth heavenly clan. The message from the Nam Kung family about the fourth king competition has been delivered. The one reading it is the leader of the fourth heavenly clan, Dangmak. Where is it? The content of the competition includes first, the fourth king competition will be held at the Nam Kung family. Second, the date will remain as usual. Third, there is no limit on the number of participants. Fourth, the age of the contestants must be between 15 and 20 years old. Fifth, contestants who made it to the final round last year. Sixth, only 2 people from the Nam Kung family will participate, namely Nam Kung's son and Diso. Seventh, that's all from Marshal St. Nam Kung Han. Eighth, if there are any complaints, come to confront me directly. Others worriedly spoke up. Sir Dangmak angrily crumpled the notice. Very interesting, one person said. I don't know what his purpose is, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Another agreed, yes indeed. They continued. Until now, the Nam Kung family has always sent about 50 disciples, while other sects send up to 100 disciples. Then they calculated, if what this letter says is true, with only 2 people from the Nam Kung family participating, it will be very easy to gather many people to watch them. If so, not only the fourth kings, but perhaps we can also aim for the highest position in the competition we have long desired. Dangmak thought, but he asked back, have you ever seen Marshal St. directly intervene in the fourth king competition? The group responded meekly, no sir. He exuded an oppressive aura as he continued. That guy called Marshal St. seems unusually interested in this fourth king competition. Doesn't he? He schemed, if those 2 are ruthlessly trampled right before Marshal St.'s eyes, just imagine the ugly expression on Nam Kung Han's face. It would indeed be a sight worth witnessing. Dangmak slammed the table. All right, I will personally participate in this fourth king competition. He ordered to quickly inform the disciples and prepare everything. The subordinates hurried to follow the orders. A similar situation occurred throughout the martial world, and they were all surprised. Is it really just 2 people? Some sects even planned to cooperate with each other. Their plot was too obvious. Let's overthrow the Nam Kung family. In some places, training was intensified, but one thing was very clear. Along with this letter, Nam Kung Sun and Deso had become a common enemy for everyone in the Four Kings competition. Deso clutched his head and sighed. What is my father thinking? He spoke up, it's clear that we will be isolated. What did my three brothers say? Nam Kung Jon replied. How could he repeat what Nam Kung Sun said? He said it was really interesting. Deso cried. Indeed, he would say that. He dashed off while continuing. Well then, this is not the time to lie around like this. Deso ordered gather everyone immediately. He was determined from now on we will start training hard for the next 5 months. Come on everyone, if you're not tired to the point of collapse, don't even think about resting. 5 months later, the participants gathered here to take part in the competition. Elder Lai Dung, who of the Dim Thung sect, expressed his displeasure as he spoke. They are just checking the identities of the participants. Why make others wait so long? Even if it is the Nam Kung family, one should not have such a disrespectful attitude. The people of Nam Kung leisurely stepped forward and said slowly, It has been confirmed. If you go inside, we will take you to your accommodation. Who asked back in annoyance, Do you know who I am? You've made us wait like this, at least treat us nicely, right? From behind, another voice rang out, What are you doing here? Who was startled to see the flag behind that person. What is that, a royal decree? How could this person possibly be a member of the royal family exchanging with the Nam Kung people? It seems the Nam Kung family is quite busy. I didn't expect you to be doing such trivial work. The other person replied, When important guests arrive, even more than thieves like this. At least you should receive them with some formality. Who thought to himself, Thieves? Huh? The two continued, We have prepared another place for you, please come inside. Who politely asked, May I ask what title this esteemed person has? The other person replied, It seems you haven't heard my introduction yet. Who wondered why a gatekeeper suddenly. His expression changed as if he remembered something. Wait a minute, don't tell me 5 years ago the one behind the incident known as the stain of the Diem Thuong sect. The other person chuckled. Hee, so you still remember the official John Nam Kung Dung who was astonished the elder of the Nam Kung family is here. He pointed in another direction. So does that mean everyone here is, well that's right. A nameless person speaking loudly to the elder of the Nam Kung family. Do you know who I am to treat me this way? A mere gatekeeper dares. The other person angrily grabbed him. Do you think you're the heavenly demon king? He overpowered him. It's just a trivial matter, yet you're making such a fuss. Who realized one thing, they are all elders of the Nam Kung family. He turned pale in shock. Who would have thought that the Nam Kung family would send elders to guard the gate? Then he worriedly thought, what will happen in this Four Kings competition? So the people of Nam Kung are lying all over the ground while Deso is still diligently training. The manager approached. Young master, it's time to participate in the qualifiers of the Four Kings competition. He opened his eyes and replied, I know. Then he stood up, releasing his power one last time. A strong wind swept through and he smiled contentedly. Now I'm ready. Deso continued. I'm off. The manager smiled kindly. Safe travels, my lord. Deso looked at the condition of those people and instructed, Remember to give some gifts to make up for these old fools and let them rest. The manager acknowledged, I understand. Then he asked, Right manager, do you have any silver? The manager looked puzzled. Why would you still need your own money? Deso grinned, Of course, because I want to make a big profit. As Deso entered, all eyes were on him and he sighed. It seems a lot of people have gathered here. They all had the same thought. That guy, that brat, to them he was the embodiment of the snow carp, young master Deso. Deso had nothing more to say. A voice spoke up. I will crush all of them. Other participants were astonished. That person kicked a contestant named Li Qian and the Shaolin disciples. Deso remarked, Are you all here too? They replied, Long time no see, young master. Another person said, That's right, so the rumors are true. They said, The young master has taken over Shaolin for the sake of the martial world. Another added, Look, the young master is standing next to several people from Shaolin and protecting them very carefully. Deso was confused. What rumors are you talking about? Who would spread such nonsensical rumors? He was furious upon learning of the rumors. I thought that white-haired guy was just good at talking, but it turns out to be true. Deso thought to himself, that damn Nam Kung Jun is really annoying. Li Qian asked irritably, Should I crush him right now? Dassault hurriedly interrupted, "Please don't say that." Someone else spoke up, "Everyone be quiet." Then that person continued to announce, "The qualifiers are about to begin." He explained, "This competition has 20 zones each with 50 contestants competing. Out of the 50, only one person will advance to the second round. Once 20 winners are chosen, they will face off against each other and only 2 will make it to the finals." Dassault observed around, thinking to himself, "It's clear everyone is anxious." He continued, "Now when I call a name, that person will come to their position." Dassault thought, "The first person to be called." The crowd unexpectedly remarked, "What quick reflexes." As soon as he finished speaking, the boy had already moved. Dassault proudly thought to himself, Hey, I already knew the order of this round. I secretly obtained that qualifying." Dassault glanced at Nam Kung-jon. "But if that guy Nam Kung-jon dares to show up, he will definitely die," the referee continued. "You can use any method to fight except for intentional injury or manslaughter." He signaled for the first qualifying match to begin. Countless people rushed to surround Dassault. They wanted to overwhelm him. "Show us what the Nam Kung catfish can do." Contrary to the fearful appearance from before, Dassault was now full of confidence. Here comes the moment to use his overwhelming power to take down a girl mercilessly, even if she is Jia Kat-jong, the most beautiful woman in Hubei. Soon after, everyone who rushed to attack could do nothing. Dassault can handle it all. In a moment, the arena was left with just him. Steadily, Li Qin clenched his fist, crouched down, and charged straight at Dassault. He declared, "I will crush you." He threw a powerful punch, but Dassault quickly dodged. The person next to him took the full brunt of that punch. Undeterred, he confidently said, "I won't let you escape. I can clearly see your next moves." He swung another punch and once again, Dassault dodged. Another unlucky guy took the full force of the punch, flying up into the air. He yelled, "You idiot," provoking those 2 on the ground, looking terrified. "If you want to hit him, at least aim carefully," suddenly dragging us into this mess. While Dassault was busy running away, the 2 nagging guys took 2 punches from Li Qin. He frowned, charging forward, "I will defeat you." Dassault turned back and asked, "So you haven't been idle these past months? Huh?" A golden light radiated from the monk. "It seems that the diamond unbreakable divine art has almost merged into your body." He accelerated to chase after Dassault, shouting, "So don't dodge anymore, fight me." Young Master Dassault turned back, sweating as he saw that thunderous punch right behind him. Yet this time he was still a spectator, witnessing someone else become the victim in his place. That guy spun in the air while Dassault continued to quickly make his escape. Tight, he dodged again. He kept attacking and those around him were caught in the crossfire. One was hit in the face while another was struck from behind. "Stop." Another guy was sent flying into the air, "Just take the hit." Dassault still smiled brightly. "If it comes to lightness of foot, I am confident that no one can catch up to me. Do you know how long I have trained my martial arts?" All this chaotic scene was captured in the eyes of the brown-haired boy. Indeed, a bunch of fools Tu Ding found it extremely boring. One person used all his strength to dodge, while the other used all his strength to attack. At this rate, those 2 will surely exhaust themselves quickly. His eyes lit up. Meanwhile, I had always been hiding among the weaker contestants and conserving my strength. Tu Ding has drawn his sword. There are only 3 people left. I just need to take down one of those 2 to advance to the main competition. The monk stomped his foot on the ground. Yes, this is really frustrating. And then he channeled his strength into his left hand, deploying the 100 steps divine fist technique. Dassault looked dazed and sighed. I can't avoid this attack. While he was still focused on Lai Guin, a figure with a sword rushed in shouting, "Give up," he grimaced. Reflexively, he drew his sword. "You're aiming for me, not Lai Guin, right?" Lai Guin suddenly realized the dangerous situation at hand. He hesitated. "If I rush in between them now, he'll definitely get cut in half." Meanwhile, Tu Ding unexpectedly launched a fierce attack towards Dassault. Dassault quickly drew his sword to block the attack. As he slid to the side, he said softly, "You're just lucky." But the real battle has only just begun. Tu Ding immediately used the shadow concealment technique to disappear from everyone's sight. The audience around gasped in amazement. Someone exclaimed, "That guy disappeared." Another person added, "Where did he go?" Tuding ran, while proudly thinking to himself, "My shadow concealment technique not only hides my form, but also my presence." He jumped up, swinging his sword straight at the SOS head, shouting, "Here I come." The young master was as slippery as an eel. Dassault felt the air currents around him shift and immediately raised his sword to block the attack. Tuding was very surprised. "How is it possible? Did you know I would attack from that direction?" Dassault calmly replied, "What's so surprising about that? I saw you, so I just blocked the attack." Tuding refused to back down and continued using the shadow concealment technique. He growled, "Don't brag, you can't see through my shadow concealment technique." Dassault chuckled softly, swinging his sword and executing the blue wind point technique. With a graceful demeanor, "It seems you still don't understand." White air currents intertwined, charging straight towards Tuding. He raised his hand to observe his face filled with astonishment. "What is this? Am I no longer invisible?" Dassault calmly said, "I have thought a lot to prepare for dealing with 3 opponents. You see, I have mastered quite a few types of martial arts." After hearing this, Tuding was filled with rage. He roared, swinging his sword and executing the fierce tiger break strike. "Why should I care?" Then he quickly executed the blue wind gathering technique, launching an attack to block Tuding's strike. Tuding was hit and screamed in pain. Dassault did not hesitate, using the same wind technique to end the match. Tuding was swept up into the air, his sword flying from his hand. Then he was caught in a whirlwind, his face pale, screaming in despair. In the end, he fell off the stage in a headstand position. The match referee announced that Tuding from Namundathu was disqualified from the fighting area. Afterwards, this person announced the 2 competitors who advanced to the next round. The individuals entering the official round are Dassault and Lai Guin. The result made Lai Guin clench his fists, filled with frustration. "I haven't even had a proper match yet." Meanwhile, Dassault remained silent, eyes half closed, wondering if this was enough. In another arena, a brother from Namkung had just finished his match. Still gripping his sword tightly, his opponent lay unconscious on the floor. The match referee's voice echoed, "The match is over." Around him, the defeated competitors lay scattered. The referee declared that the only representative from Namkung family to advance to the next round was the 2 young masters at the medicine hall. Jia Katsung was lying on the bed, her whole body trembling, mumbling vague sounds. She dreamed of Dassault charging at her with a fierce fist, her eyes tightly shut, sweat pouring down like rain. Suddenly, she jolted awake, clutching the blanket, tightly screaming, "My head hurts too much." She quickly raised her hands to hold her head, calming herself, telling herself it was just a dream, but she didn't want to remember it at all. Just then a stranger with a threatening expression appeared before her. In a cold voice, "So it's you. The woman that our young master has chosen." The person continued in a flat tone, "He has brought back countless strange things, but this is the first time." The man smirked. "First, you need to take off all your clothes." Jia Katsung's face turned pale, hurriedly asking, Why so suddenly?" Zhuang Yan's cold gaze threatened. "When you arrived here, your body was full of injuries and needs careful treatment." She sat there trembling at her warning. "If we find out you're a spy, we won't hesitate to end your life. If you're hiding weapons or poison on you, we will burn you alive immediately. And if you approach us with wealth or fame, be prepared to drown in poison." At this moment, Jia Katsung could only regret, tears streaming down her face. "Oh, I shouldn't have come here, uncle. I'm sorry." She recalled her uncle's angry face when he sternly reminded her, "I told you not to get involved with Namkung family." Suddenly a scream rang out from outside the door. "What is this?" The door was kicked open forcefully. Hoa Nia appeared, speaking loudly. "So you are the vixen who has seduced our beloved young master?" Both pointed directly at her. "It's you." Jia Katsung could no longer maintain her composure, hurriedly getting off the bed, panicking. "Me? Really?" Hoa Nia continued to interrogate. "Do you owe money?" And she immediately replied, "Oh no." Lion Yen quickly pressed, "Have you studied the 4 books and 5 classics Confucius Analects?" And do you understand politics? Military affairs and royal protocol, right? She nodded. Honestly, that's right. The two girls laughed happily and declared, you have passed. Sungnan turned around and said gently, all right, let's go home. Without giving her a chance to react, Hoa Nia tightly grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. She hesitantly asked, is the house you mentioned in Hubei? They immediately responded, what are you talking about? Of course, it's at the Lam Long Road in the Namkung family. Hearing that, she panicked, why do I have to go there? The three girls turned back and smiled, answering, because from now on you, our family. She was still filled with doubt. What does that mean? They continued to explain, isn't it true that the young master has given you the name Big-Headed Number 1? She admitted but was still confused. Yes, that did happen, but what does that have to do with anything? Hoa Nia smiled with her eyes squinted. That reason is enough. Seeing that she still hesitated, they changed their tone. Their gaze and attitude became threatening, causing her to tremble again. You will go with us, right? Although still trembling, she gathered her courage to say, well, if I don't go to Hubei and stay here. She clenched her fists in front of her chest, trying to add, then can I learn martial arts? She recalled the objections from her relatives in the past. She thought to herself, who did she think she was to demand learning martial arts? You just need to wait to marry into a good family. She closed her eyes, waiting. But the response from Lai and Yen startled her. No matter what you want to do, you don't have to worry, but the young master is a very nice person. As long as it's something you want to achieve, he will definitely help you. Jia Katshuang imagined the joyful image of Deso teaching her martial arts, her eyes shining as she thought, Uncle, I'm sorry. The group set off for the Nam Quang family, and she told herself, I found a reason to stay a little longer in the Nam Quang family. Meanwhile, Deso had just finished a match, his stomach growling, complaining, yeah, I'm so hungry. A small portion of popcorn with wild vegetables doesn't fill me at all. Suddenly, a voice called out, grabbing his attention. Deso, brother, yes. He turned around in surprise. Oh, who is this? That's right, it's Yang, and participating in this Four Kings tournament too. Yang, and shyly scratching his head, replied, yes, I don't know how it turned out like this. Deso remembered the person standing in front of him, Yang En, the inheritor of the Hua Sun sect, and his only friend from his previous life. Memories flooded back from when his mother was still pregnant, and praying at the temple too when he was young. Yang En often visited his father. Yang En used to pat his head, smiling kindly, you've grown too much. Deso smiled as he recalled. He was a very lively and energetic child. Another wave of memories surged back. He thought Yang En would become a Taoist like his master. But when Yang An's master became the sect leader, he inherited the position. Of course, the other disciples of the Hua Sun sect would not easily agree. But that dissatisfaction gradually faded when faced with Yang An's swordsmanship talent. But not long after, everything began to take a different turn. On the ground, Yang An's opponent was trembling, clutching his bloodied hand, screaming in pain, my hand. Deng En injured his opponent in a martial arts match. And from then on he gradually distanced himself from martial arts, choosing a life of solitude and seclusion. Back to the present, the two walked side by side. Deso asked, so you've participated in 2 qualifying rounds already. How did it go? Deng En smiled lightly, modestly, replying, oh, I was lucky to get through to the next round. Deso looked at him, feeling somewhat less worried. It seems you didn't just win by luck. Even in seclusion, he still didn't forget to practice his swordsmanship. Up ahead, 3 disciples of the Hua Sun sect approached, their voices full of mockery. Look, who it is. Why is someone who should be hiding in the countryside appearing here? Deng Hook continued to sneer. I didn't expect a useless person who can't even hold a sword would have friends. Deng En simply bowed his head, not refuting, but Deso couldn't hide his anger. They're just looking for trouble. Deng En quickly stopped Deso's arm that was about to strike. It's okay, Deso brother. They're all my junior brothers. That guy won't stop provoking. You still have the nerve to speak about to be expelled from the sect, and yet you're still so unaware of your situation. Deso couldn't contain his anger. What did you just say? Deng En was also startled, repeating, expelled. Deng Hook scoffed, his voice threatening. If you don't achieve good results in this Four Kings competition, the master will give up his position in front of the elders, and I will be the next inheritor. Understand? These words were like a bucket of cold water poured directly onto Deng En, the position of the master of the sect. Deng Hook continued to threaten, you should hope not to meet me in the next rounds. Even though you were once the inheritor of Huashan, if you lose too badly in front of everyone, wouldn't that also bring us shame? Daiso turned to Deng En, his voice lowering. I understand now. Deng En will soon be defeated in the main competition, and the master will give up his position shortly after. Deng En's master fell ill and passed away. The death of his master was the last straw that turned Deng En into a completely different person. The name that people referred to him at that time, they said that whenever he drew his sword, blood would surely be spilled. He was called the Huashan Demon Sword. Back then I could only watch the determined look in his eyes. But now it's different. This time I won't let Deng En stray from the right path again. Daiso stepped closer and asked, where is the old Taoist now? Deng En turned back surprised. Do you mean my master? He explained, perhaps he is at the Huashan sect's Jia courtyard. I don't stay with my master, so I don't know the exact location. Daiso nodded. Okay. I understand, then I'll go ahead. Deng En hurriedly called Daiso brother. He clasped his hands together, worried. Could you visit my master for me? Check if he is well. Daiso smiled. Wave goodbye. I was planning to do that too. See you later, he thought to himself. This kid, if he's so worried, why doesn't he go see his master himself? In Daiso's mind, an image of a man stroking his beard appeared with a mysterious voice. Now should we go chat with the old Taoist priest? At Nam Kung Jia a loud scream echoed. Where on earth is he? Daiso, holding a bag of items, said irritably, this Nam Kung Jia Trang is just too vast. It's taking all day to find one person. Suddenly a voice said, this is the courtyard of the Huasun sect. Why is it so noisy? To his surprise, the person he was searching for was standing next to the lotus pond. He exclaimed, old Taoist. The man, seeing the scene, immediately asked, wait a minute, it seems like something is missing. He then continued to question, who are you? Daiso suddenly recalled his childhood image and replied, I am Daiso. We used to meet once a year at kindergarten. The old Taoist stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Ah yes, I didn't expect that little boy has grown up so much. He inquired suspiciously, but why have you come here? Surely the young master of Nam Kung Jia doesn't have that much free time, does he? Daiso raised what he was holding and explained, it's because of this. The aroma emanating from the bag made him remark, oh, it smells like roasted duck. He shook his head, reached into his robe and said, but you are missing something important. Daiso looked at that action, his voice full of helplessness. Do you mean? Immediately he took out a bottle of wine with a cunning expression. If there's meat, then you should have brought wine too. Daiso looked at the wine bottle in shock and said, although the world says that the Taoist priests of the Huasun sect do not isolate themselves as the head, you shouldn't drink wine. The old Taoist opened the wine bottle, poured it straight into his mouth and lectured. Listen here, kid, the Tao begins with the dirtiest things. To become a true Taoist, you need to be able to drink wine. An image of a beautiful woman alongside silver coins appeared with the words, to embrace a woman and manage money. He continued, I was just thinking drinking wine without snacks is so boring. Hurry and bring the meat over here. Daiso frowned, thinking to himself, what kind of strongest Taoist in Central Plains is this? Truly just an old charlatan. After finishing the roasted duck, he conversed with Daiso. By the way, when Yangon laughs, his dimples only appear on one cheek. Ignoring Daiso, who was drunk and unconscious, the old Taoist looked towards the courtyard and muttered to himself, really quite adorable. Then he turned to see Daiso sleeping and angrily said, hey, didn't you say you had something to discuss, kid? If you plan to sleep, go back to your own courtyard. Daiso drowsily replied, just a little longer. Suddenly he clutched his chest and let out a painful groan, his whole body trembling. Daiso, with a face flushed from the wine, turned to look, thinking, here it is, the reason why the old Taoist passed away. After a moment, a voice echoed in the hall, where has the sect leader gone? The old Taoist opened the door and stepped in. Are you looking for me? One of the two turned to look at him and spoke. It is currently a critical moment and you have disappeared where? He walked past the two and explained. I was so caught up in talking with an old friend that I lost track of time. Oh no, he asked again. But why are you all gathered in my room like this? The other person spoke loudly. We need a reasonable answer from you. His next words made him tremble. If Yang An's performance does not meet expectations, you will revoke his position as the heir disciple, and agree to let my disciple Yang Hook become the new heir disciple, right? His voice deepened. That's right. The two looked back at him and said, please make a wise decision. The sound of the door closing echoed. The old Taoist still stood in the middle of the room. Suddenly he clenched his hands to his chest and let out a painful groan. He tried to endure the pain, thinking to himself, no, I can't let them find out yet. Remembering the sinister image of the elders, he thought, if the elders realize my body is not well, they won't let me be at peace. He recalled the expression on Yang An's face when he held the sword, smiling lightly at him. If I leave the position of sect leader, I won't be able to protect Yang An anymore. His vision blurred. His trembling hands reached for the door. I need to lock the door before they see me. Suddenly the door burst open with a call. Sect leader. His expression was frantic. No, Li Han rushed and luckily I made it in time. I thought that kid would make another unreasonable request. Then the old Taoist collapsed. Before passing out, he asked, who are you? Li Han hurriedly stepped forward to support him. What did you question the Hoa Sun sect about that led you to this condition? Li Han examined him briefly and concluded. It's serious now. If those Hoa Sun folks want to come, let them come. I will make them suffer double. Daiso entered the room. Fists clenched. His resolute tone rang out. Do you understand now? You must save him. Li Han replied confidently. Trust in the Han family. Then he looked at Daiso, squinting and smiling slightly. Kid, there's no one in this world I can't save. Daiso stepped outside, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness that's one thing done. Suddenly Nam Kung John ran over, calling out loudly. Young master, young master. Daiso turned back with curiosity. Yes, what's the matter? He continued. How did you know I was here? Nam Kung John was out of breath, wiping the sweat off his face, and replied. How could I not? I've been looking everywhere for you. He covered his face, smiling slyly. But more importantly, why are you at the Hoa Mountain sect's residence? Don't tell me you plan to take over Hoa Mountain this time. Daiso said, his voice irritated. No, Daiso replied, sounding grumpy. Hurry up. Tell me, why are you looking for me? Nam Kung John presented a carefully folded yellow piece of paper. The notice of your next opponent in the competition has been decided. Daiso unfolded the paper and murmured, let's see. Then he was stunned. Huh? Is this real? Nam Kung John noticed Daiso's hands were trembling. What's wrong? Are you going to face an interesting opponent? Daiso thought to himself. Damn it, why does it have to be Yang An? Then he got angry, clenching the paper in his hand, recalling Yang An's shy demeanor when he inquired. Daiso bro, how have you been lately? Then Daiso remembered Yang An holding a sword with a bloodthirsty look. Worried silently, if I win, Yang An will be expelled from the sect and become a sword demon. But if I give up this match, I will lose the chance to escape from the Nam Kung family. He imagined himself sunbathing by the beach, thinking, this is truly a wonderful place to relax. Finally, Daiso held his head and shouted, ah, what am I supposed to do now? In the clinic, a patient lying on the bed cried out in pain, causing the doctors to worry. The wound is bleeding non-stop. Zhuang Yan turned his head and ordered, Rikacheng, bring more healing medicine and clean cloth here. Rikacheng immediately ran off and complied. Suddenly, the patient's eyes bulged, lips pressed tightly as if trying to stop something. Finally, unable to bear it, he sat up and vomited a brownish-yellow liquid into the basin that Zhuang Yan had prepared. Seeing her carry the basin filled with that liquid, a doctor panicked and exclaimed, oh no, Miss Kuai, how can you do our job for us? Another person chimed in. Please hand it to me, Zhuang Yan coldly said, while standing in front of a life in danger. Whether noble or humble, what does it matter? The role of a healer is to anticipate and provide patients with everything they need. Jiakatsung admired the serious Zhuang Yan, who was instructing, "You should keep him still. I will apply the medicine and bandage the wound." The healer replied, "Yes, ma'am." Jiakatsung thought to himself, "Now I understand why those treated by Zhuang Yan respect and admire her so much." At this moment, Zhuang Yan was taking care of the patient. Saying it like this is enough. Jiakatsung felt as if he saw two fairy maidens appear behind Zhuang Yan. He praised, "If there are fairy maidens in this world, Zhuang Yan must surely be one of them." Jiakatsung recalled Zhuang Yan's sharp hand raised towards him and felt puzzled. But the expression on her face at that moment awaited Zhuang Yan to cheerfully interrupt his thoughts. "Jiakatsung, we are done here. Let's go see Lian Yan." In the training yard, a voice rang out. "Everyone listen here." Lian Yan was standing in front of a group of people lined up properly. She announced, "The official round of the Four Kings competition is about to begin. The entire martial arts community will be watching this competition. So you must fulfill your duties without any mistakes." She ordered the guard team should inspect the arenas very carefully. The group responded in unison. "Understood." She continued, "Remember to check the contestants' weapons to ensure they comply with the competition rules." The guard team shouted, "Understood, Ja." Katsung's eyes sparkled with admiration as she exclaimed, "Amazing." She looked at Lian Yan's majestic figure with deep respect. Just one word from Lian Yan could command hundreds of people. If there is a highest position a woman can achieve, it must be where Lian Yan is standing. Lian Yan noticed Jia Katsung's presence and spoke, "Jia Katsung, you're here." After saying that, she threw a book into Jia Katsung's hands, causing her to be puzzled. Lian Yan explained, "Here, you mentioned this before, so I saved it for you. If you have any questions, just ask those fools over there." Jia Katsung looked closely at the book in her hand and panicked. "Sister, this is the secret technique of the Jia Katsung family, right? How did you get this?" Suddenly, Lian Yan snatched the book back, leaving Jia Katsung stunned. She teased, "If you don't need it, I'll take it back." Jia Katsung hurriedly reached for the secret technique. "No, I need it, I really do." Lian Yan was delighted to see Jia Katsung's cute reaction. She clenched her fist in determination. "I should go practice right away." Just then, the voice of Hoa Na rang out. "Jia Katsung, where are you going?" Jia Katsung replied, "Hoa Na, I'm heading back to Lam Long Road." Hoa Na raised a finger and smiled. "The official competition is about to start. Do you want to go with me?" "Anyway, I was planning to go there." Jia Katsung nodded, "Yes, I'm going right now." Hoa Na then asked, "I have something I need your help with." Jia Katsung curiously asked, "Oh, what is it?" Hoa Na covered her face and whispered, "You are about to witness a scene where a lot of silver changes hands. Perhaps we won't get to see it again after this." The scene shifted to the competition arena, where the stands were packed with people and buzzing with chatter. One person exclaimed, "Wow, there are already so many people." Another chimed in, "It seems everyone is very excited about this Four Kings competition." That person looked towards Min Trijong Dangmok and other famous figures. They said, "Not only are the sect leaders and elders of the 9 major sects and 5 great families gathered in one place, but there are also smaller sects that have been lucky enough to pass the qualifiers and want to prove their strength." Then the image of Nam Kung Lum appeared, fanning a fan sitting high above. That person continued, "We also get to meet the strategist of the Martial Arts Alliance. The one who rescued the martial world from the hands of the evil sect elder Nam Kung Lum." That person looked at Nam Kung Han, who was sitting solemnly. They continued, "Even the clan leader of the Nam Kung family, the one who has never participated in the Four Kings competition before, has also made an appearance. It's understandable that the atmosphere here has become more lively." Another person saw the crowd gathering in front and asked, "But why are so many people congregating there?" The person mentioned was wearing a red banner with the words 10,000 victories, shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, this is a life-changing opportunity." So, no one else but Jia Katsung, she clapped her hands. This is a collaboration between the Nam Kung family and the Heavenly Commerce Association, the safest betting booth in the world. The first official round of betting has officially opened. Bet on lamb or buck right now. Along with that, coins were dropped and the sounds of betting. Bets placed for lamb, bets placed for buck. A gold piece bet for lamb, a silver piece bet for lamb. Ja Katsung looked at the table with 2 basins full of money, exclaiming, "Wow, it's only been about a stick of incense and there's already this much silver." Hwanya immediately coughed, signaling to not lose focus. Ja Katsung panically replied, "Oh yes." A person approached the crowd along with Ja Katsung's loud shout. "The last chance to become rich. Come on, everyone." That person said, "Hey, little brother, please let me through. My back hurts too much." The other person asked back. Jiang stepped forward holding a shiny yellow check that made everyone squint. The old man loudly declared, "I bet 10,000 silver for buck." The space around suddenly went silent. All eyes were focused on the precious golden check. Whispers arose. "I heard that just this one is enough to buy an entire capital of a small country. Who is this old man to have something meant only for emperors?" Hwanya was startled to see Jiang. "Sir, why are you here?" The old man raised the check high and said firmly, "I have promised." A picture of Dezo pointing at himself flashed in the old man's mind. The words still echoed. "You must work hard for me." He promised to share a portion of the profits with me. Hwanya held her head swaying and sighed. Really, this young master. Ja Katsung stood up, holding the shining golden check high, shouting, "Ladies and gentlemen, the betting amount has just increased significantly. Are you planning to stand by and miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity?" As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd immediately became lively in response. Ja Katsung continued to rally. "Hurry up, place your bets." Person pushed through and shouted, "Get out of the way, I was here first." Dezo looked up and saw Ja Katsung standing on the podium and wondered, what is she doing up there? His gaze shifted to dantian, who was trembling as he stepped onto the stage. Dezo sighed helplessly. "It looks even worse on this side." dantian stood there rubbing his hands together, his face tense. He told himself, "I must win. Only then can I stay at Hoa-sun with my master. But how can I fight with Dezo?" The audience began to shout, "What's wrong with that kid? He's shaking like a leaf before the fight." Another person shouted loudly, "Hey, calm down. Look, do you know how much money I've bet on you?" dantian held his head in fear at the harsh words from the stands. "Do you consider yourself the inheritor of Hoa-sun? Get out of here." The shouts were like haunting ghosts. "Return my money. Go away, you are a disgrace to Hoa-sun." dantian fearfully mumbled, I can't." Just then a familiar voice rang out, "dantian?" He looked up wide-eyed upon seeing his master sitting in the stands behind Dezo. dantian shouted, "Master." The old Taoist smiled kindly. "Just do what you want." He closed his eyes, his face gentle. "No matter what you choose, I will be by your side. You and I are family." dantian pursed his lips, his eyes emotional, "Master." Then he drew his sword while Dezo smiled, looking back thinking, his expression looks much better now. It seems the divine healer has succeeded in treating him. dantian raised his sword and moved forward, startling Dezo. "Dezo." He continued, his voice full of determination, "I'm sorry, but from now on, I must surpass you to move forward for my master and for Hoa-sun." His red pupils widened, showing intense fighting spirit. The referee announces, "The finals of the Four Kings competition will begin. This is the battle between Dezo and dantian." Ja Katsung leaps to the stands and shouts loudly, "The young master will definitely win." Hwanya tries to pull her down, annoyed. "What's wrong with her?" Dezo observed the opponent, feeling that this time was completely different from the first meeting with dantian. He told himself it seems that he has finally made up his mind. dantian stood there, his sharp gaze fixed on the opponent. Dezo confidently asserted, "Then show me what you've got." He rushed towards dantian, ready to engage after a few initial moves. A powerful swing of the sword came down and dantian swiftly evaded. He confidently pointed the sword straight at dantian, who used his foot to kick the sword's tip and pushed off to a safe distance. Dezo was slightly surprised. Oh, that was a good dodge. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his sword above his head, preparing for another attack. Dung En observed and noticed an opening. A flash of light zipped past his face and he turned pale with fear as Dezo's sword swung high. Dung En quickly calculated a defensive plan. The clash of two forces was intense, forcing him to muster all his strength to block the attack. Cold sweat trickling down his body. Doubts arose in Dung An's mind. Is this really the Dezo I once knew? And since when did he become so powerful? The image of Dezo cheerfully asking to borrow money flashed in his mind, making Dung En even more confused. In the past, he always avoided training and only cared about money. Yet now his martial arts skills have reached such a high level. All right, Dezo appeared extremely excited, shouting, "Can you handle this one? Then let's see if you can block this move." Saying that, he continued to swing his sword for an attack. Dung En skillfully blocked it, causing Dezo to laugh heartily. "Wow, you're pretty good. Alright, let me add some drama to this." Immediately, Dezo channeled his inner strength to create a massive force. Dung En immediately recognized it as Thunder Chi. Dezo poured all his strength into the sword, speaking in a challenging tone. "Let's see if you can withstand this blow." A delighted smile appeared on his face as he executed the great heavenly strong sword technique. Dung En told himself, "I must be able to block it." As Dezo's sword swung down, he quickly leaned back to evade the blow, then performed a beautiful somersault and landed lightly. Dezo teased, "In the end, the Hoa Sun sect really isn't anything special." In the audience, a man commented, "How can he use our Central South sect's great heavenly strong sword technique?" That man was Ha Vung, the leader of the Tung Nam sect. He observed and analyzed, there's no doubt about it. He's using the great heavenly strong sword technique. But his inner strength is the heavenly thunder royal god technique. Observing the glowing and moving sword, he speculated, he's using the most stable sword technique to control the extremely unstable Thunder Chi. Ha Vung broke out in a cold sweat, recalling the rumors about this young master being able to use various types of techniques. But he never expected it to be to this extent. An incredible monster has appeared, he thought to himself. Dezo shouted, "I will smash the heads of everyone in this world." The king of Ha heard this and felt a surge of doubt. It seems that his mind is no longer normal in the stands. Hai Min, the elder of the Hoa Sun sect, commented, "Just as I suspected, a spoiled brat who only knows how to eat and dress warmly. Cannot understand the hardships of martial arts." He looked towards Duong En, his tone full of disdain. It's clear that he is unworthy of being a successor disciple. Then he turned to speak to the young man beside him. "Zhang Luong, it would be great if you could defeat him in the arena." He then sighed, "What a pity." Zhang Luong replied regretfully, his eyes filled with determination, "I also regret that I couldn't avenge this grudge." At that time his voice gradually became angry, his face reddening, "But as long as I can defeat the young master who brought down Duong En, I will prove that I am more worthy to be a successor disciple of the Hoa Sun sect." Hai Min nodded in encouragement. "That's right, you will soon reclaim the position you deserve." A guest sitting above heard the entire conversation. His hand clenched the fabric of his shirt, trying to suppress his anger. His gaze fixed on Duong En as if contemplating something. Deso angrily shouted, "How much longer do you plan to just take hits? If you don't want to win, just stick your head out here. I will smash it and free you." Duong En immediately countered with a sword strike. The audience was excited. It was the first time he had successfully countered. "This is worth watching," Duong En said apologetically. "I'm sorry, but I can't lose." Deso, with an aggressive expression, shouted while attacking, "Then stop defending and come at me to defeat me." The sword fight between the two martial artists thrilled the audience. Everyone stood up cheering. "The Hoa Sun sect must win. I have bet my entire fortune on you." Young Master Duong En delivered a straight kick to Deso's leg, but the opponent quickly dodged. The two faced each other, their gazes filled with challenge. Deso erupted in fury, thinking to himself, "Does this brat intend to take my place? Fine, let me show you my true strength." Deso decided to use all his martial arts to finish off his opponent. He raised his sword high, preparing to strike a fatal blow. Duong immediately realized he had to gain the upper hand before the opponent focused his internal energy. Dassault advanced, a delighted smile spreading across his face. He decisively swung his sword down. Just as the blade was about to touch Duong's face, a strange image appeared, a giant golden chrysalis. Dassault widened his eyes, feeling as if the chrysalis was about to hatch. In an instant, Duong dodged to the side, catching Dassault off guard. The tip of the sword merely grazed Dassault's cheek, leaving a bright red mark. He thought to himself, in just a brief moment, a coward like you is about to undergo a transformation. Dassault excitedly rushed forward, thinking that the match had just become more interesting. But he was surprised to see Duong standing there, trembling, his face pale, unable to stand. Dassault recalled the image of Duong Siusi panicking at the sight of blood. He unconsciously looked at the scratch on his cheek, wondering, blood? The audience was confused, murmuring, what's going on? Why is he acting like that? Is he poisoned? Why is he suddenly trembling? Some people anxiously urged, hey referee, what are you waiting for? Tell them to continue. Hi men, the referee just stood silently, making no move. The audience's shouts echoed throughout the arena. Get him out if you don't want to fight. Get off the stage. Duong, his face pale, covered his mouth with his hand. In the crowd, Duong's master silently sighed quietly, blaming himself. Perhaps this is just my selfish desire. He recalled the past when Duong tried to explain. Master, I didn't mean to, but he hadn't listened coldly, stating, I don't want to hear your excuses. The person next to him had fainted from injuries and was quickly taken away. Before leaving, he shouted, you fool, pathetic. Leaving Duong alone, standing there helpless, looking at his blood-soaked hands. Now the master regretted. If I had looked at you more clearly, then would things have been different? Both of us were wrong from the very first time we let you hold a sword back to the present. The audience angrily shouted, get out. Get out now immediately. Duong stammered, I can't do it. I can't take it anymore. Dassault angrily shouted, what are you making all that noise for? Everyone fell silent at his anger. He glanced at the nearby stands, saying, these whispers are driving me crazy. He turned to Duong suggesting, Duong, fight me one more time. But Duong shook his head. Dassault, brother, I can't continue fighting. Dassault firmly replied, from now on, I will use all my strength to defeat you. Duong was slightly taken aback. I will trample on any disciple of Hoa-san who dares to stand in front of me, especially that guy I met last time. I will crush him so he can never hold a sword again. Duong trembled with anger, his mouth stammering incoherently. Why could such cruel words come from Dassault's mouth? Dassault's face showed a smug expression, the corners of his mouth curling up provocatively. What's wrong? Are you angry now? So what are you going to do? Are you going to run away again like before? Don't you feel guilty towards the master who took you in? Hearing this, Duong was startled, his heart in turmoil. Dassault continued in a cold tone. All this time he has been fighting against the people of Hoa-san with his sick body just to protect you. And now just because you see a bit of blood, you want to give up? He raised his sword, his gaze sharp. The sword is just a tool. In the past, I used it to harm others, and now I can also use it to protect him. At this level, we are no longer low-level disciples. If I were a legacy disciple like you, I would change Mount Hoa to my liking. I'd become a stubborn old man. Dassault swung his sword, creating a powerful gust of wind that astonished the onlookers. Such profound inner strength, everyone exclaimed. He scoffed, so are you ready to fight me now? Then he concluded with a challenging remark. Isn't this martial world the realm of the strong? Yangon smirked, sighed, indeed it is you, brother Dassault. He regained his composure, his voice firm. I know you are very strong, but are you strong enough to teach me like this? Dassault was excited inside. Finally, I have found my determination. He shouted provocatively. I am the young master of the greatest clan in the world. A little legacy disciple of Mount Hoa. How could you defeat me? Yangon was angry, his strength surged. The little Mount Hoa is not a place you can call little. A person in the audience was stunned. Impossible, how could that brat's martial arts be so powerful? Petals began to swirl around Deso. He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the image of a mighty dragon emerging from Duong'an. Now I have seen it, Deso thought to himself. A spectacular transformation, the dragon roared, and Deso recognized the long sword of Hoa-san. Duong'an lunged toward him. The petals still lingered around him, decisively thrusting a sword strike. But Deso nimbly dodged. He thought to himself, if I hadn't dodged in time, that strike would have definitely hit me. All hesitation he felt when Duong'an swung the sword had completely vanished. Another sword strike rose high. Deso ducked quickly to avoid the blow. He smelled the fragrance, and the scent of cherry blossoms became more intense. He swung his sword to counterattack, but Duong'an quickly parried. Duong'an's face was cold, with no emotion. Deso felt annoyed. He'll blow away this trivial scent. He swung his sword, creating a strong gust that blew the petals away. Duong'an stood still, smirking. The swordsmanship of Hoa-san is ever-changing. The scent of cherry blossoms only serves to distract you. As soon as he finished speaking, the petals reappeared, slowly falling down. Deso was taken aback. What, since when has he mastered the 24 forms of the peach blossom sword technique? The falling petals covered the spectator area. Nam Kung Han sat silently contemplating. Hoa-san's sect, if given enough time, might reach the claws of the Nam Kung family. Duong'an shouted, "It's over." He swung his sword, creating a fierce wind. 2 moves of the 4 techniques of peach blossom. Deso leaned back, cursing. Damn it, I didn't intend to provoke him like that. A huge explosion shook the ground. The people around were terrified. Oh my God. This is terrible. Will the Hoa-san sect win this battle? Jia Cat Shuang worriedly asked young master. Someone suddenly pointed into the distance, shouting loudly. No, look over there, he's cutting down those flower petals. Deso was using all his strength, swinging his sword repeatedly. Determined not to be defeated. Deso's eyes turned red with anger, wondering to himself. Could I really lose to such a trivial technique? Duong'an stood there, a smug smile on his lips, making Deso even more annoyed. Do you dare to laugh at me? The swordsmanship of Hoa-san truly was unpredictable, leaving Deso stunned. Could there still be more hidden moves? Just then, from among the flowers, a ferocious dragon lunged straight at him. Deso was stunned. One thought remained in his mind. Damn it, I shouldn't have used so much internal energy. The overwhelming scent of cherry blossoms enveloped the arena. Petals flew everywhere. It turned out that all along it had been a trap to blind me. Deso shouted, filled with anxiety. This is bad. What should I do now? In his eyes, that fierce dragon is Duong'an charging forward with a sword. Deso immediately summoned all his strength. This sword technique was created to counter the Thung Kung Vio Na Kim. Today, I will show you. His eyes sparkled with a determination. Hai Min was astonished, unable to believe his ears. What to counter the Thung Kung Vio Na Kim? Meanwhile, Nam Kung Han stood nearby, his face full of curiosity and excitement, watching the fight. But the counter technique of the Thung Kung Vio Na Kim is even more terrifying. Deso asserted that the whole sky would be split in 2. He jumped up to face Duong'an, preparing for a swift finishing blow. Thung Kung Dan pierced straight into the dragon. The dragon struggled to resist. A dazzling light flared around it, but then its majesty was severed. A magical scene unfolded, as if the sky had been split in half. Everyone watching was stunned. The sky had been cut in 2. Duong'an stood frozen, unable to believe this was happening. Before he could collect his thoughts, Duong'an saw Deso appearing right beside him. Deso, brother, wait a moment. But Deso ignored him coldly, stating, we don't have time to chat. A sword struck hard on Duong'an's head. He screamed in pain, his head swollen into a large lump. Deso sheathed the sword and prepared to continue with the scabbard. Bite your tongue and endure. This is just the beginning. The blows continued to rain down on Duong'an's head. The spectators also felt pain and fear at this brutality. Duong'an's head was now swollen with nearly 10 lumps. He could no longer stand, collapsing to the ground. After finishing his attack, Deso looked pleased. Now I feel a little more at ease. He was surprised by how quiet the surroundings were. What's going on? Why is it so quiet? He gently patted Duong En's head, worriedly asking, Did I go too far? I only hit you once, are you still alive? Hai Min stepped forward to praise. You have shown everyone the weakness of the Thung Kung Vo Na Kim. This old man is truly surprised. It's been a long time since Eve felt this excited. Deso said in confusion, Hai Min continued, by showing us how to counter the Thung Kung Vo Na Kim. You want to prove that Nam Kung is not perfect either. You beat a disciple of Hua Sun like that to show them that if they are too arrogant, they will face the same fate as him. Deso was even more astonished after hearing this. Hai Min continued to jab at the others from Hua Sun, who were observing the battle. Perhaps they were thinking the same. At this moment they were extremely angry. Their eyes were filled with fury as they stared at Hai Min. He dares to talk about trampling us in broad daylight. It's true that we don't take Hua Sun seriously. I never expected to be challenged by someone else like this. Deso is still confused, not understanding what's happening. If this situation continues, there's no way I'll be able to close my eyes tonight. Meanwhile, on the other side, a man confidently declared, Tonight I will come to find you to settle the score. Deso was startled and stammered, asking, Oh, a surprise. Hai Min held his hand up, announcing to everyone, The winner of the first match in the tournament is Deso of the Nam Kung family. In the stands, the SOS supporters cheered in celebration. Deso is the best. The match was truly spectacular despite winning. Deso quietly cried inside, questioning whether he should feel happy or not. But in that moment, no one noticed that Deso had woken up and quietly left the stands. He was sadly speechless. Eve lost. I have no face to confront my master, nor can I face my seniors and juniors in the sect. I have to leave here suddenly. A familiar voice startled him. Then this time I will go with you. Deso looked up, tears welling in his eyes as he saw the person in front of him. Master, the SOS master was standing there wearing a gentle smile. He gently said, I am very sorry for what you have been through. I made you bear too great a responsibility. Duong En was surprised and asked, What are you planning to do, master? What about Hoa-san? The master laughed heartily and calmly replied, I have left everything behind. Duong En couldn't help but be surprised. Really? But those people are looking for you. Hurry, they definitely haven't left yet. The master turned, looking dejected. Oh dear, it seems they have already discovered it. Duong En was still confused. What do you mean, master? The master threw him a small bag, his voice full of meaning. I have dedicated myself to Hoa-san for so long. So when leaving, you should take something with you. Duong En took it curiously, asking, What is this, master? The master replied, It is the Han Nguyen Dan. Just then, a group of people rushed over, shouting, Wait, hold on, please stop. Duong En quickly asked, Master, do you have any more Han Nguyen Dan? The master produced, Here are 3 more. Duong En shouted, Please give them all to me. I apologize, I will return all the elixirs to everyone. He quickly bowed and offered all the elixirs to the man. The man, pale-faced, asked, Why is Han Nguyen Dan here? Duong En was astonished. If you aren't here for the missing Han Nguyen Dan, then the man immediately spoke up respectfully. Dear sect leader, Duong En hurriedly interrupted, explaining, Please wait, dear elder, if you want to blame someone, blame me, don't blame him. Suddenly, everyone bowed their heads in unison, pleading, Dear sect leader, please lead Hoa-san once more. The master coldly said, If you wish, I will leave Hoa-san. This statement made those behind him tremble in fear, sweating profusely. Elder, how can you make such a decision? The master said, The one you need to bow before is not me. You are here because of Duong En, not because of me. Yes, Duong En was taken aback one moment after another. What? The master calmly decided, I will let my disciple answer your question. Duong En immediately protested, Master, why do you assign such an important responsibility to me? The master smiled gently, reassuring, Don't be too surprised. It's all in the past. I put the sword in your hands because of my own greed. Whether you pick up the sword again is up to you. Duong En was taken aback. He continued, Choose whatever you want. You can even demand more than now. He stepped closer, placing a hand on Duong N's shoulder with sincere encouragement. Even if the outcome of this choice is failure, I will always be by your side. This time let's shoulder everything together. Those words moved Duong N to tears. He looked at the master with gratitude in his eyes. The people around them were also unable to hold back their emotions. They were choked up by the deep affection between the two. Duong N affirmed to everyone, I truly cherish Hoa's son. Everyone was delighted to hear that from him. He reached out a few flower petals spinning gently in his palm. Duong N promised, although I may be a bit clumsy this time, I will definitely make the peach blossoms bloom. The peach blossoms will never wither. His voice was firm, full of determination. Everyone burst into joy. They rushed to hug Duong N. Oh, that's wonderful, so great, you've thought it through so well. One person asked, now may not be the most opportune time. But can you tell us how you made the peach blossoms bloom in the first match? Duong N honestly replied, it depends. From a distance a figure was leaving. The master smiled happily. The one leaving was Dezo. He sighed in relief, thinking, thank goodness, it seems everything is fine now. Even though Duong N lost, he also showed everyone his potential and was recognized in the arena. Staying at Hoa's son, like this means he won't become a wandering sword demon. He suddenly paused when he saw Jia Cat Xiong smiling beautifully. I've been waiting for you. Dezo was a bit confused. Miss, are you waiting for me? Jia Cat Xiong was also surprised, thinking, what's going on? Why is he addressing me so formally? How strange. But if she followed the advice given, it would ease the atmosphere. She recalled the advice from the other two young ladies. If you feel awkward, just put your head out. Right, seeing that the young master likes big-headed people, Jia Cat Xiong closed her eyes tightly. With no other choice, she thought it over and then bowed her head saying, just today, whatever you like to do today, go ahead. She raised her hand like surrendering, startling Dezo. He stammered, what am I thinking? Where did this strange woman come from? She felt very ashamed, wondering, is it really okay for me to do this? Suddenly he reached out and gently patted her head. That action made Jia Cat Xiong blush. Dezo silently felt pity. How unfortunate. Her face is pretty, but her mind isn't normal. When Jia Cat Xiong returned, the young ladies were in a flurry. She's back. Lianin curiously asked, what happened? Huanya added, have you made a decision? Are you going back to the Jia Cat family? The questions came rapidly, but Jia Cat Xiong remained still, her face blank as if she were soulless. She recalled the image of the very handsome young man Dezo and decided, I plan to stay a little longer. The referee's voice rang out. Now we will begin the next match. The young ladies were excited. It's starting. The referee pointed to the muscular man and introduced Fan Chi from the Fan family of Northern Fan. Upon seeing that massive figure, someone exclaimed, he's as big as a bull. The person sitting next to him said with delight, he must be very strong. The referee then turned to the other contestant, a very handsome and calm young man. His opponent is Nam Kung's son from the Nam Kung family. Fan Chi thought to himself, annoyed. It's really funny, this guy looks weak. Yet he is the strongest contestant in the Four Kings competition. With that weak state, he dared to participate in this competition. Truly arrogant. He slowly drew his sword with a powerful strike. His sword struck the arena floor, causing cracks to form like a spider's web. His face turned red with anger. His voice echoed throughout the space. I will defeat you and prove that the swordsmanship of Northern Fan is the strongest in Central Plains. But Nam Kung's son remained calm. His indifferent gaze scanned the area, making Fan Chi even more furious. What are you looking at? Do you think I'm easy to bully? He shouted. The referee standing beside them felt a surge of worry. I don't think the three young masters will lose, but the child from the Fan family is not to be underestimated. The celestial power inherited from the Northern Fan family was fluctuating abnormally from him. With that level of celestial power, he must be one of the top three strongest in the family. Fan Chi grew increasingly angry, glaring at Nam Kung's son. If you don't look down on me, are you looking down on this sword? He shouted loudly. Nam Kung's son slowly replied with a cold gaze, unwavering. It seems that even if you have a good sword, you are still too weak yourself. A strong body brings true strength. He tensed up his muscles, rippling, and continued. Just so you know, my sword weighs a ton. Nam Kung Sun smiled slightly, slowly drawing his sword. A ton. He lightly spun the sword in his hand. His voice full of confidence. I have never underestimated a sword. Fan Chi looked at his opponent's small sword, unable to help but laughed disdainfully. A sword as small as a toothpick, what is that? Nam Kung Sun did not respond. He gently lowered his sword to the ground. A loud explosion rang out. The arena cracked more than when Fan Chi struck. He stood frozen, eyes wide with astonishment. Nam Kung Sun smiled, his voice firm. I have never mentioned this, so few people know, but my sword weighs at least a ton. The audience around couldn't help but exclaim, just lowering the sword has shattered the arena. Could it be that he is so young yet has mastered internal strength? Fan Tai, the head of the Fan family, observed the scene with a thoughtful gaze. That kid is indeed a monster, he muttered. External strength is divided into two types. External strength increases muscle size, while internal strength increases muscle density. External strength develops through training and rest, but internal strength is different. It does not allow you time to rest. As the burden on the tissues gradually increases, the muscles will tear, and the muscle fibers will break little by little. Therefore, many people have become disabled while training it. But if the practitioner can push through, a miracle will occur. The life force hidden deep within the body will begin to flow, reconnecting the torn muscles. The new muscles containing the power of the life force will possess double the strength of normal muscles. Training in internal strength begins with knowing your own internal energy. Just a slight mistake in the process of destroying and rebuilding muscles can cause unparalleled damage with a high level of danger and low success rate. Everyone believed that internal strength had gradually been forgotten in the martial arts world over the years. But if this is truly the internal strength I once knew, then perhaps the martial arts world is about to witness the emergence of another extraordinary figure. Just as the words ended, the match began. Fan Chi charged straight at Nam Kung Sun with a decisive slash. The two swords clashed, but strangely, Fan Chi was so shocked that his eyes widened. He couldn't believe that his opponent could block his attack without moving a single step. Fan Chi stared intently at Nam Kung Sun with a look full of suspicion. The indifferent expression of his opponent only confused him more, as if his weapon had just struck an insect. The more he looked, the more frustrated Fan Chi felt. He shouted, more importantly, where have you been looking all this time? Following Nam Kung Sun's gaze, Fan Chi realized his opponent was focused on the audience. Diso was stunned, pointing at himself and silently asking, is he looking at me? Nam Kung Sun smiled and said loudly, found it. Fan Chi was so angry he gritted his teeth. He said, so you intend to look down on me forever? I will shatter your sword. With that, he charged forward while Nam Kung Sun was still looking at someone familiar. I know you are pretending to be calm, but you won't last long, Fan Chi said as he launched a series of attacks. Nam Kung Sun turned back with a cold gaze and a face with little emotion. He launched his first attack decisively and swiftly, causing Fan Chi to rush to defend himself, nearly falling backward. He worriedly thought, this isn't good, my stance is no longer balanced. In front of Fan Chi, Nam Kung Sun appeared with a fierce aura. He was determined to block this attack. As expected, Fan Chi successfully blocked Nam Kung Sun's relentless assault. He was overjoyed. I managed to block it. It's easier than I imagined, however. Nam Kung Sun still maintained a calm expression and continued to launch new attacks. Fan Chi watched his opponent's sword movements, thinking to himself, I can see his attacks. As long as I focus on defense, my mind will become clearer and I can assess the situation calmly. Although still at a disadvantage, Fan Chi's sword strikes kept coming, attacking, then defending, then attacking. Gradually, even if just a little, he felt his strength increasing. While countering, he calculated his strategy. As long as you reveal the slightest opening, I will strike. He imagined defeating his opponent and smiled smugly. Nam Kung Jan excitedly remarked, we have now entered the main round. Everyone's true strength is clearly displayed. He has gradually adapted to the attacks of the third young master. Diso felt sympathy that's truly unfortunate. Nam Kong John unexpectedly asked, "Who are you talking about?" "The third young master." Diso quickly denied, "No, not that fool, I mean your opponent. If you just look at this, it seems like he is holding on to a glimmer of hope that he will win. But right now my third brother is just warming up." Nam Kong John was astonished to hear this, and that's just warming up, that's unbelievable. Fanqi persisted until his last breath. Just a little more is enough." Nam Kong's son took a deep breath, and Fanqi immediately realized this was his rare opportunity. With a thunderous shout, he executed the 5-Tigergate / technique, and followed it with 3 tiger-pierce strikes. The fierce tigers created from his sword charged straight towards Nam Kong's son. The audience erupted with excitement, cheering, "Great job." Fanqi thought to himself, "I have waited for the moment when Nam Kong's son's breath wavers. If his breath is unstable, his martial arts will be affected. At that moment, perhaps I will." Diso observed the scene in astonishment. "That stance is the one the third brother used to win the title of the Iron Dragon." As he raised his sword high, Fanqi confidently shouted, "I have won, Nam Kong's son." But Nam Kong's son remained steady in that legendary stance. He gently swung his sword down, the blade slicing through the tigers, tearing them to pieces. They vanished right before Fanqi's eyes, leaving him in shock. The gust from the sword created a powerful attack that caused Fanqi to lose his balance and fall. The audience was also taken aback. This was Fanqi collapsing before the calmness and extraordinary strength of Nam Kong's son. Nam Kong's son pointed his sword straight at his younger brother. "I will be waiting at the top for you, little brother." Seeing the contestant down, the referee quickly announced that the winner was Nam Kong's son. Young Master Diso in the stands was also startled. "Those 3 brothers are too strong." His fighting spirit surged, wanting to fight against the 3 brothers. Seeing Diso's cheerful expression, the vice strategist inquired, "What are you so happy about?" This made him feel frustrated. "What are you gossiping about?" Just then, he noticed that the head of that guy was already swollen like a roasted pig. Someone below shouted, "The next match begins." The contestant is Master Sixpack. He is filled with fighting spirit. Clearly, after witnessing the strong opponents, he was very eager to fight. The whole body of this master radiated a strong aura, overwhelming his opponent with fear. "Master, take your time. Just don't overwhelm me right away." At this moment, he recalled the words of his mentor from before. The essence of Shaolin martial arts is to maintain calmness. If you can stay calm, you will unleash your full potential. At that moment, you will definitely be even stronger. The master suddenly clapped his hands loudly. "You must stay calm." His previous momentum suddenly diminished, leaving his opponent confused. "Just a moment ago, he seemed like he wanted to eat me alive. Why is he normal now? Did he take something? This is really strange." Immediately, he channeled all his strength into his fist. Preparing to charge forward, he shouted, "I will smash everything," but his face looked quite twisted. His entire body was enveloped in golden energy. The opponent was pale with fear. Is he planning to take me down in one blow? Will I end up in the river and then on ice with the ancestors? He could only gather all his strength for one blow, wanting to take advantage of the moment to strike quickly and win. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward to attack the master. However, it felt like hitting a block of iron. There was absolutely no damage. All that could be heard was his painful cry because his hand had swollen up. It turned out the master had used the 8-tiered diamond unmovable technique. The diamond unity. He smiled brightly, rapidly, lunging forward with a punch. "Now it's my turn." He quickly dodged his opponent. Seeing this, his opponent immediately cried out, "Please spare me. I surrender." The master froze momentarily. "Oh dear, let me hit you just once. Please." The guy was still like a fish on the chopping board. Frightened. "Let me go, I surrender already." "Hick hick," he even shouted, "Referee, please save me." When he announced the master as the winner, the guy felt frustrated. Clearly, I haven't even gotten a hit yet and I'm already bored. Up on the high platform, Dezo also sighed. That guy has gotten stronger since the last time they fought. Full tank. No one could fight back next to him. The deputy strategist suddenly reminded, "Young master, do you know who that person under the stage is? He has been staring at you the whole time. I don't quite understand what's going on either." His eyes turned fierce. "I will definitely surpass you to earn the title of Little Sword King." Dezo was a bit surprised. "Am I too gentle for them to bully me? You just wait, I won't show you any love." Right after that, his opponent stepped onto the stage. But this guy greeted Namo Amitabha Buddha. Clearly, he came from Wudong. Is this meant to make me furious? Actually, he wanted to greet normally too. But because his name Godzilla sounds ridiculous, he could only avoid it just at the beginning. That guy dashed forward like lightning. Godzilla simply swung his sword lightly to block it. It seemed as if he could see a stream of water surrounding the sword. The guy's face turned beet red. "I don't need to introduce myself to a nobody like you." As the sword move was unleashed, it surged like a torrent enveloping his opponent. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying power sent him flying into the sky. "You win, it's Godzilla." The audience cheered his name. But this guy felt shy, his face turning beet red because of his own name. The deputy strategist laughed so hard, he nearly cried. This guy is such a comedian. However, Dezo thought differently. Don't underestimate his strength. He's not to be trifled with. The old man was delighted to see his Wudong disciple performing excellently. He raised his hands to celebrate. He then shouted towards Dezo, "Just wait. If necessary, I will pass everything on to Godzilla." The old man clenched his fist excitedly. The Little Sword King would be extraordinary. The matches that followed were completely dull. But everyone seemed to target him as an enemy. Turns out it was because he performed so strongly in the previous match that they all saw him as a rival to become stronger. Dezo didn't care much and left just a bunch of ants daring to boast. Dezo paid no attention to them. His real opponents were the three powerful ones. At this moment at his residence, the master and disciple of the Huashan sect had arrived. Turns out he is an acquaintance of the manager. After the greetings, he invited her to drink together. That's quite surprising she didn't refuse. Clearly their previous relationship was very close. Even the leader of the Huagua sect held her hand. Just then Batten passed by, saw him and was shocked, his eyes wide, shouting loudly, "Who is this old man?" The manager turned back and gently replied, "Just a friend I haven't seen in a long time." Clearly she was explaining, making Batten feel embarrassed and blush. The leader of Huagua also noticed something unusual between them. It turns out that is the reason she becomes more and more beautiful. She was very happy and his face involuntarily broke into a satisfied smile. Batten was still hot like cream, approaching to ask for the address of the rival. But the sect leader also noticed that. He directly said, "Don't tell me you like the sect leader." As soon as the words ended, a cloud of dust rose. Batten unleashed his power to distract them. From this reaction, the sect leader of Huagua was sure. Immediately Batten made a 180-degree turn. "Can this big brother step out here to have a private chat? That old man has also mastered the skill. Let's go, little brother." His disciple is still the same as when he was young, wanting to come here for free food. While the two were sitting drinking, suddenly, the elders of the Nangong family burst in full of energy. Clearly they came to find the young master. It was as if they were attending a class reunion. When he returned, he had no idea what was going on, why it was so crowded here. "If you don't have money, then don't come here to eat for free, okay?" The elders surrounded him. What they wanted to know was how he could break that sword. The Huashan sect is truly unpredictable. They were like hungry wolves wanting to devour him. They wanted him to reveal the way to break the Shangkong Vanyai sword of the Nangong family master. Meanwhile, Nangong Hanshini and the strategist were leisurely sitting on the roof, drinking wine. The master looked rather unhappy. It seemed he hadn't let those elders eat well for a long time. That's the end of part 1. Brothers, don't forget to give a like and subscribe. Thank you for watching.